Only if you don't need to keep it. If you don't.
We will get underway here. We're on. Okay, we are online, everyone. So I'll go ahead and call this MPC meeting to order. County of Newell, November 21st. Welcome, everyone. My screen went blank. I guess I could use my paper. Excused from the meeting. Everybody will be here. I just talked to Neil and he's just leaving the driveway, so we will bring him in as soon as he enters. So nobody excused. Election of chair. Matt, would you like to chair the election?
Yeah, I guess I've got something to do, right? We're post-organizational. So with that, I will open it up and accept nominations for the position of Chair of Municipal Planning Commission. Councillor Unruh.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Chrisman.
Any other nominations? Calling a third time. And with that, I declare Councillor Chrisman Chair of Municipal Planning Commission.
Thank you. Well, we will carry on with, thank you for your vote of confidence. We'll carry on with our agenda. 3.1 is completed. Minutes from our last meeting in October. How do you wish to handle them? I was not present at that meeting. Holly.
I'll move the minutes, acceptance of the minutes.
Thank you, Holly. All in favor of Holly's motion? That is carried. I'm going to back up. Sorry about that. We need to elect a vice chair. Open for nominations for vice chair. Arno?
Mm-hmm. I'll nominate Holly, Councillor Holly Johnson.
Arno nominates Holly Johnson. Holly, do you accept the position, the nomination? Thank you. Any other nominations for vice chair? Calling a third time, nominations for vice chair. Okay, nominations are closed. Congratulations and thank you, Holly. Moving along, the minutes of our last meeting are approved. 4.1, October the 10th, Municipal Planning Commission minutes. 4.1, adoption of the minutes. 5, that's really drawn out on the agenda. Okay, call for post-agenda items. Are there any post-agenda items? Staff? None. Okay. MPC, seeing no hands. And adoption of our agenda, please. Amanda?
I'll make that motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. All in favor of Amanda's motion? That is carried. Development permit, subdivisions. Permitted use report is in our package. Are there questions for Shanaline? Pretty short report too, so. All right, we will accept that for information. Thank you. Subdivisions, 8.1. Who is taking that this morning? Maria, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This subdivision application is to subdivide one lot, 2.559 hectares or 6.42 acres in size from an agricultural parcel containing an existing residence and shop. The subject property is in Division 3, 8.5 kilometers east of the village of Dutchess. The lands are located less than 1.6 kilometers north of Highway 544. That's my error. Access to the proposed subdivision is from Range Road 135. There is an existing resident shop and granaries located on the proposed subdivision. The house is serviced by regional water for potable water and a septic field for wastewater. The residence meets the setbacks of the land use bylaw. However, the shop and the granaries are located inside the required setbacks and would require MPC to grant a variance to the proposed property lines. There are no wetlands, environmentally or historically significant areas on the subject parcel. There is an abandoned well on the quarter section, but not in the proposed subdivision. We did receive some comments from the circulation. Alberta Transportation indicated that there are no variances required, so they are in favor of the proposed subdivision. Alberta Health Services noted the abandoned well, but they have no concerns. Fortis Alberta requires an easement for this development, and they are requesting that the county defer its subdivision approval, so defer the finalization of the subdivision until the easement process is complete and the developer has entered into an appropriate easement agreement with Fortis. And then the EID has no objections, but they have their standard conditions in order for the subdivision to be granted a rural water use agreement. So conditions that are recommended by staff include all outstanding property taxes be paid, that the applicant enter into the appropriate easement with Fortis Alberta, and the easement be properly registered at land titles prior to the finalization of the subdivision, that the applicant supplies copies of utility right-of-ways, easements, or agreements, such as with the EID, for example, prior to finalization, that the applicant provide proof that the current PSDS system meets the Alberta private sewage system standard, and that the applicant, if required, enter into a development agreement with the county. Municipal reserve is not applicable as this is the first parcel out of the quarter section, and administration recommends approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. My question is around the setbacks. So if we give variance up to 83% on the greenery, is that setting us up for anything? I mean, we have setback rules for a reason, and greeneries are movable. Should we be asking this applicant to move those greeneries within variance? You're not going to answer that, are you? Please.
So the setbacks are there for a reason. You're right. Generally, it's when there are two residences next to each other that these setbacks become a problem, or could potentially become a problem. In this case, if Municipal Planning Commission grants the variance to the property lines, that would mean that those buildings are legal non-conforming. So they're good to stay there until something changes, if they want to add on. And then at that time, the Municipal Planning Commission can decide whether they would agree to have those there or allow them to continue that use.
Legal non-conforming.
Right.
So they can still be asked to be moved if, for what reason? Okay.
That's correct. And when MPC approves a subdivision like this where the residence is now taken out of the remainder of the quarter is now able to have another dwelling as a use by right. So provided that that dwelling meets the setbacks of the land use bylaw, it could, go where that shop is, say, within reason. So then there is the potential for neighbors to be getting pretty close to each other. So that's one consideration for future. That is not what this applicant has said would happen, but that is potential for the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead, Lynette.
So we don't have straight lines again. I can see why, though, because there's a pivot. But when somebody comes in, is it not suggested that you take that line the 4 more meters south so that we don't have to do a variance on that shop, right? So that the shop is where it should be and everything is how it should be, no matter what happens. Like, that's, I don't know. Is it suggested to people?
Yeah, go ahead, Maria.
It is, they are made aware that this is too close to the property line. It is, MPC is able to say this would be approved provided the property line is moved. So that is something you could consider if you'd like that, to take that route. So, yeah.
Okay. Holly?
Two things. One, I'm just curious on the map where the line is between Duchess and the Patricia, because I thought this fell in Patricia. Not that it matters, just for my knowledge. Okay. Secondly, with this,
Can I get Lynette to use your mic so that other people?
Sorry, it's right south of my house. So that's the line of Division 3 right now,
Okay,
right? Or
okay.
road over.
thanks for that.
Secondly, once people have a property and the buildings are there, everyone forgets that they're legal non-conforming or they're too close to the property line, and people will do what they've always done, and they will just continue to put things where it is. So I'm not in favor of granting a variance given the number of things on this yard, because I think we're creating a potential problem down the road. I would prefer their lines are moved and we have straight lines. There's no reason that couldn't be done here, I think, and I'd like to see us move in that direction, that we have maybe some guidelines around that are maybe not written, but an expectation of that's what we'd like to see.
Other comments? Greg?
Yeah, I'd argue against that. I think this is probably the best scenario for this particular acreage anyway, just because we always want to maximize farmland, and sometimes lines aren't straight and pivots don't run exactly in straight lines. They are a pivot nonetheless. So I do think that in order to maximize farmland, and we always want to encourage that, I think that this would be absolutely acceptable. And if there did come up with an opportunity to change that, if there was another development on it, being non-conforming, we can do that.
Thanks, Greg. Adina?
Sorry, I agree with Lynette in the fact that could he not just expand those property lines just a little bit so that he is within the boundaries? Also, I'm just curious, the triangle that's not, the pivot doesn't seem to go around, so is there a reason why he's not going into that to make it square? I don't know why the pivot is missing that one area. Looks like there's a pond or something.
I don't have answers for you.
That's an old picture. The pivot does go all the way right to the little pie.
To the acreage. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we deal with pictures that are sometimes outdated and things change. Dan, help us out.
Well, not really going to help you out, but I'll tell you if this was my place and how I'd be thinking. There's a Texas gate, and that looks to be centered on the new property line. It's a whole lot easier to just come in and ask for a variance and not have to dig up and move a Texas gate than it is to move a Texas gate. So if I was this property owner, I'd be saying the same thing. Like, can we just get a variance and keep our infrastructure where it is? The granaries, they can move quite easy. You're right. If something down the road comes up, legal non-conforming is an issue, they can just move them out of the way. And making these guys move Texas gates and change things around just because we don't like not perfect acreages. I don't think it's really what we should be doing. So yeah, it'd be great in an ideal world if everybody had perfectly square rectangles. But we don't exist in that world, so I'm okay with what this is.
So do you have a plan to move forward? Was that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We approve this as recommended by staff with the note about Fortis needing to have it. That's included in the recommendations, right? Then yeah, then I'd motion that we approve it as recommended.
Thank you. Ellen?
Yeah, I would like to echo that as well. Setbacks are really guidelines that we go by, and in this situation, it does make sense the way the pivot is located, and yeah, it makes sense to me as well.
Thanks, Ellen. Any other comments? I'm ready to call the question if I see no further hands. We have a motion on the floor to accept as recommended. All in favor of Dan's motion? That is carried. Would you like to vote opposed? Okay. Yeah, thank you. That motion is carried. We had no other business that I'm aware of. We had no post-agenda items. Any reason for in camera? Seeing no hands. Question period. Anybody have a question? MPC or online? Seeing none, I'll adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your input.
Yeah, we're good to go. Good morning, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order at 9:30. Thursday, November the 21st. I think we're all here this morning, so there'll be no one excused from the meeting. We have the minutes of the October 24th meeting have been circulated. Are there any errors or omissions, or if not, a motion to approve those minutes as circulated? Adina, please.
I'll make
Thank
that
you.
motion.
All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. And we also need to approve the minutes of the organizational meeting held also on October the 24th. Is someone, or are there any errors or omissions, or subsequently a motion to approve those minutes? Kelly?
Yeah, I so move those minutes be approved.
All in favor, please indicate. Thank you. That's carried. Now, are there any post-agenda items that anyone has that we need to add to the agenda? We have delegations virtually at 10 o'clock with CIBC, and then a public hearing at 11:30, a visit from the Village of Rosemary at 1, and then from the Patricia Ag Society at 1:30. Anything else to add to the agenda? If not, a motion to approve the agenda as circulated. Thank you, Lynette. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. I think it'll be a long enough agenda, probably. So with that, we'll move to question period or notices of motion. Are there any questions online? I see none in the room either. And anyone have a notice of motion they want to put forward? Seeing none, we will move forward to item number 10.1, which is the interim budget review, comments and summary. And we'll call on Matt to take us through that. I will say at the outset of this, the presentation that we've had provided to us is thorough and complete, and I think presents an interesting context on the dynamic that we enjoy in this county. So thank you for that, and I'll turn the meeting over to you, Matt, please.
Thank you, Reeve Dirksen. Good morning, Council. It's the big show today. I think one of your biggest responsibilities is providing oversight of administration and the budget that we look at each year. So I'm happy to take you through what I'm targeting to be a relatively quick budget overview. We'll see if I can manage that, so bear with me. As a council, you're responsible under the MGA to review financial and capital plans. What we are doing today discharges your responsibilities under that legislation. It's always good to keep in mind roles in the budget process. You've got spenders, your department heads. They're charged with spending resources to deliver services to the community. And we have guardians, council, myself, finance, making sure that the burden we put on our ratepayers is reasonable and grows at a reasonable rate. I'll say it again, it's probably a tired saying, but as an administrator, my goal is above average service levels for below average tax rates, and we've been able to be in that position for a number of years at the county, and we hope to continue that well into the future. Where are we at in the process? We were supposed to meet about a week ago to review interim budget. We've shifted that to today. If we need a little more time, we can take it. So December 5th, if we need to come back with changes and review, we can do that, and we can look at approving interim budget that second meeting in December. We're in good shape. The interim budget is in place from January 1st until we pass final budget, which is typically completed that first meeting in April. After we find out what the requisition amounts are from our seniors foundation, from the school, and where final assessment values shake out. The County of Newell provides services. That's the reason we exist, is to serve our ratepayers. We have a service focus. And back to the slide, we have an amazing amount of service lines that we deliver. If you like variety, municipal government is the place to be because it's never the same day twice. So high level, what are we looking at? We're recommending a 2.5% property tax revenue increase. So that means we'd be looking to bring in an additional $822,000 compared to 2024. Operating expenses are set to decrease by 1.8%, 1.9%, down $662,000. We're targeting an annual surplus of $10.2 million. Keep in mind, your surplus goes to your piggy bank, so your restricted surplus funds. So each year you're socking about $2 million away into your paving fund. We raise an equivalent amount for recreation. What you don't spend on recreation operating goes into the recreation fund. There's about $500,000 targeted for that. The balance is typically invested in capital assets. We are estimating capital grants at $4.1 million. That does not mean we're going to receive $4.1 million in cash from the province, but we are going to book a receivable for the remainder of our rural water project. And we do expect about $1.7 million in LGFF to come our way. We have a large capital program, just over $27 million. Some work proposed down at Lake Newell Resort, which Mark and his team will talk about, a leg of the truck route, which is due for an overlay, and we're proposing that you just build out that portion of the truck route next year. And a debt increase, $640,000, and that's related to your Lake Newell Resort community pathway. So we're looking to borrow $750,000. We'll make some payments on our debt, nets out to $640,000. We're in good shape in terms of capacity to borrow. You've got a lot of flexibility, and we're in great shape with our savings. Savings, restricted surplus, is what makes a 2.5% property tax revenue increase, lower than some of the headlines you see out of the urbans who are looking for 8%, 7% year over year. We've been very disciplined at the county since 2019, when the rug was pulled out from under rural municipalities. We've been very disciplined. 2025, we will begin to exceed the property tax revenue levels we were at in 2019. You can't see this, but it's in detail for what that previous slide showed. I will point out that we budget in the same format that you'll see results in our financial statements. We're one of few municipalities that do that. C.D. Howe Institute recommends the practice. We do it. So you can see from top to bottom what our financial results are going to look like. There should be no confusion at year end when financial statements come, what goes where. We don't play tricks on council with our numbers, fully transparent. Pressures, opportunities. So 2019, if I asked you what were we paying or what did we budget for police cost sharing, you'd say $0, Matt. And if I asked you what are we budgeting in 2025, you'd say, well, around $860,000, Matt. I'd say, you're right. In 2019, let me find my notes here. We had budgeted $0 for a discount for paying your taxes on time. So we had flipped the script back when we needed to provide our ratepayers with a little bit of relief. There was an 8% discount in 2020. And then since 2020, we've offered a 2.5% discount for paying your taxes by the June 15th deadline. So 2019, we budgeted $0. 2025, that comes at a cost of $850,000. From 2019 to 2025, our property tax revenue budget for 2019 was $33.15 million. In 2025, it will be $33.78 million. So property tax revenues, which largely cash flow the place from 2019 to 2025, we've seen increase by $635,000. Just in the police and the discount on taxes, we're over $1.7 million in pressure. So these are the pressures that administratively we look at. We don't get too excited year over year changes, but we do get excited when looking at the long view if there's outliers and pressures that we need to respond to. Also, over that time period, it used to be that the province would send us $3.2 million for MSI capital. We're now moving towards a reality where they send us $1.7 million for capital. And to put it into perspective, they expect you to invest on average about $8 million, your average amortization charge. So we do face pressures. They're real. When we look at the cost of equipment, where that has gone, graders, in 2015, we could buy a grader for $433,000. If you remember back to one of your first budget conversations with us, Terry was in here asking for 4 graders, and we sold you on 6. That was a real good deal. We should have sold you on 8 because we would have saved another couple $100,000. Those graders were $517. The most recent that we purchased in 2024 was $626,000. So we're up $192,000 for the price tag on a grader. That's a compound annual growth rate of about 4.2%. So graders are inflating at a pretty good clip. Minibus, previous minibus we bought in 2016 cost us $94,000. The one that just showed up recently, $163,000. So we're up $69,000 there. That's a compound annual growth rate of 7%. No-till drill for our rental program, 2018, we could get one for $77,000. The one we got this year, $125,000. So we're up $48,000 there. That's a compound annual growth rate of 8%. So really just trying to emphasize a 2.5% year over year property tax revenue increase does not translate into the dollars that we need to keep pace with the inflationary pressures that we're facing here. But the good news is the county has had a very disciplined savings program, and those restricted surplus funds are what balance out those shocks to our property tax system. All right, this slide here is comparing your 2019 budget with 2025. If I look at our revenue increase year over year over that time period, you're growing your property tax revenues at a compound annual growth rate of 0.32%. Sales of goods and services, we have kept some pace with those. You're looking at a compound annual growth rate there of 2.42%. Salaries, wages, and benefits, we like to be relatively disciplined there. You've been growing at about 3%. Highlight transfers to organizations. So over this time period, we've got intermunicipal collaboration framework agreements. You're up 13.5% there, $2.2 million, which is a net benefit to the region for the social programs, recreation, library, go down the list. Other expenditures, that is where you will find the cost of providing that discount for paying your taxes by June 15th. The $850,000 is included there, up 72%, call it. So overall, high level, your total revenues, we've grown, compound annual growth rate 1.3%, and we're outpacing that on the expense line, 3.3%. The impact of that for the long term is if we don't see growth, assessment growth come to the county, we do start to erode our savings accounts. which is not the pattern I would like to see. I would like to see those savings increase to keep pace with the inflationary pressures. So we're going to have some work to do in 2025 as we lead into the budget conversations there. Are we moving fast enough on our utility rates? Are there opportunities to control costs on the operating side? And are there things that we can do to prolong the life of our capital? One example, this year, I'll throw out to council, Stewart with the Bow City fire engine. It's the first engine we put through a pump test to see if we can squeeze another 5 years out of it, and it passed the test, and we're going to squeeze some additional years out of it. So administratively, we are in tune to these pressures, and we are trying to do what we can to take some of the edge off. And we're hopeful that as planet Earth comes to some reasonable territory, that inflation pressures will ease off. But it is a continual challenge to keep pace with the inflationary pressures to deliver the same level of services at the county. Reeve Dirksen.
Matt, do you want to take questions as you go, or you want us to save them till at a juncture a little later than like you want to do the overview?
I am happy to take questions as they come.
Hey, I have one just relating to on the income side. We know that there's been a deferred opportunity for new investment in oil and gas activity over the last 3 years, but that's supposed to be coming to hitting the assessment roll in 2025, right? So that's in this budget. That's already in there. And what is that? And you've probably outlined it, but what's that new number? What is the increase in that number relative to activity that happened in the last 3 years?
It's positive, and I'll say, just bear with me, because in a couple of slides, we'll disclose that exact number. Perfect. Excellent question, because that's what we're looking for, is growth. And council has been proactive, putting policy in place to attract growth, creating that framework. So think your non-residential tax incentive, think your incentive for paying your taxes on time, having a relatively streamlined planning and development department who can grease the wheels of developers and get them through the door and onto their projects. Yeah, we will answer that question. So restricted surplus, I am concerned about that pattern. We will be directing some attention to it in 2025. Your capital plan, you are largely asset managers, which can sound like a boring job sometimes when you're thinking about roads, which is over half of your budget, water, sewer lines. It's boring stuff, but when it doesn't work, people get really excited, especially on the sewer side of things. Looking at the 10-year view, I skip to the total column. We're looking at a $180 million price tag. You've got a series of paving overlays coming at you. There's not a lot of new baked into this 10-year capital plan. Pardon me. You've got a fire hall in Scandia, Bow City. We've punted out to 2027. We might just continually punt that out until we figure out what we really need to do there. We've got our rural water project, which we hope will wrap up in 2025. There isn't a ton of new items. We're taking care of the assets that are already on the books. So 10 years, $180 million. On average, you're looking at a capital spend of $18 million. And I will remind you, the province sends you $1.7 million in LGFF. So when we're at RMA and President McLaughlin is pounding the pulpit on inadequate capital support from the province, it's inadequate. And if the province is going to charge down a road of mature asset strategy, an assessment model review where they pull the rug out from under you on oil and gas assessment, it's an equation that does not work. So the province is going to need to figure out how they are going to settle this. But the path that they're going down, thinking you can give a haircut to oil and gas forever, it's not what's going to pay the bills. So either your service levels are going to have to change, or some money is going to have to come to the table to fund these services. Taxation, nobody likes it. Nobody likes paying taxes, but everybody likes driving on the roads, likes flushing their toilet, likes showing up at the rec facility, which is subsidized, likes showing up at the library, which is subsidized, likes hopping onto the minibus, which is subsidized, likes camping at Emerson Bridge Park Campground, which is subsidized. There are a number of nice-to-have services that if something doesn't change with the equation on the assessment side of things with the province, or the county doesn't attract new growth, whether it's residential, food processing, renewables, it's going to be a challenge to keep pace with the inflationary pressures here. If you look in your budget binder, I'm trying to remember what page. It's in the narrative. I'll find it here. I should have had a separate slide for it, but it's right as you lead into the budget by function, page 24. So we provide council and the public with the track record of where your property tax revenues have gone year over year. So 2020 budget, we had a 7% decrease in property tax revenues. That's page 24 for those of you who are still looking. 2021, we took a 0.46% haircut, and then we've slowly been increasing. So 22, 1.75% growth, 3.26% in 23, 2.26% in 24, and the target 2.49% in 2025. When we look at the budget, we have to look at the entire picture, not just year over year. And then back to, from 2019 to 2025, we're really looking at a compound annual growth rate of 0.32% on your property tax line. So I'm thrilled that we've got back to 2019 property taxation levels, but we've got a ways to go. And there's a number of things on council's wish list, right? So we've reviewed the paving plan several times this council term. As assessment shows up, you can move on some of those projects earlier. Otherwise, it, sometimes gets frustrating to have to keep pushing back, but that's part of being responsible fiscally for our ratepayers. Taxation, moving on. Answer to Reeve Dirkson's question here. So the tax holiday, administration is recommending that 2.5% property tax revenue increase. We're expecting, knock on wood, if the numbers don't change, that the assessment coming back home from holidays would allow for a 3.61% property tax revenue growth. It's about 1.3 million. Keep in mind, everything in that assessment pool changes year over year. So once we know what that looks like in February, we'll have a conversation about, all right, we recommended 2.5% increase for property tax revenues, but we've got room to grow that. Do we grow that, or do we get more competitive on our tax rates? But that's an April conversation for next year. Your assessment. So as the assessment dipped, we were disciplined. As it's coming back up, that's where you've got room to have grown your property tax revenues, and we've taken that. You have had growth in farmland and residential tax categories. Non-residential has come back a little bit as well, but we peaked in 2015 for that non-residential assessment. We're still not quite there. You need eagle eyes to read those numbers, but 2015 you were at 3.5 billion. 2024 we're at 2 billion. And I have got updated numbers. So when we were reviewing with council at budget planning, the province hadn't yet released the 2024 municipal tax rates, but this shows the green is the County of Newell, where you sit for your residential tax rate, and you are below average. For farmland, again, you're below average. And non-residential, you are below average of all municipal districts for 2024 across the province. So recap, we have flexibility in terms of our debt capacity. It's buttressed by what we've got set aside in our restricted surplus funds and the piggy bank. And you have some capacity to grow your property tax rates if you need to. I'd prefer that we don't, if we can manage that. If we could get our non-residential rate into the top 10, I think that would be pretty cool. But I don't want to be competitive on tax rates if it means sacrificing service levels. Reeve Dirksen.
Just a question about where we fit in our geography or in the surrounding area. I mean, that's a very specific question that I should have posed to you ahead of time, I suppose, but it would be an interesting thing to see. We don't have to see it now, but what we look like in southern Alberta, let's say, for all of the municipalities around us, rural municipalities around us. Yeah.
We'll get that to you by the end of the day. That's an easy one for us. In terms of who has the assessment and who's paying the tax bill, provide this slide for you to compare. Non-residential has been pulling the lion's share of the weight. And that is not to, minimize or discount the value of every property tax dollar that comes in. But non-residential are the ones who are subsidizing your trip to Emerson, the trip on the minibus, your utility rates in the hamlets, rural water program. We want a healthy non-residential assessment base to make it nice to live in the county of Newell. And I'm confident we can do that. I will get off my soapbox. Questions, comments?
Neil, go ahead, please.
Yeah, even though you sounded a little bit doom and gloom through most of that, I think we're in an amazing position as opposed to a lot of other counties. A nice goal would be to knock that little raise ears right out of the ballpark, but
CDC, yeah.
you're doing a good job, and I like what we saw there. And I'm not the least bit worried about the county of Newell in any financial way. I mean, we're Shangri-La again. It's a good place to work, good place to be on council, good place to live.
Greg, please.
I turn my mic on. Yeah, I just have a question, and it's more comment. And maybe if Matt could shed a little bit of light on this. It's great that our tax rates are below average. That's great. That's a benefit to the citizens of the county and the ratepayers. Now, one thing I do want to ask is our farmland municipal tax rate, because the assessment is a set assessment limit designated by the province. Is that correct? I'm just wondering if that rate should be, if we should keep that at the average rate across the board rather than being below average, because the assessment is based on an average assessment throughout the province. What are your thoughts on that?
Do you have room to move on the farmland rate? Yes. Are there arguments to do so? Yes. Are you obligated to move annually? No. Have you made a lot of progress? Yes. Yeah, and credit to our agricultural producers. They've gone from a rate at about 3.33 to 8.85 in my time here. So there are arguments for that. We were at, I believe, farmland assessment covering a third of the ag service budget. We're now to where farmland is covering 2/3 of the ag service budget. And it might not be fair to target farmland assessment with the entire ag service budget because there are a lot of hours in that budget which are related to hamlet services. So the mowing, things like that. So we could, if there is an interest on the part of council to make some movement on that, we could bring that back for you to consider as part of the final budget conversation and how what the target is to get to and what you want farmland assessment to be paying for.
I have a couple of questions and then we'll go to Neil. Two things. First, the question, could you just characterize the non-residential compared to the industrial that's broken out in the pie chart that you just, I think it's one of the last, yeah, there you go. In terms of the assessment.
Composition. Yeah, so industrial, commercial, small business, they are all part of the overarching non-residential category. Your small business folks, that is businesses under, I believe it's 50 employees across Canada, so they get a better tax rate than non-residential. It's set at 75% of the non-res. Industrial, think JBS is the first example that kind of comes to mind there. Outfits like that, maybe even Secure Energy out there east of the city. And then everything else falls into non-residential. So your linear, telecommunications, railway.
So ag value added would be industrial typically. Okay. Just to comment on the farmland, that's a small pie, but I don't have it with me today, but I think some of us have circulated a chart that shows the average gross and net farm incomes over the last 50 years in Alberta. And it's, the gross is a pretty high number, but the net is a pretty flat number. So I think that, you know, I just say that in defense of what we're doing with farmland. It is still, I expect the farmland assessment that generates, not the assessment, but the farmland that generates a lot of the industrial value added in the area. I mean, you can sort that out pretty quickly, but the fact of the matter is, yeah, gross revenue for farmers has been significantly growing, but most of it's going to service providers, not staying in the hand of the property owner typically. So, Neil, you had a question.
Yeah, I think it would be maybe an exercise to knock out the mowing for the hamlets and all that, see exactly what the ag service budget is. And I don't think it'd be asking too much for the farmers to pay just for the ag service board. If their taxes covered that'd be great, because there's tons of other services that we're all getting for free, basically.
Okay, thank you. Greg.
Yeah, just to your comment, Arno, is that an Alberta-wide, Canada-wide, Alberta-wide study that your comment was based on? Was it specific more to Southern Alberta, our area? What, you know,
no, it was general.
Just to put it in context.
And I can bring it to you and show it to you. And it doesn't come right to 2024 either, but the one that I had, I mean, that information's all out there, but no, it was general, I would say. It wasn't specific to this area. Lynette.
Could you just go over the percentage increase and the time frame that we have been increasing the farm part of the taxation, right? Because that has, you said it went from 1/3 covering the cost of ag services. Now we're at 2/3. What is the time frame that increase has been over?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot. Here we go. Would have started 2017 with the increase. All the percentages I'll have to get back to you on, but we were at 3.33 and now you're at 8.85. Yeah, since 2017. Yeah, over eight years. So it's been a meaningful increase. It's doubled.
This is not for now, but just a comment relative to that kind of thing. I think would be interesting to look at an overlay of net farm cash receipt, or net farm income over that period of time and where we're at today relative to that. I mean, I expect we were at a time when maybe net was a little better than it is now, but except for some sectors, the net is going to be, is narrowing quite significantly for crop farmers, I would say specifically. Greg, please.
Does the farm assessment rate, has that changed over the past 10 years? Since we've been working with the farm rate here on our mill rate, has the assessment rate changed?
No.
Okay, Neil?
Well, like Arno just said, to get a farm net income, there's a million different kinds of farms out there, and not all of them generate the same revenue. So it's really tough. Like, I mean, if you're in the right area of agriculture this year, we could take the tax rate up 200% and they wouldn't even notice it. But there's a lot of other people out there that, and I'm not suggesting that, it's just, that's a really, really tough one. But generally, I think ag is going through the best years well, in my time anyway, and my dad's time, any of our time, these are the best ag years we've ever felt, especially in the cattle industry.
Okay, thank you. Just a question before, I'm going to take Dan, but how are we're past our appointment with CIBC. Should we go to that? Dan, are you okay? Can you hold the question till we come out of our, okay, I'll take it. Go ahead.
It's just more of a comment. If we're going to be looking at farmland tax and basing it on their net income, then are we going to do that for residential and commercial as well? I don't think so. So.
Those are different factors, though. You're not comparing apples to apples. Yeah, it is. Where you live is not the business that you usually pay for your domicile from. So, I mean, those are reasonable considerations, but they're not comparable, is what I would say. In this case, because we all there's a residential tax assessment for everyone, right? We all, yeah, farmland, bare farmland looks quite different than a farmland with the farmyard, for example. So, are we live?
James and Charat.
Okay, I think we're going to go to welcome to James and Charat from CIBC. We're running a little late this morning. I'm sorry about that, but can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Welcome to our meeting. Should we have a quick set of introductions, or do you just want to present to us? I think we're good to...
However you'd like to do it. We've got a presentation that we can share, and I can do a brief intro if you'd like.
Sure, if you do that, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. So first off, good morning, Reeve Council. Thank you for having us here today. My name's James Hobson. I'm joined with my colleague Charat Chahal. For those of you who don't know us, we represent the Hobson Chahal Advisory Group at CIBC Wood-Gundy. We manage accounts for 85 municipalities, and we're here this morning to present you with an economic update. We hope you find this information useful and it can help kind of guide your decisions moving forward. So I'll just jump right into it here. I'll spend the most time on this slide here. So I'll start by saying, and it kind of echoes some comments that we just heard in the room, we're generally more positive about the economic outlook, both nationally and for Alberta, as interest rates continue to come down. We see a lot of opportunity for growth to accelerate as interest rates move lower. Now, the only question is not will the Bank of Canada continue cutting interest rates, but how low do rates need to go in order to unlock our true growth potential. So the graph here just kind of shows you the story the world we've been living in for the past number of years. The red line shows you headline inflation, and the gray line is the policy rate set by the Bank of Canada. And I'll start by saying that there's a concept called the neutral rate, and that's a rate of interest that the Bank of Canada could set that's neither stimulative or detracts from growth. We estimate that rate's around 2.75%. The Bank of Canada is already cut by more than 1%, And the argument here is that by the second half of 2025, we can see that overnight rate moving as low as 2.25% from a peak of 5% not long ago. So a dramatic move lower in interest rates. We're going to peel back the reasons why that needs to happen and why it's happening. But the key question now for us, in the world of finance is how far can the Bank of Canada diverge from the US Federal Reserve? Because the US economy has been doing fairly well. The Fed is not cutting rates as dramatically. So all that said is that the forecast would be for the Canadian dollar to weaken and actually cause some domestic inflation. Now, our economics team would argue that we can afford and we need that inflation coming through the currency just to get us back to that 2% target. So in terms of where we see the currency going, a few cents weaker than it is today. Now, on the next slide, just kind of give you an update on interest rates. This will impact the borrowing costs that the county pays and also the investment returns that we can kind of add to that bottom line revenue number. So the long-term interest rates, which sort of most important in our world, we've seen them peak. So the forecast that we kind of had on the investment side has largely come to fruition. Now, the nice thing is on the investment revenue standpoint, we did take advantage of this in the county's investment portfolio. So to the extent we could, we locked in yields as high as we could for as long as we can. To the extent we can based on the county's liquidity needs. So we're very close contact with administration, making sure that the cash versus investments is well optimized. The biggest risk right now is that interest rates continue to fall. And then if you're holding too much cash, your investment revenue on that cash gets cut, in half or more. So it's a really fine balance, but I think again, echoing a comment that I heard this morning, that the County of Newell is in fantastic, in terms of the investment portfolio, just our world, it's in great shape. You're in a very enviable position. Now, on the next slide, now, the first thing we look at when we're trying to kind of assess the health of the economy is consumer spending. It generally makes up the bulk of economic growth. And so if we kind of take a look at how consumers are feeling, on the left there, it shows you the percent change in real spending versus 2022. And if you compare that to previous recessions, the per capita spending, the percentage change in spending is actually very strong. So it looks positive on the left, but the problem is if we adjust it per capita, which is on the right there, consumers are feeling the pinch similar to previous recessions. So while we're not calling for an outright recession, it can still feel like a recession to your tax base in a similar way to sort of the financial crisis in terms of the actual change in how people are spending. So the outlook for the province is still strong, but the challenge is we've let in a ton of people into the country and they haven't yet been matched with jobs. And so on that note, we'll jump to the next slide. We've seen a relatively significant increase in the unemployment rate. As I mentioned, population growth has not been absorbed by the labor market. So this graph just kind of shows you that we're not at recessionary levels yet. This shows you the employment rate versus previous slowdowns. The black shows you kind of how the unemployment rate's been climbing over the last number of quarters. And I'll anchor you to that dotted gray line at the top. That's the Great Recession of 2008, 2009. So we're not at recession levels yet when it comes to unemployment, but unemployment's trending in the wrong direction. So all that does is add emphasis to why the Bank of Canada needs to cut interest rates and why they need to actually act quite aggressively to kind of bring that unemployment rate down. And I don't want to beat this too much, but people might argue that that rise in unemployment rate is only due to people that just got to Canada. But if you break it down in terms of the actual unemployment rate, the biggest hit has been to domestic born and immigrants who have been here more than 5 years. So it's not just new people into Canada. It's actually the people that have been here for a long time. They're seeing the unemployment rate rise. So it's kind of a problem across the board. And for that reason, the Bank of Canada needs to act decisively here. I'll touch base on inflation real quick. We did see, we've kind of presented to you guys annually now, and the forecast has largely come to fruition. We saw some dramatic inflation rates over the last few years, that were supposed to be transitory, but turned out not to be so transitory. Inflation now is actually below the Bank of Canada's 2% target. So if we strip out mortgage interest costs, inflation is only around 1% on the core basis. So Inflation has come back down to a level where the Bank of Canada has sort of room to maneuver, and it's a much more healthy outlook going forward for Alberta. So our forecast for inflation in Alberta is 1.9% for the next 2 years. So that's kind of where we would see prices rising over the next couple of years. Now, I'll caveat that by just reminding everyone that inflation is just a rate of change. So just because prices are going up slower doesn't mean prices aren't going up. Prices are still going up. So the bill has already kind of been incurred during those dramatic inflationary years that we saw. And I'll finish my portion here just with kind of diving deeper into the two factors of inflation that have been kind of sticky. The first one is mortgage interest costs. I kind of mentioned that if you strip out mortgage interest costs, inflation is very, very low, close to 1%. So this is kind of a self-inflicted wound that the Bank of Canada has put on Canadians, in that all of our mortgages have been renewing at much higher interest rates, and Chart will kind of walk you through that. But the good news on the inflation side is that the shelter portion is a big portion of inflation, and we are expecting those mortgage interest costs to fall to basically 1% year-over-year change, which is a really good story if you have mortgages. And then lastly, a lot of that, inflation story that we saw was due to supply chain bottlenecks, disruptions in global trade and shipping. So the concern might kind of come out that, okay, what happens if we see another shock to the system? Are we going to see those inflation rates run up, back up into the 6, 7, 8% range? Now, the good thing now is that the retail sector has gone from understocked to overstocked, which basically just provides room to kind of absorb any inflationary shocks. The shipping bottlenecks that caused the issues during COVID, there's a lot of steps that have been taken to kind of shore up the supply chain. And all that to say is that we're less sensitive to shocks that might cause rampant inflation. So again, all that to say, we're quite positive in terms of GDP forecasts for both Alberta and nationally. And I'll turn it to Chart to kind of walk you through the rest of the data here.
Awesome. Thanks, James. So I want to start today by touching on a couple key themes that are obviously a little bit concerning for the market as a whole, and then start to peel back what that specific forecast for us here in Alberta looks like and why the outlook for us in Alberta is actually quite optimistic moving forward. The first thing I want to look at from a national perspective that we kind of see, and we've seen this, the word thrown around of the national housing affordability crisis. Now, this slide is a very good one to kind of show you that. It's basically the picture snapshot of what the housing affordability crisis actually looks like. So what you're looking at there is the actual estimated household formations, the new households entering within Canada year over year. And we plotted against the new amount of housing supply, so new housing stock coming into the market. Now, all that essentially to say that right now, the way you can read this chart is we have 600,000 homes underbuilt in Canada, or 3 years worth of supply underbuilt in Canada. This is essentially the housing affordability crisis issue that the feds and provinces have to solve, because you either have to reduce the amount of households looking for people, or the amount of households looking for homes, or increase the amount of homes. So we have seen some some of these start to get resolved. The first piece of that coin would be the amount of people looking for houses. We're going to start to curb that. We saw a change in the immigration policy. So population growth is going to slow. How much remains uncertain, but the forecast is for non-permanent resident portion to stabilize and decrease quite materially into the future. So that's an easy side of the coin for future demand, but it doesn't solve for that part of the equation that is increasing that bottom end of the gap of new household supply. So the other pieces that we have seen from a household supply perspective in Canada is we saw in our province, the launch of the new website, it was last week, I believe, where they're essentially trying to effectively reduce the administrative red tape in getting houses completed, in the sense that you want to reduce the construction lead time between permit development to building to try and get as much housing supply into the market. The second one is we've seen financials incentives for builders to build multifamily, where you can amortize mortgages significantly longer if you're a builder, because the reason the government's trying to incentivize everybody, and it's probably happening in the county as well, anecdotally across the province, we've seen large amounts of developers sitting on swaths of land reluctant to start building, because as interest rates remain high, they're going, why should we incur these costs? We'll just wait for rates to come down. So rather than waiting for rates to come down, they're starting to get these incentives, these ancillary incentives to start building as well. So overall, the story is shaping up for this to start to have a resolution, but it's going to take time, right? Because we can't just want to build a bunch of homes today and then they show up tomorrow. There's quite a long construction lag between those two pieces. And then also specifically within Alberta, the immigration side of this piece is a great piece, but migration in Alberta is kind of an offset to this slide that you're showing, where people in BC and Ontario have realized that the secret is out. Alberta is a great place to live, as we heard before we jumped on here, and they're all coming here. They're unlocking significant equity in their homes, and whether it's retiring here or moving here to start a job or start a career, it's a great place to be in terms of housing affordability and our trajectory moving forward. So our net migration makes it a great place for if you own a home, if you're a new entrant into the market, not necessarily the best from a housing affordability standpoint. Now that's from a supply and a macro level. The other kind of thing that we want to look at, and this is data the Bank of Canada knows, so it's no shock to them, is what does this high interest rate environment actually mean? We always hear about, okay, interest rates are high, it's going to impact the average consumer, but how much is it going to actually impact the consumer from a mortgage perspective? Like, what's that monthly mortgage payment going to look like? So on the right-hand side of that chart there, you can look at what is the percentage increase in the average 2026 5-year mortgage based on a different sensitivity in interest rate cuts. What I can tell you is, based on the last interest rate cut that we got from Bank of Canada, we're currently in that third column. So a 50 basis point cut we actually did receive. So if they don't cut interest rates between now and 2026, that's a 15% increase to the consumer's monthly mortgage payment. If the forecast that you're going to see from us a little bit later on here in the CFC Economics is accurate, and we get a full 1 percentage point cut from the current rates, it's still going to be a 10% increase to the average consumer's monthly mortgage payment. So whether we like it or not, that impact is going to be felt. So yes, our monthly mortgage payments are going to go a lot higher, but it's a double-edged sword here. It cuts you twice, because not only are you renewing into a higher rate, if we look at what happened on the left-hand side there in terms of wages, how's our income fared compared to where the interest rates are going to go? And you can kind of see, adjusted for inflation, our incomes on average have only gone up shy of 5%, versus even if we get an aggressive rate forecast, it's a 10% increase to monthly mortgage payments. So another kind of bullet in the chamber, so to speak, where you kind of see where the Bank of Canada's run out of excuses. You saw James talk about mortgage interest costs as the only piece left in inflation that they're concerned about. Another argument to say that we have to start cutting interest rates and we've run out of excuses. So all of that's kind of lining up to show you that this trend of a decline in interest rates is not going anywhere anytime soon, and it's going to trend in a materially lower, in our view, well into 2026. And I'll get to that a little bit later. From the employment perspective, so that was the housing market. I'm going to pivot a little bit, talk about employment, and then right into Alberta. Employment as a national average, we compare it against our peers. How have we done pre-pandemic, post-pandemic? We plot Canada, US, England, and Europe, and we see how have we done. Canada's unemployment has kind of lagged all of our peers. We haven't been performing as good as all of our peers. The US economy has been a very strong economy. It's been a very resilient economy. So that's kind of an outlier on that standpoint, but we're kind of faring not so good as our peers. Now, this is where I start to peel back the first layer for us here in Alberta. Obviously, when you have a significant amount of geopolitical risk in the market, that's a good thing for commodities. But the downside for commodities for us is the lower growth forecast going forward. So outside of commodities, specifically for us in Alberta, we need to start looking at what are some of the other factors that are going to help us position really well looking into the future. How can we shape up and be good for the economy, whether we're boom or bust, if oil is high or nat gas is high? The first piece is actually unemployment. So this is the national average for Canada. What I can tell you in Alberta is that the labor force in Canada and in Alberta is a very high qualified labor force. So what that means is, as the Bank of Canada starts to cut interest rates and get back to a growth trajectory and all these companies start hiring again, the qualified labor pool in Alberta is very, very high. So what that means is our output on the back end means that we have a significant amount of room to grow and lead all of our peers when it comes to a growth forecast. So if you're looking at a growth forecast for us in Alberta, that kind of leads to the first story there. On the left-hand side of the chart, you're looking at the GDP forecast in 2025. The national average for growth in Canada into 2025 is going to be 1.8 versus Alberta's 2.5. And then national average in the following year, 2.7 against 3.1 for Alberta. I very much like this now because it's less commodities driven. We're less reliant on commodities. There's a multitude of factors outside of commodities that is setting up Alberta to be a very good place to be going forward. Qualified construction labor pool. From a housing affordability standpoint, yes, our prices are going higher relative to where we are, but from the industry coming in, a lot of people are coming to Alberta, sets us up very well. We have that actual qualified labor pool, to give you guys a sense, is it's a lot of master's degrees, postgraduate degrees, all of those, that type of qualified labor looking for jobs right now. So it's a really good place to be. And then on the other side of there, even with commodities doing good and even with Alberta doing good, our inflation numbers are going to be, if not within line with the Bank of Canada's target or just slightly above the Bank of Canada's target, but very healthy inflation target. So Alberta has room to run above the national average from a GDP growth perspective, and it's not going to be impacted from inflation. So very good news story for us relative to all of our peers. And for the first time in a long time, optimism not dependent on commodities here in Alberta. Now, that national affordability crisis, what does that look like in Alberta? And I talked a little bit about migration. This is the data to back up that migration. Alberta's housing stock per capita, the lowest in the country. That's not a shock to anybody. I think the last data I saw was 66,000 people per quarter net migration to Alberta, which is crazy. But at the end of the day, you can see that means from a supply perspective, it shouldn't shock anybody that we're seeing significantly less supply than all of our peers. Again, the Alberta government coming out, trying to reduce the effective red tape to get that construction lag down and get new housing supply into the market is a good thing, but that's not going to be solved anytime soon. It's going to take some time. Now, the other piece I want to peel back for Alberta is that slide at the start that James had, where we kind of touched base on, yes, although national consumer spending has been really good, per capita on a household basis still felt like a recession. Whether we get one or not, it still felt like one. We started saving some more. That anecdote is the most stressed for Alberta. We've been hit the hardest by high rates. So we've actually, from a consumer spending standpoint and retail sales per capita standpoint, seen the biggest drawback. Why is that? How does that affect us going forward? So obviously, up until this point, we have been hit the hardest and our economy's not done the best relative to our peers. But then when we start forecasting that and looking at that going forward, that in economic terms, that means we have a greater amount of capacity to outperform all of our peers. So again, another kind of trifecta here where commodities are sustainable. We have meaningful unemployment starting to qualified unemployment comes from back when interest rates start to get cut. And then the last piece is a greater economic potential from on a forward-looking basis from a sales per capita perspective. So Alberta's kind of, again, another layer to show you that the optimism is there within with our province. Now, the interest rate forecast, we say we're going to get aggressive with interest rate cuts. What does that actually mean? That's the top line there. As of right now, the Bank of Canada sits at 3.75%, where their Bank of Canada overnight target rate is. The forecast is for another, if you believe yesterday's inflation data that came out, they said that it's not going to be a 50 basis point cut. It'll be like a quarter point cut. Whether do a quarter point cut or a 50 basis point cut between now and December, that's not our concern. The more important metric to look at, that's noise, that's volatility in our universe. The more important piece to look at is that March of 2025 column, 2.75. Why 2.75 is a really important number. That's going back to, again, what James said, that's the neutral rate in Bank of Canada forecast right now. So the rate where you're neither trying to stimulate the economy nor trying to restrict the economy from a fiscal standpoint. So in order to get to growth, we know that we need to be below that number to start stimulating the economy again. So when we do start cutting interest rates, we need to get below that number. The forecast is to go all the way down to 2.25, but more importantly, stay at 2.25 well into 2026 until we get these mortgages fully reset into the new low interest rate environment, because otherwise all you're doing is, again, going to create more volatility. That is a lot of data in a short amount of time, but kind of summarizing it for you guys, and also want to leave enough time for questions as well. What does this all mean? From an inflationary standpoint, Yes, inflation has eased and it's going to continue to do so. The Bank of Canada's high rate environment has worked, but we always do remind everybody that the cost of past inflationary pressures has already been incurred. It's probably going to need to be offset. So you just raise that rate of change on your prices are rising. They're just rising at a slower rate. There's significant room for growth before inflation becomes a concern again. Leading into COVID and out of COVID, it was just-in-time inventory to just-in-case inventory, where it was impossible to get a couch or anything at that point in time. But now people have actually started to stock up inventory again. So what that means from an inflationary standpoint is even if people start to buy again, it's not going to create a supply side inflation because there's the stock there to offset that demand. From an interest rate standpoint in Canada, there is a need to accelerate the growth. So interest rates are going to need to fall below that neutral rate, which right now is at about 2.75, unlike our peers in the States. So that's why we're going to have to cut aggressively. The U.S. is going to cut rates. There's going to be a delay between when they cut rates and when we cut rates, which will start putting pressure on our currency, which we already see in today's environment. And then rates are going to stay low through 2026 due to mortgage renewal considerations. And then the last and most important piece, and my happiest piece of this presentation, is Alberta. Our province is going to lead the growth potential due to a diversity of factors, not just commodities. So I don't want to say a diversified economy from a industry perspective, but a diversified economy from a capacity perspective moving forward. With that, I want to leave enough time for questions for you guys as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there questions from council or staff? Holly, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Even though we've seen the Bank of Canada cut rates, the loan rates aren't really following that, I believe, because of the bond market and the U.S. So what do you see for that?
Great question, Councillor. I think you hit the nail on the head. So while that overnight rate will come down, to your point, the lending rates have been kind of sticky in terms of the 10-year bond rate, which would impact those lending rates. Sitting sort of it did dip below 3%, but now we're back up to 3.40. So that's that bottom line there is the 10-year government bond. You can see there that the 10-year rate doesn't actually move that much. So I think that's due to inflation expectations that the bond market kind of sets, and also a liquidity premium. So without getting too technical, you're absolutely right. That overnight rate will come down, which is good for the economy. But in terms of actual loan relief for consumers, the rates are still higher than they were pre-pandemic or, during the pandemic for sure.
And just to add to what James is saying, yes, the 10-year government bond rate is forward-looking, but what that market is, what you're looking on your screen right now, that is not pricing in the aggressive rate forecast that you have at the top right now. That's pricing in kind of a 3.25%, 3% bottom. So if we do get an accurate forecast of 2.25%, we will see a slightly decline in that 10-year number, but again, a little bit of stability from loans.
Thank you. Greg Screever, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for your presentation. My question is in respect to inflation on basic needs, and I noticed that the graphs were inflationary increases on the entire spectrum. Inflation on basic needs has gone up much higher than inflation, the Canada rate inflation. What is the difference between the basic needs inflation that everybody is facing? I do believe that commodities such as retail sales and things are low because more money is being spent on the basic necessities of life, such as utilities, food, rent and home, and fuel. What's the difference there with those inflation type of numbers?
Great point. So our economics team would kind of show a graph showing about 9 different ways of dissecting inflation. So there's the core PCE deflator. There's a million ways of looking at it. But the key one the Bank of Canada looks at is the core inflation number that, to your point, strips out volatile components like energy, like food. So that headline CPI number that you'll see in the news does include those kind of everyday items that people need. In terms of those everyday items, if we look at kind of historical periods of kind of a similar nature, we typically don't see prices come back down. So your price of eggs and groceries and all those things has gone up. Typically what happens is you'll see a period of stable prices before you see more further price increases, because at the end of the day, there's only so much people are willing to, can afford to spend on their food. So there is a ceiling there, which basically I think at this point we should see, knock on wood, some more stability in those kind of core essential needs that people have. I hope that answers your question. I don't know if Chart, you want to add anything?
Just wanted to add just quick for council that anecdotally, we're already seeing that in the data where that slide where James had say the per capita spending on a national average is start to pare back. That is reflecting exactly what you're saying, because the basic necessities, you're absolutely correct. Basic necessities, inflation is higher than the core inflation numbers. You're absolutely correct. But that's why we've seen the offset where the average consumer has started to pull back to have to afford these bills. So it's kind of already built into our forecast with that data backing it up there. And the last piece, obviously, basic necessities are going to, from an impact perspective, materially more impactful for lower income holders than the higher side. But again, already built into the data where we can see it already from a consumer perspective, they're already pulling that spending back because they need to offset the basic spending needs.
Thank you. What have you got an assessment of the impact of the carbon tax, for example, and I realize the trajectory there is probably uncertain past a year from now, but or maybe even less than that. But what's the impact of that factor? Because there's a direct connection, but there's also a burden on everything you buy every day because of freight and all kinds of things like that. So can you make a comment on that, please?
My comment, and I'll preface it with my comment is biased because I'm very pro energy, but at the same time, my comment would be there's still a significant amount of unknown from like the carbon tax perspective. We have a lot of policies going out there that are going to change from how businesses are going to react to that, and I mean more so from like the larger producers, where it's going to be, do we care, quote unquote, about ESG or do we not, or where do we shift that focus? We haven't seen a large change from a sentiment yet. From a forecast perspective, I have less comment there, but what I can tell you from a trend perspective is from a capital expenditures for these larger companies, what we're going to see to offset that carbon tax is going to be in these ancillary energy sectors that are going to benefit hydrogen and LNG. That's where we'll see the biggest forecast perspective from that perspective. But when we're talking about what the impact of the carbon tax is going to be, obviously you do a carbon tax, the carbon industry is going to suffer. But I don't know enough of the specifics to say it's going to be forecasted. But James, you want to add to that as well?
I think you covered it, Chart, unless there's further questions on that topic.
One more question relative to and maybe you've covered some of it, but our situation in Canada relative to what looks like is going to be a significant shift in economic strategy south of the border. Where are we at with that? I realize, again, that's we don't know where all that's going yet exactly, but I think there's a trend too. Can you just comment on that?
Yeah, great point there, Councillor. So I think Jerome Powell from the U.S. Federal Reserve said it best. We don't know what the policies are going to be, and until we know what the policies are going to be, we can't forecast the economic impacts of those policies. I think what you're going to see, though, in just sort of in broad strokes, positive for the energy industry, negative for renewables. It would be obviously negative for if you're non-American. So the biggest threat that Trump has kind of come out with is this sort of trade war, right? That slapped 60% tariffs on China, and then they'll stop sending us, goods. But the problem with that is you enter into a currency war, and it's not, intentional. It's not as effective as you might think in terms of changing the trade dynamics. But I think it's going to be a bit more of a volatile world. But I mean, like I said at the start, we don't know what the actual policies that he can enact are going to be. So until that, we don't know what the repercussions are going to be. But, the whole US politics is, every branch of government has now switched Republican. So, they can basically push through legislation quite easily versus what they were able to do in the past. Char, do you want to add to that?
No, you covered it. Covered.
I think, I mean, your comment about volatility is certainly the one thing that we can all expect for at least a period of time, which however long that's going to be. But any advice on hedging against that somehow? I mean, volatility can go for you or against you. I realize that that's a hard question to answer, but any
That's a great question, Councillor. What I would say is when we look at volatility, rather than trying to hedge against volatility, I would say from a market hedge perspective, it's hard to hedge against some unknowns. We don't know what's going to come. But from a personal perspective, what we can tell you is just increased volatility is now the new norm. Like we've seen it for quite a number of years now. The difference between Trump entering now versus Trump entering before, we have a litmus test of what we can look at from a policy perspective and how the market reacts. So what we can see is when there is volatility, it's short-term volatility, and then the market kind of normalizes again. So there's costs to hedge against volatility. But if we know that there's going to be a normalization in our universe, it doesn't make sense to incur that hedge if we don't need to, if we know there's going to be a normalization.
The last thing I'll just add, Chart, on that topic. So Canada is very reliant on global trade. So anything that reduces global trade is generally negative for Canada. So that's just one of those considerations to move forward. Also, digital assets. Trump is very big on deregulating digital assets. So I'm sure you've seen in the news, Bitcoin's almost at 100,000. That's all happened in a very short period of time. So yeah, trends like that, I think you'll see kind of continue.
Yeah, thank you. Those are good. Or thank you for those comments. I mean, if anything, there may be a situation, and again, this is speculative to some extent, but there does seem to be a more consistent pattern about the strategy that looks like it's coming forward. And while there may be a challenge from a currency perspective, the trade aspect could still be good for us, I guess. So anyway, yeah. Anybody have any? No? I think you've satisfied everyone's curiosity here this morning on this subject, and thank you both for coming on and appreciate your perspective. And when you hear something we need to know, let us know. I'm sure you talk to our people regularly, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having us.
Okay, bye now. I'm going to suggest we take 5 and come back at 10 to 11.
Yeah, we'll invite Ag Services to the hot seat. We've got our manager, Will Scott, here
Right.
to run you through Ag Services.
Welcome, Will.
And I will advertise now, you know, we've been leaning into the CDC South file pretty hard, and we think one of the opportunities to shave costs over there is to maybe pick up some grounds maintenance and building maintenance with our ag service crew. We have not baked any additional capacity into the budget for that. That'll be a next year conversation if it makes sense to send some support staff over there to cut grass and change pipe. What that looks like will largely be determined by what the responses to our call for expressions of interest looks like. So leave Will alone when it comes to CDC South for now.
Thank you. Welcome, Will. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm not too much in the know on CDC South yet. Good morning, everyone. Councillor Dorkson, council, and fellow staff. As you can see, I'm doing Todd's report today, so he so kindly wrote it out for me, so I will read it as is. So, an exciting year is nearly behind us. We are still busy with projects, but now the Christmas season and a short reprieve is coming soon. So into the rentals for the year. Seed drills, no-till drills, we had 47 renters for 2,553 acres. Conventional drill, 11 renters for 1,730 acres. Brilliant seeder, 5 renters for 113 acres. The livestock equipment, scale rental, we had 5 people use the scale, 5 the loading shooting panels, and 6 used the calf table this year. So I think that's a little better than what we did last year. Sprayer rentals, boomless, 5 renters. The insecticide sprayer, only 1. Weed wipe, 3 renters. And the 3-point hitch sprayer, 2 renters. And then as for traps, we had, for the skunk traps, we had 6 renters for 116 days, and we sold 1 trap. Magpie traps, we had 2 renters for a total of 30 days, and 1 was also purchased. Phostoxin, we sold 6 flasks to 1 producer, and the barbecue, there was 28 rentals for the season. Okay, Emerson Bridge. With the additional underground system at Emerson, it did take a little bit longer than normal to ensure we were ready for winter this season. Some small cleanup jobs and continuous improvement on the sites kept us out there till mid-October. There is a fair amount of foot traffic in the winter at Emerson, so we redid the gate at the front entrance to make safer access instead of the users having to walk through the ditch on the side of the gate. So a local welder did make the gate for us, and actually it looks pretty good. It needed an upgrade there. That gate had some years on it. So roadside programming went well this season. With the late rains, we were able to complete the season on green grass, which helps to cut down costs as we weren't following the mowers with a water truck. We did spray our barrier product in hopes to stave off downy brome and kochia problems, but it's quite an expensive project, and we will need some heavy scrutiny to ensure it is an acceptable cost. Early reports are that we are going to have a busy season for the CCIP program. We have had some calls for coyotes in feedlots and in people's yards. Seed plants have been inspected and all received a passing grade. Each fall they are inspected to ensure the equipment is operating properly, they are cleaned regularly, and have systems in place to reduce the risk of spreading weeds and pests from one seed lot to another. We are very excited to welcome a new environmental services supervisor to our program. Although the name cannot be shared quite yet, we look forward to working with this new teammate. There's a lot of learning in any new job, but one of the monumental tasks ahead is to help with the 25 producers to complete their environmental farm plans yet. So provincial ASB conference is going to be hosted in Edmonton this season. The ASB conference is an important learning opportunity as well as a chance to move resolutions from municipality to other forms of government. When we receive the agenda and registration, we will reach out to confirm attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Are there any questions? Holly, go ahead, please.
Hi, Will. Is the coyote pelt price up? Because that's been a big driver of how many are trapped.
Oh, I don't know that I can answer you on that one. I haven't heard too much on prices being up this season, so I don't think they've moved too much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Kelly, go ahead, please.
Just wondering, Will, a bit of information at the end of your report. When is the ASB conference? Just so I can make note of it.
The conference is January the 20th to the 22nd, I do believe.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion that we accept the Ag Service Board report. Dan?
Yeah, I'd so move.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to go into carry on into the Ag Service budget? Is that where you want to?
Yeah, you good for budget, or do you want us to tag team?
It doesn't matter to me, whatever we want to do here.
Yeah, take her away, Will.
Take her away? Okay. So which one do you want to look at first? We have two requests for clarifications for council today. Let's look at the raw water irrigation for county facilities. So I'm hoping everybody had a look at this and I don't have to read it out to you. It's getting a little dry.
It's gonna freeze.
So if you have reviewed this and have any questions, I will do my best to answer them for you.
Thanks, Will. Are there any questions with regard to this? Holly, go ahead, please.
So did we find out why the billing from the city of Brooks went up so dramatically?
Not yet, we haven't. No, I think there's still, I think one of the last lines Todd's got here is they still need to meet with the city to determine the billing increase. It's still unknown.
So really, until we have that, probably no action to be taken, right? We'll just wait for clarification, correct?
Okay, good for me.
I think we're good with that. If unless there's a question specific, Matt, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and I think Todd's intent was to highlight the issue with council. I know that new meters have been installed to see if the issue is the meter or if it was, I'm trying to remember, Ellen and Kelly would have been around when we instituted water meters, and with some of the programming, the decimal wasn't put in the right spot. I believe that was one of the knee-jerk responses from the city when we reached out about the bill going up by a crazy factor.
Tenfold, so
Yeah.
1 decimal point, yes.
Same as putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So if they've been underbilling us for years on potable water, which we've used to irrigate this beautiful yard, there is a business case to be made for stringing in some raw water lines.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that'll be ahead of us, that more information and possibly a decision, eh? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. And the other request for clarification that we have is for council had asked us to look into some attractions for Emerson Bridge Park. We looked into a pump track, which I had never heard of before that, and a splash park. So we did get some information put together for you folks on that, and I will try to answer your questions as best I can.
Thanks, Will. I'm with you. Had it not been for the pictures, I would not have been able to conceptualize exactly what we were looking at there. So are there any questions or comments with regard to that? I guess, first of all, clarification. I guess that depending on the direction of council, we'll either ramp up or else drop
I
consideration.
believe,
of those
yes, we're
initiatives.
looking for some direction from council on this.
Matt and then Adina, please.
Yeah, just for a summary, I believe the pump track was looking to be in the price range of $160,000, and a splash pad is around $340,000. For council's information, these numbers were in the 2025 budget. I've pushed them into 2026 because I'm going to need Todd and his crew for whatever CDC South throws at us. So if you'd like administration to continue exploring these amenities, potential amenities at Emerson Bridge Park, we'd look at tightening that up in 2025, but we would not look at doing anything before 2026.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Matt. Adina, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a couple of comments, because you know I love Emerson Bridge. One of the drawbacks is that they don't have a beach or water, so I feel like a splash park would probably draw a lot of attention. The other thing, though, with the pump track, more of a safety issue. I feel like if there was a pump track there for those kids and their bikes, there'd be less bikes up and down the roads with those little kids. So, you know, and they're, from what I've seen with different pump tracks, they seem to be fairly movable and easy to put together. So I can see where that would be a real asset to the campground.
Okay, thank you. Adina, Neil?
Is there any room to, like, these are both good projects, they'd be fun, but for a 50-site campground, that's one heck of a pile of money. So is there any expansion plans for Emerson to get a few more people out there before we spring for attractions like this?
We do have some room out at the park yet. We haven't talked about expansion plans for a while. We just did the full service site expansion. And so we're just, there is room, but we haven't had that discussion yet.
Is there actually demand for it? Like, how many days were we full to capacity?
I would say the demand is not quite there yet. And I'm not sure, it might be a catch-22. If we have the attractions, it might create demand. But then, as Todd had mentioned in here, some of our other facilities may be a little overwhelmed and, you know, create other problems.
Right.
It was a good point, though, on the pump track with the kids on the roads, because that, not everybody wants to drive 15K. There's lots of dust flying, so you can't always see if you're following somebody. So that's something we hadn't thought about, yes.
Thank you. Amanda, please, and then.
Will, do we track how many kids are at the park in any given season?
We try to keep track of how many people are on a site, but as for ages, no.
Okay, thank you. Adina? Another.
So my experience is that long weekends especially are really popular out there. As far as the full service lots, can you tell us how booked they were? Because I felt like they were pretty popular too.
The full service lots, we have our seasonal bookings program. I think there's 5 sites that we allow for full season bookings, and then the other ones we have been having quite a few people come in for monthly bookings. They like them full service sites, so that doesn't leave a lot for the day-to-day use. So yes, they've been fairly busy. That's yes.
Okay, thank you. Lynette and then Kelly, please.
Looking at the pump track, that looks like a lot of very constructed things. My thinking is a little bit more of a redneck type pump track, which would just consist of some piles of dirt that kids would enjoy just as much as this. And it would be almost no maintenance once you've made some piles. And also further to the water park, that seems like so many more things that would have to be done to have water running, like filters, and like, it just seems like a lot. I know I wasn't a real big proponent to the full service lots, but that almost seems like that would make more sense to put money into something like that. But there's my opinion on it.
Thanks, Lynette. Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I think I was one that asked for information on that, so I appreciate it very much. I too see it down the road. Calling it a redneck park, maybe I wouldn't go quite that far, but I think we're quite upscale in a country fashion. I like punting it down the road and maybe planning into the future. Just keep it in the thoughts, but I don't think we're there yet for usership. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. And unless someone has clear direction that we move forward with this, or I've got a call. Holly, go ahead.
Well, I just was thinking about, I think we put about $500,000 to develop these sites and the improved Wi-Fi, if I recall right from previous numbers. So these amenities, things look at, we have a nature park out there. I think we'll really go out there, a lot of them from I've heard, because it is less people. It is beautiful trees. It is more back to nature than the other ones are. And we have a cognizant of that serves a certain group of ratepayers as well, and do we want to develop this into something more, or just leave it as more the natural surroundings it is? So I've been punting it forward. I'm really more for leaving it more of a natural setting, and instead of developing it. We need a balance, and the other ones are certainly more developed.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I'm not hearing a push to move this forward as quickly as possible, so I'm going to suggest that in view of that we just kind of let it settle and put our energies in terms of consideration elsewhere maybe at this point. Go ahead, Matt, please.
From administration, would it be reasonable to leave the dollar amount in for pump track, and we can continue the conversation on the amenities, whether it's a pump track or a redneck bicycle set of hills, and we remove the splash park from contemplation? I'm seeing some nodding heads. I think in terms of administration, a splash park would be really cool, but it would be accompanied with some service capacity demands that we try and run a tight ship on staffing, and having to chase down to Emerson to fix a pump or deal with issues down there might not be the best use quite yet of our resources.
Agreed. I think I see lots of nods. Thanks. Pardon me for that, Neil, and then Holly.
Yeah, I kind of think we should just scratch it right off the budget for now. Like we're just getting into CDC. There's a huge park out there that will be growing roses and flowers, but yeah, I can't see this Emerson thing. It's a beautiful park. I agree with what everybody said. Water parks, the town is putting in 2 that we heard about last night. They're getting them for $100,000, but there's a lot of maintenance on them. I think we've done a really good job. Why not just forget about it for 2 or 3 years, see what happens?
Okay, thanks, Holly, and then Greg.
I really was echoing what Neil was going to say. I think just let it, not even look at a pump track in the short term, just maybe in 5 years something might be there, but I think now's the time to just focus on other areas that need more attention.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, my feeling on it, scrap the water park, because I think that's opening up a whole big can of worms with respect to maintenance and issues like that. And then as far as the pump track, a pump track like it's shown here in the diagrams, that's not my vision for that. Mine, I wouldn't call it a redneck one, but I would call it a dirt one. It's definitely kids out there are riding their mountain bikes and and their BMX bikes expecting to get dirty, I'm all for putting a little bit in the budget for something like that. But as far as a concrete urban type of dirt pump track, I'm not for that at all.
But you want water in the low spots, right?
Yeah, we can put the water on the dirt track.
Okay, are we good to move on? Thanks for the work on that. I think that gives us a sense of what can be. What else? Is that?
Nope,
cover your
thank you. We will keep the redneck track on our plate.
Okay, thanks. Well,
Thank you.
Matt, go ahead, please.
The only other item I wanted to... There we go. The only other item I wanted to flag for council is we are looking for an additional FTE in the form of an ag technician. We will have a number of retirements coming up in the ag service department, so we're really looking at business continuity there, as well as having a little bit in our back pocket for CDC. That's probably not enough in our back pocket, but that is included in your budget here.
Okay, thanks. Municipal services, what are you? Our budget's next, right? Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Mark.
Good morning. Happy to present municipal services budget to you again for third time in your term. So slide deck's in front of you. Budget's been prepared for the timeliness of things. Unless there's significant changes, I'm not sure if there's any questions or concerns over bylaw enforcement. If there are, I'll tend to them. If not, we'll move forward.
Okay, any questions? Holly, go ahead, please.
Well, I looked at the bylaw, so expenses are up, and some of it's IT equipment, but look, there was contracted services as well that were up. So what does that refer to?
With bylaw services, contracted services specifically, we're looking at having an increase to our monitoring services of CPOs. So when they're on patrol, I'm not the one that oversees where they're at and doing their check-ins and stuff. We pay for a company to perform that for us because they are on weekends and evenings and such in summer. So something that does better for us in that, and it's also looking at a software changeover that will bring e-ticketing, officer monitoring, and everything together through the Tabor Police Service rather than through the current service that we use with FRESC. FRESC is more of the EMS, Alberta Health Services kind of dispatch. They do not have officer-specific dispatch for policing. So we're looking at those kinds of things for monitoring services changes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Greg, go ahead, please.
Just a question, Mark, with respect to speed limits and complaints on speed levels throughout, especially in some of the hamlets. Speed limit cameras, speed limit, automatic ticketing on those type of things. Are we not wanting to go down that road with respect to controlling people's speed limits in our hamlets, or is it something that because we do receive complaints from various areas and the residents that live in the hamlets? I don't know, and these would be some of the major thoroughfares through there. What's your comments on that?
Well, we've heard from Rolling Hills before. We've heard from Lake Newell Resort. That's the first initiative with all of that was putting up those electronic speed signs. Lake Newell Resort, yours are permanent. Rolling Hills, that one's supposed to be cycled through between Scandia and anywhere else that we have areas of identified problem or concern from citizens. There's an opportunity there that if council wants to go down the road to have more signs being permanent in specific locations of hamlets, we can look at that. They're not cheap. We're cycling through 2 of them right now with replacements due to problems with them, be it batteries or the sign themselves. Enforcement-wise, we have 2 community peace officers. You have a vast county with 1,500, 1,400 and some kilometers of gravel road and another 230 of paved road with a couple of hamlets with 400 plus residents in them. They can't be everywhere. Takes them 45 minutes to get somewhere sometimes, depending where they are, to where the customer service request comes from. So how do you want to handle it, I guess, is my question for council. You could look at increasing the level of service. You're going to be looking at a $90,000 patrol unit and salaries and wages on top of it. It would give us more redundancy for absences when officers do have to take recertifications and training and conferences and stuff like that. And generally those recertifications are at the conferences. So if you only send one and not the others, we scramble a bit to keep that up. But it's a level of service and how far do you want to go with enforcement? My perspective is our communities are rather small. It would be nice if neighbors could address neighbors because it's community based. We're not so large. We're the city of Brooks where maybe neighbors don't talk to neighbors as often, but they get around when these items surface and I don't hear a whole lot. There's not a whole lot that comes through our customer service request system. It's mainly speeding on more of our major thoroughfares, 14.5 right in front of our office. 140, 155 kilometers an hour is not uncommon in past this office, which concerns me. Those guys get ticketed. Highway 873 is another one. We do have 3-digit authorization from the province, those thoroughfares, and that's just a matter of what agencies are out and patrolling where and when, and how many officers there are dedicated. So if you want to talk community safety, it's more vehicles and people on the road. If we want to maintain more status quo, I'm really at the discretion of council on where you'd like to see that go.
Thanks, Mark. Any comments, Greg, and then Neil?
My question was more based on not necessarily more staff. I'm talking about cameras that take a picture of the license plate and the person gets ticketed.
If that is something that council wants me to investigate, I can look into the costs behind that. There's not much of it going on in major centers like Calgary as far as I see, because even Google Maps now, when you're driving through the city, it'll tell you it's a red light camera and speed camera that you're approaching. If you're driving a route that's designated, I don't see that in the urban areas, the residential areas as much. So I'm not, if you want us to go down the road of investigating the cost, but I think you're probably going to be shocked at what the price tag is for those things, because the electronic speed signs that we have that flash, they're like $5,000 to $10,000. So
I'm not interested in that. I don't think I'm pursuing speed cameras for tickets at all. Yeah, thanks. Neil?
Yeah, I kind of think the numbers you're putting on the table here make it kind of a non-starter for the little wee bit of extra policing you're going to get. You probably get $10,000 worth of tickets and spend a couple $100,000. So well, I'm not in favor of it at all, either one of them.
No.
If I can comment further, I think the biggest feedback is what you're going to get from the public. Most times people want to actually have an officer address them where the cameras across the province have been identified that you're actually doing nothing. You've got something out there taking cameras at your leisure, and it's a revenue generator where nobody actually has to do anything to collect that. And is there a problem in the first place? What are the incidents and accidents that are resulting from, and is it actually improving safety or not? Premier kind of took a lead on that those things were coming off of things on the main highways and whatnot, but it's really a matter of what this council wants to do for community safety.
I think you're hearing status quo, or as you're going, sounds good.
Okay.
Let's move on. Yeah.
Nothing more on bylaw services? Okay. Fleet services, pretty much status quo here. Staff have been, it's been really great having the 6 new graders and the 2 new ones this year show up. So repairs are down where we're into more of a preventative maintenance state with new equipment. Same thing with the enterprise fleet units. So that's a real testament to council's commitment to keeping fleet renewed and refreshed within the organization. It reduces the repair time, the downtime, things like that, and keeps us with our uptime, providing high level service to our customers. So no change really in all of that. You're just looking at some inflationary adjustments and things in that budget. If there's any questions.
Lynette, go ahead. Thanks, Mark.
I just wanted to understand, the fleet services, does that only include, like the enterprise part, does that only include the half tons? Like none of the other bigger trucks, like even a 350? Or?
So with Enterprise, when we first looked at the partnership, half tons were the ones where we stood to gain the most on purchase and resale for lowest total cost of ownership. When calculated looking at the 3/4 tons and above, we were actually doing better as we were currently managing in-house. So we've continued down that. We've continued to look at those numbers year over year as to when does it make sense to bring more fleet into it. But with those larger units, we're doing more customization with headache racks and in-vehicle upfitting and whatnot. There are opportunities for, you know, a 3 to 5 year kind of turnover through Enterprise, but it's a matter of changing over that equipment too. So what kind of makes more sense and efficiently for our team members and whatnot. So that's what we've looked at. The Enterprise units are sitting with managers and other supervisors at this time. We don't put two-way radios in them. We aren't going through high deckling of them or whatever, because typically on a 12-month cycle, get in, get out, get into the new ones, and not have fleet services staff tied up moving a whole bunch of equipment over, taking more time and effort. So
sounds like good judgment to me. That's good. Thank you. Any other questions on that one? Go ahead.
Okay, big ticket item. Biggest one that you guys have is function 32. I don't know if the next 5 minutes is going to afford us to get through function 32. Should we maybe postpone 32 and start it? Okay. Staffing wise, originally presented to council was for an engineering technologist to be added. What we'd like to introduce is a potential title change to being a supervisor to help assist Jeff. Future succession planning, not that Jeff's going anywhere in the immediate future, but it would be nice to give Jeff his vacation time and not have him answering phone calls and Alberta One Call emergency locates through his laptop while he's in Toronto or somewhere else on vacation. We do that with the 2 support staff below Jeff, but an intermediate supervisory position similar to that we have with planning and development would help Jeff to better manage each of those areas respectively. So a title change, the grid that was proposed, I believe Matt, stays the same. So we just want to make sure council's comfortable with the title change from what we originally presented to in the previous budget. Other than that, as Matt has already said, we are very capital heavy moving forward with paved road overlays, things like that. This position is the one that's going to help us balance the workload with Jeff and his other team members, making sure that we can continue to deliver high level of service for our ratepayers and of course council's expectations. Other things on that, you can see we've got a negative $659,000 there under contracted general services. Materials and supplies, this is inflationary stuff for council. There's nothing we can really do about it. It's beyond our control other than what can we do to manage inventories, manage those costs? How do we trim anything back that we can? And this is just where we sit today. On the capital side, $23 million, land improvements, engineered structures, $20 million. We have a couple of RFCs and RFDs in front of you that we'll get into. Can't say we're going to get through one in 3 minutes, that's for sure. Machinery and equipment, these are your replacement costs of things going on. We're not putting anything new in here, it's replacement, and same with vehicles. So really holding status quo. The challenge is that some of the capital projects that we have for you in the RFCs are higher than what we had previously shown in the estimates in previous budgets. So we want to introduce those to you so that you can give us any direction on that if we're to defer or continue to proceed forward as we're going to present to yourselves. Without getting into it, do we want to pause?
I think we will. Let's take a question.
I'll ask a simple question. The contract and general services that's down, which ones are wrapped up now that was paying for?
So our gravel resource exploration is off the list. We need to bring something back in front of council, which we will do hopefully early next year to get further direction. That's not going to fit into this interim budget at this time, which may make final budget changes. We've also got some road assessments and studies that we've fallen off the list with Range Road 15-0 that you're going to hear about today as well. The gravel road study has also been completed, which you'll also get introduced to today. So a lot of those pre-engineering things before we get to projects are falling into this. And then also with contracted services, we've hired a position to fulfill a contracted service of grader operator position. So that is also, you're going to see it in the salary side rather than in the contracted services side, although we keep a budget there for contracted if we need to backfill something for unexpected circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for now? I think we will call it good for now, and we will reconvene later in the meeting. Thank you, Mark. It being very close to 11:30, I think we would like to entertain a motion that we move into a public hearing, please. Lynette? So moved. All in favor that we move into a public hearing? That is carried. Thank you. We're live still. Good morning, everyone, and anyone who's connected electronically. We'll move into a public hearing at this point, and I'll call this public hearing to order, and just indicate that the purpose of a public hearing is to ensure that there's an orderly opportunity for council to hear from the public with regard to activities that are happening, particularly with regard to land use and bylaws. And this morning, we were considering 2 bylaws, and I will turn the time over to administrative staff, and then we will provide the opportunity to hear from the public with regard to those bylaws, and we'll keep this orderly. So welcome, Maria.
Thank you. We will start with bylaw 2082-24, which is an application to redesignate an it is a 3.2 acre parcel in the southwest of 262116 from agriculture general district to residential rural district. This property is in Division 7, 6 kilometers north of Rosemary. The applicant would like to subdivide another parcel out of the quarter section. However, the second parcel out of the quarter section cannot be accommodated because of the size. This land use amendment will allow for the subdivision that was approved by MPC on October 10th to be finalized. The first parcel out of this quarter section was subdivided in 2011. It's 3.2 acres and contains a dwelling. The subdivision that was approved by MPC is 27.76 acres and is more agricultural in nature than this 2011 subdivision that includes a dwelling, several outbuildings, a dugout, and pasture land. So MPC did approve the subdivision on October 10th with the condition that the land use amendment be completed to ensure the subdivision is in line with the subdivision authority bylaw. There were no concerns raised from adjacent landowners or required referral agencies, and no comments or concerns from internal county departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on this as part of the public hearing? Anyone online? Anyone in the room? Seeing none, we'll move on to the second bylaw, correct? Bylaw 2083-24, the land use amendment 006. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The purpose of this application is to redesignate an approximate 10-acre portion from a parcel in the northwest of 1921-14 from Agriculture General District to Agriculture Small Lot District. The subject property is in Division 8, 6 kilometers north of the village of Dutches. The applicant would like to subdivide a parcel out of the existing 79.8 acre parcel. However, this is not considered the first parcel out of the quarter section, and the proposed subdivision will be 10 acres, which is greater than the allowable second parcel out as per the Subdivision Authority bylaw. The land use amendment will allow MPC to consider the subdivision application. The Subdivision Authority bylaw states that the authority may only approve one subdivision on an unsubdivided quarter section within the agriculture general land use district. The second subdivision may be considered provided that the parcel is between 3 and 7 acres. So because this parcel or the proposed subdivision will be larger than the 7 acres, that's why this land use amendment is required. The quarter section is separated by Highway 36. The east and the west sides of the quarter are on separate titles. The proposed subdivision will include some agricultural land, a dwelling, and outbuildings. The remnant parcel will be pasture land. Access to the proposed subdivision and the remnant parcel will be from Township Road 214, which is accessed from Highway 36. The agriculture small lot district of the land use bylaw is to allow for flexible parcel sizes based on agricultural operation requirements and physical characteristics of the land. I do have here that response to public notice that there were no concerns. It is highlighted because we have recently received some response. So Alberta Transportation did not have any objections as access will be from the local road. However, AT expects that a municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by development approved on local road connections to the highway. In the last 2 days, I also received 3 phone calls and 4 emails from adjacent landowners or people who live in the vicinity of this proposed land use amendment. Concerns included the destruction of native prairie and viable grazing land, also the destruction of wildlife habitat, trespassing concerns and the requirement to improve perimeter fencing, potential of increased density if the parcel is subdivided and more houses can be built, which does not align with the community opinions and values. And also, the emails indicated that agriculture land should stay ag land in order to preserve and protect these lands. They are not in favor of this land use amendment. The landowner and applicant is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant wish to address council with regard to this bylaw change? You're welcome to.
I gotcha. Okay, so I read one of the emails.
Just if you could just introduce yourself, please.
I'm Dalton Weens. I am the landowner of that parcel of land.
Okay, thank you.
So I heard the concerns there, and I agree with them. That my intent here is not to subdivide and create a whole bunch of further subdivided parcels of land with a bunch of houses. I just wanted to subdivide out the acreage from the pasture land, sell the pasture land to a local rancher, and then sell the acreage as a standalone property.
Okay. Any questions? Holly, please go ahead.
Good morning. In terms of wildlife habitat, is there a lot of wildlife there? Like do you live in that spot?
I do, yeah. So the house in that proposed subdivided section is where I live at the moment. The very farthest northeast corner there, I believe, has been designated a marshland of some sort, but I've never seen any wildlife behind a couple of deer and some porcupine wandering around, sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead, please.
So then access, by the looks of things, would have to come through the acreage, the present acreage? It wouldn't?
You can actually, you can't make it out very well there, but right where you see the label TR 214,
yeah,
there's an approach and a gap in the fence there that you can use as access to the pasture land without having to access directly from Highway 36.
So then a follow-up,
Go ahead.
if I may. I'm just thinking of the market, and would you not do better as a 10-acre parcel if if your plan is to sell both, why go through all this process and then plan to sell both? I would think a 10-acre parcel is a lot more attractive than a...
That's what I'm going for. So the market, right now, it's an 80-acre parcel.
Okay.
I'm trying to subdivide down to 10.
I see.
And when I originally put in this proposal, I was just going to sell the 70 acres of pasture land. Since then, I lost my job, so now I'm going to be selling both parcels.
Okay.
So, I think it was, there is a for sale sign up there.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, good morning. Just wondering, what's the reasoning behind the size of the acreage? I mean, it does look like we are subdividing out a pretty good section, at least 5 acres approximately of usable agriculture land. If that was brought back to basically where your driveway is or the trees are, would that satisfy maybe some of the concerns that the neighbors have?
It's entirely possible, yeah. The only reason I chose 10 acres is because my realtor told me that's the best, most attractive option for potential buyers. I was originally considering just doing the 5 acres you can see that basically enclosed by the trees there. And she suggested I do 10 so that any potential buyer could have that extra 5 acres as, horses or, sheep, whatever, small acreage type sized.
Okay, thank you, Lynette.
I always have to ask, why does the line not go straight across? What's your reason for it being at an angle?
As there's no fence line on the western 5 acres there, I was just following the line of the fence that already exists. And I could easily square it off if that bothers you. It was just.
Okay, thank you. I have, go ahead, Holly. Just a question for clarification from Maria. You commented on what Alberta Transportation said, commented with regard to this subdivision. Did that refer to activity off of Highway 36 or off of just the township road? I think that's appropriate with regard to a public hearing so that we all understand what their comments were. I'm not sure I was clear on that, so yeah.
Sure. So that's the standard Alberta Transportation response when there's no variances requested to the matters related to subdivision and development. So it does say that AT expects the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on local road connections to the highway. So that might not become applicable now, as there shouldn't be an increase of traffic because there isn't an increase in density at this point. However, that would be a consideration for council and MPC in the future should another residential development be created on these parcels, which once this is subdivided, there is the potential to add another residential development on the remnant parcel.
Okay, thank you. Lynette, go ahead, please.
So you wouldn't have to change the land designation again if they were wanting to do another subdivision. We wouldn't have to change the land designation again. It would be.
Yes, there would be. So in an agriculture small lot district, it cannot be further subdivided. So in this case, that crosshatched area, if in the future someone wanted to subdivide that into 2 parcels, they would require an additional land use amendment prior to the subdivision. Also on the remnant parcel, if someone wanted to subdivide further, they would have to do a land use amendment. They couldn't subdivide further on an agricultural parcel.
And similarly, if there was any other development on the remnant parcel, well, on either parcel, there would have to be an approval from council, typically, or MPC, correct? Yeah.
Dwelling is a permitted use, so that is an internal, a development permit would be required, but it is not a decision of the Municipal Planning Commission, so it's considered a use by right. So a house could go on that remnant parcel without any MPC consideration.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah. Any other comments from the applicant at this point? Are there any other comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Neil. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, I don't see this as being a whole lot different than the hundreds of pivot corners that we've already let go, which are 7-8 acres. It just makes sense for the applicant there to maximize the value of the property, and to do this is exactly what.
I think Neil, that we just need to understand the process. This is a public hearing, so we're just here to gain access or information from the public. Our comments, there will have opportunity for that, but I don't think it's not appropriate for us to express our perspective on this in a public hearing, where we need to just hear from the public in this case. So go ahead, but a question to the applicant or to any of the other comments is appropriate. So go ahead, Holly.
Yes, one more question about the use of the land. You've owned it. Were you grazing it? Was it just dry land? Tell me about what you're doing. You're living there.
So part of the issue is I've been renting the land to another farmer. As Maria mentioned, one of the complaints was about the fence line. I had no idea that there's a problem with it because I'm not farming it myself. I just cash rent it to someone who pays me per cow per day. And I just figured it'd be a much simpler system to sell it to a rancher whose business it is to maintain the land. That's all I've been using it for.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, are there any public comments online at all, Catherine? Okay. Any other comments that you have in closing or for council to be aware of? I think you've explained the situation well, so. Thank you. That concludes our public hearing. If someone has a motion that we move out of public, go ahead, Kelly.
I make a motion, we move out of public hearing.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. So back to
carrying on through 8. We'll get through those bylaws.
Okay. Let's move to item number 8, bylaws. First of all, 8.1. Go ahead, Maria, please.
Thank you. This is bylaw 2082-24 being presented to council for first reading. The purpose of this application is to redesignate a 3.2 acre parcel in the southwest of 26-2116 from agriculture general district to residential rural district. Is this, am I doing the right one? Bylaw? Yeah? Oh, I see.
We're actually at 8.1, right? 0.1, which is second reading for bylaw 2080-24.
Which is 7.2, which we just did.
Oh.
That's where the information is 7.2, and now it's at 8.1.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So this actually, yeah, you're right. I have my stuff mixed up. Sorry about that. Okay, I was reading the right thing. I just had the wrong map in my head, so I apologize for that. So this has been already presented to you at the public hearing.
Right.
For your consideration for second and third reading. It is recommended by administration that council approve this land use amendment.
Second and third reading.
Second and third reading,
Correct.
yeah, for the land use amendment north of Rosemary.
Right, thank you. Holly, go ahead.
I will move second reading.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate. That is carried. And similarly, if someone is prepared to move third reading, go ahead, Ellen.
Yes, I'd like to move third reading.
Thank you. All in favor of that motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. And similarly now, moving to item 8.2, correct? Yeah.
Yes, now I have the maps straight in my head. My apologies. So this bylaw 2083 was just presented to council at public hearing. It is recommended that council consider second and third reading at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion or any discussion on this? Go ahead, Kelly.
I do have questions, Maria. Can you summarize the comments that we received from ratepayers? And because we have one in our file, but you received, okay. Would you do that, please?
Yes. So I think if you update your packages, the other emails are in there. So sorry, I should have said that at the very beginning. However, the message is fairly similar throughout those emails, although they are different emails. So the concerns included the destruction of native prairie, or the potential for destruction of native prairie and viable grazing land, destruction of wildlife habitat. There were trespassing concerns. There was also a concern about the potential of increased density if the parcel is subdivided and more houses are built. And this does not align with the community opinions and values. And then there was also concerns about the destruction of agricultural lands, and that agricultural lands should be preserved and protected.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of procedure, if we provide second and third reading, then the subdivision goes through. And as you indicated earlier, the remnant parcel qualifies for another residence. Is that correct? Go ahead, please.
That's correct. So the remnant parcel does qualify for additional houses. There are some response options that council can consider. You could provide second and third reading today. You could give second reading and table third reading, or table second and third reading, or you could deny bylaw 2083-24. So another option would be tabling the third reading to allow for you to consider the emails that came in these last couple of days.
Okay, thank you for that. Neil, you had some comments that I cut off before. I didn't mean to do that, other than procedurally. Do you have any comments for council with regard to this at this point, or?
I think I laid them out already.
Okay. Okay, any other comments, questions, or someone prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Greg.
This is a comment. You know, in reading the letters of from the adjacent landowners, you know, with the size of the acreage, the way that it's illustrated on the maps, it would still be used for grazing. You know, from what I see, I mean, that's agriculture use, even though it's on an acreage. So if sheep are there, horses, cattle, whatever there can be on a 5-acre portion, I'm not objecting to this acreage subdivision. I'm also not objecting to the, and this would also address the concerns of the adjacent landowners. If we were to suggest that we move that back and just make it just the yard site, then it would still remain viable grazing land, and it wouldn't affect wildlife even any more than it is already. So that's just a couple comments that I have. I don't know if there's other comments with regards to that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, or someone prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, I just wanted to comment that we aren't here to make changes because the bylaw is pretty specific about what this change is going to be and as proposed by the landowner. So I think we're either in on this or we're not. I'm prepared to make a motion to approve as applied for.
Okay, you make that's a motion? Okay, thank you. Comments? Holly, go ahead.
I'm not opposed to approving this, but I'm wondering about a change to the shape. I mean, whether it's 10 acres or 8 acres, or I'd like to see it square. I really think it back to having acreages, don't laugh at me, Mark, that makes sense. Like when you're looking at fencing and things, and I mean, we work in a square world. I'm sorry, we just do. Our roads are square. We can be square.
Okay, we have a motion. Oh, Matt, you've got a comment for us?
I just think with all of the comments about needing to be square, is there some information from planning and development staff, like is squareness a valid planning consideration?
Go ahead, Maria.
I do think there is merit to having straight lines because I think that it can reduce confusion between landowners. However, there has been discussion about maybe having that in policy. I do think that Council and Municipal Planning Commission needs to review each individual subdivision on its own merits. And a landowner knows their land better than anyone. And so I do think that there are cases where not square makes sense. But that doesn't mean that we can't request that those arguments aren't put in front of council for that, for those reasons why it wouldn't be square.
Okay, thank you. Holly, go ahead.
Just to follow up, when you have lines that aren't square, fencing tends to be more often in the wrong spot. And having dealt with fencing that is in the wrong spot, it's easier to fix at the beginning than when dugouts are established and things as such, and they're in the wrong spot because the fences don't line up. So I'm speaking from experience here as well, when especially doing grazing land and watering, and fences in a straight line do work better in the long term.
Which are in a straight line in this case, I would suggest. The corners aren't square necessarily, but I expect that there's reasons why the landowner would have proposed that. I think at this point, either we accept this or we don't. What's the process? I don't think we have a motion on the floor to provide second reading. What are our alternatives procedurally? I think. Go ahead.
Council does have the ability to change the number of acres. You could propose that this be approved, and so long as it is smaller and not bigger and creating less of an impact, less of a nuisance, I suppose, to adjacent landowners, smaller is something that can happen. Bigger, we'd have to go through this process again.
Okay, and you're talking about the subdivided process portion, not the remnant, correct? We're not changing the acres, it's just whether it goes with the subdivided portion or the remnant, correct? Go ahead.
If council would rather, if you would rather this proposed subdivision only encompass the developed area, that's something that you could do now. Or if you wanted to change the lines, that could happen as well. But that's also a consideration for the subdivision. So this could stay the same. Council could decide, yep, this is okay for ag small lot. When it's presented to the Municipal Planning Commission for a subdivision decision, that's where you can have, you can also have a say as to how you'd like those lines to look.
Okay. Thank you. Lynette, please.
I don't think we should be talking about trying to convince him to make it a smaller lot. 10 acres means that there's going to be some ag there. There will be animals. Somebody that buys that and wants 10 acres is going to have some ag on there. Otherwise, they're not going to be looking for 10 acres. Nobody wants to mow 10 acres of grass, right? That's not what they're doing. So I like the idea of keeping it the same size.
Okay, thank you. Neil?
Yeah, I kind of do too. Like we're talking dryland acres, maybe a 20th of a cow grazing capacity. We're making a big deal out of nothing here.
Okay, I would not disagree with that. We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions? I'll call for the question. All in favor of approving second reading, please indicate. Okay, thank you. Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Similarly, third reading. Neil? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of approving third reading, please indicate. Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Okay, it being 12 o'clock, I'm going to suggest we break for lunch. Thank you. Back to order. And I'm going to suggest that we do have an appointment with Village of Rosemary at 1 o'clock, but let's move to number 8.3, which is bylaw 2085-24. Maria, welcome back.
Thank you. I'll just pull up the map. Okay. The purpose of this application is to redesignate an approximate 3-acre portion of the northwest of 5/1915 from Agriculture General District to Residential Rural District. The subject property is in Division 5, directly north of the hamlet of Castles. The applicant would like an additional parcel out of the quarter section. However, there are several existing residential subdivisions within that quarter, so the agricultural land cannot be subdivided further without amending the land use district. The residential rural district would allow for the additional subdivision. The residential district is to provide for acreage residential and clustered development on parcels that can support private water and sewer systems in an agricultural area. The proposed subdivision is in line with the existing residential subdivisions. The applicant has submitted a septic suitability study, and the lands can hold a private septic disposal system. The parcel to be subdivided is vacant with no existing development. There are no noted confined feeding operations as for the NRCB CFO search. The proposal is not located within 1.6 kilometers of a provincial highway. And it is recommended that council give first reading to bylaw 2085-24. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Are there, excuse me, any questions? Holly, go ahead.
Is there any reason we wouldn't approve this? Like it seems like it fits. Is there anything that we're missing? Because it looks like an obvious yes. Like, yeah, is there anything that we should be considering? Because it just looks very straightforward.
Go ahead, please, yeah.
I think that this proposal checks all the boxes. There's already residential development in that area. It's very close to the hamlet of Castles. It is square. It does meet the required acres. So I think that this proposal makes sense.
Great, thank you. Are there any further questions? Holly, go ahead.
Since it's a lovely rectangular shape, I will move this one.
First reading?
Yes.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. So is this Josh?
Rosemary?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
You
so
ready?
we could entertain Rosemary.
Okay. Do we have Josh Dick here from Rosemary? Welcome. If you're ready to go 5 minutes early, we'd be ready to.
No, I'm not even sure what I was just sent here, so.
So are we. So that's good. Have a seat. Yeah. So let's have introductions to begin with. We'll start with Neil and go around the circle, and then.
Welcome, Neil Johnson, Division 10, Councillor.
Good afternoon, Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Hi, Ellen Unruh, and I represent the area around the village of Rosemary, as you know.
Hi, Greg Screever, Lake New Resort and Castles area.
Good afternoon, I'm Kelly. I'm from the area around Bassam.
Hi, Josh. Arno Dirksen, Division 9, Gem area.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Hi, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Hello, Dina Scandrip, the Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilly.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hi, I'm Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
And
Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
You are?
I am Josh Dick. I apologize if I forget your guys' names. That's a lot to take in right away. I guess I'm here on behalf of the Village of Rosemary. We are requesting 25% funding for a public outdoor washroom and sport equipment storage facility in Rosemary. That would be 25% of $60,000. I don't know how far you want me to go into this here. It will be located in our parks area, 601 Center Street. We plan on tying into an old service from where the old school used to be located. Be low maintenance building, and the annual operating cost, we're looking at about $2,000. I do not have a quote or an estimate of what it will cost to hook up the water and sewer services to, depending on whether or not we need to replace those services completely or if we can amend them somehow.
So that, okay, so, and so you're not sure about that. That would be in addition to the 60, or is that?
Well, they figure that's included in with that.
Okay.
From what I can tell, the service seems to be all right. It'll just have to be dug up, but we kind of take that under our own maintenance as well.
Right, okay. Any questions? Greg, go ahead.
Hi. Just wondering, is this a building that's going to be heated? Is it going to be winterized for the winter and then not in use at that time, or?
Yes, so it'll be basically the 3 seasons, spring, summer, fall. It will be winterized. As far as heat, there won't be anything of that sort. We're basically looking to operate this as the same as our washroom facility at our municipal campground.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
Just for clarity, Josh, are you also looking for the operating costs of $2,000 per year?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're looking for the operating cost. I think we're just looking for the initial.
The capital build cost?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you. Holly, go ahead.
I was not aware you had a municipal campground. Is that within walking distance of this?
Yes, but that is for camping residents only. That's on the other side of the village. Where we're looking to station this outdoor facility is in our parks general area where our new sport court's gone up, our beach volleyball, our outdoor activity gym, all of that, our walking trail, and it's alongside our disc golf as well.
Okay. So people can't go use those washrooms that are already there. That's not allowed?
We don't, it's not that it's not allowed. We tend to keep that for the campers that are there. And like I said, the campground's over on the west side of town where there's literally nothing over there that would have any interest to tourism or anybody coming through other than the campground itself.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thanks for coming in. We'll consider this as part of our budget process, so thank you. Thanks, Josh. Good to see you again.
I will appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Okay, thank you. We're halfway. Oh, we'll go back to the budget, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move back to the budget. Mark, I think you weren't quite finished, were you?
No, we're halfway maybe, but we have several RFCs under function 32 to discuss with council, seeking clarity and whether there's going to be things included in budget or not, as well as really some of this is to introduce you to some of inflationary costs and or unknown budget figures that were presented previously that due to engineered studies we have a better estimate on what it's going to take to do things and looking for council's direction on how to proceed. So with this, I believe Jeff has the first RFC going with Lake No Resort blocks 1 and 4. So I'll turn it over to Jeff, sorry.
Welcome. Jeff, Mr. Tiffin.
Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody had a chance to review the RFCs in the package. The first one that we're going to speak about is the rehabilitation of Lake No Resort blocks 1 and 4. So that is Blue Heron and White Pelican. Blue Heron being the first development as you drive in, and White Pelican being the furthest development on the south side of the road at the end of the community. So both areas were developed in the mid-1990s. They are serviced by potable water, sanitary sewer collection, surface drainage through curb and gutter, open ditch systems, and there's some minimal underground buried pipe and storm outlets. These infrastructures were under the control of the condominium associations from the time they were constructed until 2012. In 2012, the county accepted the infrastructure back from the community based on a number of reasons presented to council, and the county took ownership of those infrastructures. Now that they are infrastructure, they obviously fall in our asset management plan and are due for updates. And these road structures in particular are what have experienced their useful life and have brought them to the plan to be repaired. Obviously, we note many deficiencies with the road structure itself out there, as you can see from the pictures that are being leafed through up there. We've got substandard design and implementation of stormwater infrastructure, most specifically the curb and gutter, which is leading to deterioration in the asphalt surface along the curb and gutter. We do also notice that there was likely some substandard construction practices at the time of construction, and that's noted by the extensive cracking, the extensive settlement areas. You'll notice that each service for water and sewer going into homes, there's a little bird bath in front of everybody's driveway in the curb and gutter. That is just due to poor compaction of the servicing trenches. That photo there, you can see some premature asphalt deterioration based on the gutter pan being insufficient to carry storm water. So long story short, in looking at the rehabilitation of the pavement and the road surface, it also spurred us to do a few other things. And one of those things that we do before we rehab a road surface is take a look at any underground infrastructure that needs repairing. So we can't be sure on the water system at this time, but we are working on cameraing and flushing the sewer system so we can include any plans for rehab of those deep utilities in conjunction with the road surface works. So again, that work continues here through existing budgets and is hoping to be carried out by the end of the year. We also look at the curb and gutter, which is a separate asset from the road itself. It is the stormwater system. And while it was not planned or budgeted in the forecasting to replace this piece of infrastructure, we are recommending that we take a look at doing it and not working with salvaging what's existing. Salvaging what's existing is not going to provide a good final product once we're said and done completing the road out there. It will not address.
You're talking about the asphalt and...
Yeah, the asphalt and then the concrete curb and gutter.
Yeah, just the top, yeah.
As the separate pieces
Gotcha.
there. So by trying to salvage that concrete curb and gutter and tie into it, we know that through history, if we look at that right there, that was a stormwater outlet that was not designed in the original construction of the hamlet infrastructure. This was implemented at some point where water was noticed to be settling by the condominium association when they were under control of the road network. So there's various places like this where we have inadequate outfalls of the stormwater system that we need to take a look at and clean up. The other thing with not replacing that curb and gutter is the width of it and the design of it is truly substandard to carry the amount of water that does run through there in an event or in a melt. That's kind of noted by as you leaf through these pictures, and there's another inadequate storm outfall there that was installed by the community association. The inadequacy of the curb and gutter to carry the water is leading to major asphalt deterioration alongside of that as the water rushes, overfilling the gutter pan and lots of deterioration along the side of that in the ACP and water getting into the base of the road. So what we are recommending is not only rehabbing the surface, but we're recommending a total replacement of the curb and gutter system in blocks 1 and 4 to alleviate future premature deterioration and, you know, kind of redesign, or not redesign, but reinstall the intention of the stormwater system and address any outfalls that aren't currently. Yeah, there were a number of issues that when we went into this, we looked at since taking over the roads in 2012. We looked at issues with narrow roads, and obviously our crews have some concerns and issues with the lack of boulevard space and frontage for snow removal, and it makes it tricky. It also makes it tricky to facilitate on-street parking for visitors. There are a couple situations where we do have long streets with limited access and egress, but a lot of these issues that we looked at weren't kind of able to be incorporated and facilitated into this specific project scope. A lot of it is due to the installation of the shallow utilities. The Fortis primary runs behind the curb and gutter all the way around the community, so a road widening isn't really a feasible option here. Yeah, I guess that's it. Obviously, the biggest thing here is the increase in the budget due to obviously what the scope of the project is being recommended now compared to in the long-term capital plan. Again, it was the rehab of the street, not the additional opportunities to repair and remedy beyond that. Project like this obviously is in a very tight area, densified by development. There's lots of people in and out, access, egress, so on and so forth. A project of this magnitude is sure to cause disruptions for people getting to and from their homes during construction, but I think it's short-term pain for long-term gain. There will definitely, the goal and the plan is that's being presented to council is we're going to carry on as planned, if that's the wish of council, come up with a more detailed design, which we have been working on. We've got some intrusive coring of road samples and whatnot out there already. And we want to kind of move in after the new year here once we have a design formulated into some public engagement, because like I say, working with the community on this is going to be crucial. I think that's all I've got to say about it, and I am open to answering any questions.
Thanks, Jeff. Neil.
Yeah, not to take up too much time, could you give us just a brief history lesson of what the council was thinking in 2012? Or what, there had to be some history there. Why would the county take that on?
I'm going to defer that one to Mark, because I think Mark dealt with that one pretty exclusively with council.
So 1994 is about when the original development happened as condominium associations for block 1 and 4. As a condominium association, they were in total ownership and control of that on their own for eternity. I think it really came down to the tax base, the argument of what was being paid in taxes versus the levels of service that they received from the county. And a delegation showed up in front of council. If I recall right, Lane, you were part of that discussion. And it was agreed to that the county would take over the water, wastewater, and roads at that point in time. There wasn't any monetary exchange or anything. We just took those roads over on that basis, really. I don't have more to say about that because it was a delegation that approached council with the request. Up until that point, they'd been dealing with their own asphalt repairs, snow clearing, other maintenance and stuff, and We often see as public servants that systems that are self-managed, and this is not a dig at anybody or anything, but they don't often understand what all goes into managing, properly maintaining these systems for efficiency with the cost, and they don't often have the capacity to put the money away for future replacement. So I think that's where a lot of it came down to, and Council of the Day made that decision. So this is what we're contending with in this situation. We know, as Jeff explained, it's very tight quarters, blocks 1 and 4. Currently, we honor what they had in their past bylaws of no on-street parking, because you cannot park vehicles on both sides of the road and still have driving lanes for people to get through. So we know that that's going to be one of the biggest issues, is working with the community, and it'll have to be a strategy that we and the successful contractor on the bid, if council chooses to proceed forward, work together to make sure that people have a basic access of some type, but it doesn't mean they're always going to have access to their property. As Jeff said, it's going to be short-term pain for long-term gain. Typically 30 years on roads before we revisit. You can get beyond that. So we're looking for council's direction on how to proceed, and really this is in front of you because there was a significant difference in what was in the previous capital plan allocated for budget to where we're at based on the scope of work that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead, please.
So I understand the process, we'll take it out to ratepayers and see how are you proposing a frontage tax on this improvement?
No, this is funded through the paving reserve. Or infrastructure fund, sorry.
And can you sell that to me? When in other hamlets, they're paying for their improvements?
Generally what's there is what the county takes forward in preventative maintenance and onto the asset register. So if what we've done before with the water and sewer is to get things upgraded to where they need to be before we pave roads. So in Tilly's case, when we took over Tilly, the local improvement to upgrade their infrastructure based on where that infrastructure was at that day, then county council agreed that, well, you don't have paved roads at this time. We will go through all of this funding. If you commit to X, we will do Y. So this is what's in existence right now, and it's in your asset management plan, and it's coming due for renewal.
Okay, thank you. Holly, did you have a question? No, someone else? Great.
I think I just whistled at the reeve. Oh, well. Anywho, okay, so as far as, I believe you answered my question when you answered Neil. I was just wondering if there was any money that what transpired at the time with the reserve funds from the condo associations, and sometimes what happens is condo associations will build up a war chest kind of thing for capital expenditures that happen in the future. But you answered that question, is that there was none.
Best of my recollection, I did not look back on the decision of council, but I do not believe that there was any monetary exchange at that time.
Okay, thank you. Holly, go ahead.
According to the budget, you have the block 1 at 1.7 million and block 4 at 3.2 million. So that is your best guess, because you're saying you still have to do some other work. So at this point, we're approving basically 5 million for this project you're asking for?
Yeah, so there's a further breakdown in the preliminary engineering report of what's included in those numbers. The number will actually be a little bit skewed from the preliminary engineering report too, because there's a couple of scenarios in there that talk about full replacement of water systems, full replacement of sewer systems, and what I'm estimating is very, very little improvement on the sanitary system based on its age, based on material type. We are going to check it. We have to check it to be responsible, but I don't foresee see any improvements on the sanitary. The water system is a little bit tougher to assume because you can't get into it. It's a pressurized system. Until you dig it up and actually see it with your eyes, it's tough to tell. We know that Lake Newell Resort doesn't show much or any water loss from our balancing activities, so that's good. But you know, there is still a threat, and we do know that there is going to be some valve work and boxes and rods and things like that need to be replaced. So I have done a little bit of assumption on the monies necessary for the water and sewer improvements, but the roadway improvements, yeah, that's kind of just a split between blocks 1 and 4 based on per meter lineal length.
And you're proposing, oh, well, I guess either an 8 or a 9 meter width, right? Or, yeah.
The width of the road will be exactly the same as the width of the road today. There's no opportunity based on shallow utilities to widen it.
Yeah. Greg, go ahead.
Will there be any, this might be, you just answered it, would there be any cutting into driveways or anything like that?
Yes, we will, and that will be probably one of the bigger parts of the public consultation. The property line doesn't start at the curb, and we know that because most of our water service valves are located in people's driveways. I've been discussing with the engineers, I've been discussing with people out at Lake Newell Resort, and we're trying to finalize what a plan may look like. There's some standard practices used in other locations under similar projects. But that is not kind of we haven't finalized exactly how we want to proceed with that. The most simple, straightforward answer is, yeah, we probably want to cut about 2 feet off of everybody's driveway behind it, and we want to replace it with brushed white cement to match the curb. That's kind of where our head is at now, but you know, the public consultation side of that and working with the landowners might make us rethink that.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
Oh, what is the legal boulevard in 4 and 1? What is the space from the face of the curb to the property line?
I think there's a little bit more than that. I think there's probably close to 1 meter to 1.2 meters behind the curb that is considered public, and then there's another space that is considered a utility right-of-way, and that's where the Fortis Primary and some of the other you know, TELUS and infrastructure services run. Yeah, and that's on private land, but it is an easement protected for the installation of those shallow services.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Lynette, please. Yeah, and then Greg.
So that's normal to have it like that, that public stuff is on private property? Like, yeah?
Yeah, that's very typical, is to have a servicing easement run behind the curbs.
Thank you, Greg.
In your opinion, what is the pulse of the community, both communities?
You know, my discussions haven't been overly extensive, but you know, from history, talking to a lot of people, there's always been concern, you know, and mainly, you know, not to put it back on anybody that did anything before us or anything that happened before us, but a lot of it is due to poor construction and poor implementation of the infrastructure at the time in 1994 when it was developed. We do constantly have people concerned with the bird bath at the end of their driveway right near their curb stop. I think for the most part, the people that I talk to are supportive and excited about something like this happening. But again, my audience has been limited. Yeah.
Basically, corners cut by a developer at some point early in like when it was constructed, typically.
It's hard to say corners cut, poor inspection, poor implementation. There's probably shared responsibility and fault for it between the developer, the owner, the county, everybody. But yeah, it happens. It's not unheard of to see with these historical developments like this, especially in small non-urban type municipalities.
Just a question with regard to that, though. The county wouldn't have been directly involved in this at the time of development, or were they?
Well, being condominium association, county council would have approved it through MPC and council. As for the construction and stuff, the owners are the condominium association, which are all property owners down there that also still have a vested interest in any common property down there, which may provide access egress to the shore side or whatever. So, yeah, they would have, the developer would have built what they were willing to sell to potential purchasers, and it's up to those people at the end of it, because they become the owner. Once the county council decided to take over that road and wastewater infrastructure, well, we've inherited what was there previously built that would not have been inspected by us, I don't believe.
Great. Kelly, go ahead.
So then that drives me to the next point or question. This could be considered phase one. Is there more out there at Lake Knoll Resort after this phase of remedial action?
Well, 1994 is when these first two blocks were built. There was nothing down there prior to this. So everything else has been built since 2006, I'll say. Blocks 2, 3, and 5. Those, you're looking at still another 20-year window, more or less. So, you know, things will come up, but I will confirm that, yes, there are deficient areas in those existing developments as well. That, sorry, wasn't just me, but I didn't get here in time to catch those on the plans before they were developed, because there was substandard practices that county council accepted at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Dan, go ahead.
Two questions. One, I kind of missed what your ballpark figure was that this is going to, what it would cost. And the other one is, we do have policies in place now to prevent this kind of thing from happening again anymore. All of our area structure plans and whatnot, everything's going to inspected. There's no way somebody's going to develop and cause this problem for another 25 years down the road, right?
We definitely have come a long way, and we definitely hope not. Development control is always something we talk about. Development agreements, conditions, and you know, a necessity to have in the development agreement to make sure the county is protected. So short answer, yes, we are prepared to make sure these things won't happen in the future. And I don't have the report in front of me, but I think it was about $5 million that we've included in the budget for the work.
Okay, thank you. Matt, you've got the
Yeah, just for council's reference, 2024, we had $1 million in the budget for block 1. That updated figure for 25 is 1.7 million. For block 4, we had $2 million in the budget in 2024, and that updated figure is now 3.2.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
That doesn't cover what you might find wrong with water and sewer, right?
That covers what I suspect to find wrong. I hope that I've over budgeted a little bit, but that's my best estimate based on history.
Okay, thank you. Neil, go ahead.
What's the worst that could happen? Your biggest nightmare?
Yeah, we don't have time for that. That's good. The worst thing that could happen is we take the surface off the streets and we find a major mess with the potable water distribution system. I don't suspect that's an issue based on our water loss reporting. I do suspect there are some issues and probably substandard materials used at time of construction that we will end up replacing, but I don't suspect it to be anything that is going to, you know, call for a full-blown system replacement.
And you're going to do this whole project in 1 year? Or, like, what would be wrong with staging it into 2, just in case you get in there and you have to deal with things you don't want to?
Yeah, staging it in 2 years, I guess would be a reasonable option. It would mean 2 seasons of construction traffic in and out of the resort. We could definitely see some pricing incentives in tendering out more work in the same vicinity at the same time. But the other thing is it's nice to get in and out, and when you're engaged in one thing, whether it's the public consultation phase, the design, the trips back and forth for inspection, it's nice to get as much done as you can.
I get that. It's just, this is pretty loose, like you don't really know what you're gonna find. And if we budget whatever you're after, 4 million, you get in there, it turns out to be 7. We probably wouldn't have wanted to do that whole project in 1 year. That would be too big a bite, money-wise, monetarily-wise.
It could, like I say, if that worst case scenario presents itself when we get into whichever area we start working on, we could have the ability to pivot. We have some options, you know, with maybe tendering out the 2 projects as different schedules in the tender as well, to maybe curb some of those concerns. But like I say, I don't expect that we're going to run into that, and that's kind of what we're geared towards working with as best we can. Is we've had experience in other places like we're going to talk about in Tilly with kind of these major rehab overhauls in the hamlet of Scandia, and we've dug up these areas and we found some pretty interesting things, but nothing that has been catastrophic. And these systems were installed, you know, probably 50 and 60 and 70 years ago by the residents and people who moved to the areas, right? So I do have a pretty good confidence that based on the timing of construction, although there may have been some substandard practices or lack of inspections or testing, I don't foresee us running into any of those major catastrophes.
I think you said that probably the biggest efficiency is to do it all at once. Okay. Amanda, please.
Jeff, are there any grants or subsidies available, being that this started out as cottage country and not what it is today?
Go ahead. No, Matt. Yeah.
Yeah, there's grants. There's 1.7 million LGFF, which council is committed to your rural water project. There's the Canada Community Building Fund, which we could direct some funds towards. And we always, as administration, look for those. This would be a good candidate for the CCBF. In my opinion, it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. We've been saving for these types of projects by funding our amortization charge year over year, allocating any additional surplus at the end of a year to our infrastructure fund to be sure that we can take care of this and not have to put it on the local residents as a local improvement. Typically, we have hit folks for the value of water and sewer infrastructure, and then the county's taken care of the roads. Did it in Scandia, in Tilly. It's Lake Newell Resort's turn, and they do contribute a pretty healthy share in property taxes, which over time we've socked away to that infrastructure fund. So it's a little bit bigger hit than we were planning on coming into the year, but well worth getting after. And just to comment on, you know, you start digging up and you might find a surprise. I would suggest we want to find the surprises and take care of them proactively versus them coming to the surface and us having to be reactionary with those things. So even if there is some catastrophic find out there, that would be a good news story for us because we found it.
Okay, thank you. This is basically for our consideration relative to 2025 budget, so I don't think we need to make a decision, or I mean, we need some direction whether to continue, I guess. Matt?
Yeah, essentially that's it. I mean, if there were some concerns moving into 2025 that this project's going to be too disruptive for the community, you could look at potentially punting it by a year. That's well within reason. It is currently included in the draft budget.
Okay, thank you. And I think the fact that it is there, it indicates that the direction of staff with regard to that is something that needs to be taken care of. So unless there's other issues, we can move forward. Go ahead, Holly, and then.
My question is just in regards to the number of projects that Miss Public Works is looking for. There's this one, there's the 7 to 9 million on the 15-0 road. There's the railway improvements. There's the 19-2. At what point do we say too much for this year? We're taking on too much. I don't know how to make that judgment based on all the things that are in front of us. Can you help me out?
I've confirmed with my staff that we believe we can get it done for the things that are under our control. I've talked previously about contractors not meeting deadlines and things like that, working with extensions. Progress is progress. At least we're not stagnant and stalling out. Bringing on the engineering supervisor is one that would, we get to throw somebody to the fire and get them up to speed and start spreading some of that workload out for workload balancing and get that knowledge base built sooner than later. We're always going to have projects. I appreciate and respect that you're asking how are we as administration doing with things. I hope we got the confidence of council to move forward with everything that we're presenting.
Thank you. Ellen, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Keeping last year's estimates in mind, construction costs probably going to go up if we were to extend it another year, correct?
Yeah, we would likely have to factor in some adjustments if council was choosing to push something off for any reason. Yeah.
Okay, Holly, go ahead.
The second half of my question would go towards Matt. So are we, by spending all the money this year, are we pushing out other paving priorities? Are we backing off other things with all this coming in front of us this year?
No. So the paving fund, if you look in your restricted surplus tab, it'll show a summary of each of the funds, what projects are being funded. These are coming out of the infrastructure fund, so it will not impact your paving plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I think we can move on. And it being 1:30, we have an appointment with the Ag Society, who appears to be with us this afternoon. Why don't you come and take the seats at the table here, and we will have introductions.
What item number? I see it now.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to our council meeting this afternoon. We'll introduce ourselves and then have you introduce yourselves as well. Let's start over here with Lynette.
Hi guys, Lynette Kopp, Division 3.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hello, Adina Scandrup, Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilly.
Good afternoon, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Arno Dirksen, Division 9, the gem area.
Hi, I'm Kelly Chrisman, Division 6, around the town of Izano.
Hi, good afternoon. Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake New Resort and Castles area.
Hello, Ellen Unra, and I represent the area around the village of Rosemary.
Nice to see you here. Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Dutchess.
Yeah, welcome guys. Neil Johnson, Division 10.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Catherine Siaklik, Communications Officer.
Welcome to all of you. I'll invite you to introduce yourselves as well, and then we're happy to have your presentation this afternoon. Go ahead.
I'm Lane Westwick. I'm the president of the Ag Society.
I'm Kyle Musgrove, vice president of the Patricia Roping Club, and I also sit on the Ag Society.
Shauna Henriksen, I'm the treasurer for both the Ag Society and the Roping Club.
Welcome.
So, forgive me, this is the first time I've had to do this kind of thing. So, the main thing we're here today is we're looking for funding to help with our grandstand upgrade at the Patricia Rodeo Club. The grandstands we have existing right now, they're probably about 40-some years old. Right now they are mostly steel framed, but then they have a wood seating and walkway. We're getting to the point that maintenance on them is becoming an annual type thing. When they were built, they had a 24-foot for boards, and it's hard to find 24-foot boards now for that. The other issue is they're not up to code anymore. So for the last few years, we've been trying to find stuff to upgrade it, and we finally, throughout the summer, that I've been taking and talking to different groups, looking for quotes that kind of will fit within what we can hopefully make work going forward in that, and we'll supply our spectators a good enough and safe seating for them in the future. The quote we had a meeting on is the one that'll upgrade all 5 of our main grandstands, and that'll be for $409,640. This is pretty much just to replace exactly what we have. These will be about 2 feet shorter in length compared to the old ones that are 48 feet in length, but they will have a capacity of about 266 people with 4 disability seating placements for each grandstand. So that'll take it to about 10 spots for disability seating, which we don't really have right now at the rodeo grounds. So that's the one additional benefit of going with these grandstands.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of the presentation?
Yeah.
That's what it is, yeah. Any questions? Holly, go ahead, and then Lynette, please.
First of all, you guys put on a great rodeo, and thank you for all the work you do at that road. It's very well appreciated by many people. I'm just curious, Patricia gets a small amount of rec funding. You guys certainly haven't asked for much on a yearly basis. Is that money been going, what you have collected over the years, is that going to this project, or have you used it for other purposes? I'm just curious.
We just kind of, the Ag Society just kind of took over the rec board right now, so that's kind of iffy, touchy spot. We don't know what was going on with that before, so yeah, there's money there to be taken out of, but not enough, I guess.
Okay.
We've done a lighting project last year as well that we had applied for funding through there. So that was supposed to have a bit of funding come out of there, and we haven't had any follow up with that as of right now. So there will be some, I imagine, taken out for lighting that we did last year with the rodeo club.
Okay, thank you. Lynette, please.
I guess I can explain that a little bit better. The rec board stuff will all be going to the Ag Society. Their meeting is on Tuesday, so most of that will be kind of taken care of then. And the rec board funding that has been sitting there, they're hoping to earmark it for that lighting project. That was already done, but there's a fair bit of money sitting there that hasn't been used by anyone.
How much?
Quite a few years. Lane would be better to.
In there right now.
Oh, okay.
But our lighting project was 29,000? 34,000?
Yeah.
So.
That comes out of there, or that's already done?
We were trying to get that out from last year, so. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Matt, go ahead, please.
Just kudos to the community of Patricia. You know, there's a lot of community halls that receive funding year over year. Patricia doesn't come to the trough for that. For years, we've allocated a nominal amount in budget towards the Div 3 rec board, which hasn't been touched, and I think it was only around $7,900 more or less annually. So Patricia is doing it right in the scheme of things when it comes to fundraising and raising the revenues that take to run their programs out there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Kelly.
I guess just a final clarity, you're asking for the full ask of $409,000 for the bleachers. Would that be correct? Half? 50%. Okay. Thank you for that. And thank you for the rodeo again. I know you've heard it already today, but it is a great event, and we're proud of it in the County of Newell. One other comment came to mind was, so will you also then be overseeing the activities at the community hall as a result of taking over the recreation funding as an ag society?
The Egg Society already oversees the hall.
Yeah.
Oh, already does, still,
Yeah.
so that'll
So, like,
just
the
carry
Egg
on.
Society and then the Roping Club.
Okay,
and the
so
hall.
it's not a big change that way.
No.
And we're also asking for additional funds because we have to get the ground prepared with gravel pads and then pilings. We're going to screw these into the ground, so they're good. So there's another 60,000 at the bottom. So the total estimated cost for the project is 490,000. So at half, it's 245. Pardon me?
Correct? The groundwork is included in that number, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
the
I,
final
yeah,
total.
yeah, that's good, yeah, thanks. Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for coming in again. Thank you for the good work that you do to keep your community vibrant, like most of our communities do. That's good to see, and we will be in our budget considerations, so we'll take this under consideration for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that? Do you want to take 5, or should we keep? Let's take 5 minutes, and then we'll
Road 15-0 road rehabilitation.
Right. Good, Jeff. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Welcome back. This RFC again is in your package, contains some information surrounding the rehabilitation of Range Road 15-0 from Highway 542 to Highway 1. This project is again coming up because of the life and age of the infrastructure. It has reached the extent of its useful life, so we are looking at rehabilitation. In looking at rehabilitation of this 4.8 kilometer section of road, it is also important to know that this section of road, while existing, forms part of the future truck route. The future truck route is shown in blue and green on the screen. This portion of road is identified in blue. It is currently the constructed portion of the truck route, where the green lines are currently not constructed, just planned, and we have looked at, we have not just looked at, but we have began land acquisition and made some pretty substantial leaps and bounds in acquiring land to facilitate those. So as mentioned, this 4.8 kilometer section of road, it has reached the end of its useful life. There is currently a lot of industrial traffic on the road, most notably at the north end, JBS Canada on the north side of Highway 1, MCF Feed Yards and their office and silage location is accessed off of this road, as well as the kind of 2 miles north of 542 is Township Road 19-2, or Joanne Trucking Road, has a lot of industrial developments and subdivisions in the area. So it is an important road. We have done we did the preliminary design report back in 2023. We started it and we completed it. Some of the findings that came out of the design report were that, currently the road has an 8-meter top, which is about as skinny as we'd want to go on a paved road in the county of Newell, especially one that sees this type of traffic. We noted that there is a lot of sightline issues with vertical curvatures that affect the design speed, and currently we may be a little bit outside of those guidelines. There's also a number of roadside hazards in the clear zone as identified through the preliminary design report. So the question is, what do we do to rehab this? Currently with the 8-meter top, average 8-meter top along the stretch of road, our typical practice would be to come in with an asphalt overlay to rehabilitate the road surface and gain another amount of useful life out of it. In this situation, if we came in and did a straight overlay like we just recently did on One Tree Road, like we just recently did on Silver Sage Road outside here, we would reduce that asphalt width to about 7.2 meters, which doesn't leave enough room for 2 traveling lanes with substantial shoulders on them. So the next thing is to go down and totally reconstruct the road right from the base up. So it would include pulverizing the asphalt and re-prepping the base and building it up. So looking at this road and knowing that it is part of the future proposed truck route, as we go down in the RFC, you're going to notice what the cross-section of the future proposed truck route looks like, and that has a 10-meter asphalt top on it. Obviously not constructible on top of something that is only 8 meters wide right now, but when we are going to dig down and pulverize the asphalt, it makes it a perfect time to grade widen the road itself and build it out to 8 meters. Or build it out to 10-meter tops. So the one implication that you can see from the diagram that means is that we would require an additional right-of-way of 5 meters on the east and west side. There are a number of obstacles, like I mentioned, issues with the clear zone and safety issues that we want to deal with, but most notably along the east side of the road runs an AltaLink transmission line for power. Historically, working with AltaLink and relocation of their facilities proved pretty difficult and unsuccessful at our attempts, but we've engaged AltaLink and we have received confirmation that they'd be willing to relocate their facilities should we be able to secure the additional right-of-way. Building this road out to match the design criteria for the future truck route provides benefit today, but it also provides benefit in the future once the truck route, the rest of the north-south truck route comes to fruition. I think that reconstructing this, and I guess this is the main question for council today, is whether we go in and reconstruct this to what exists today. And with the reconstruction, it's more than just a maintenance. It's a brand new base. It's a brand new asphalt. So this would likely last for another 30 years. The real question that we have to crystal ball a little bit is, at what point are we going to look at moving forward with the remainder of the truck route? Do we want to construct something today that may contradict something that we're going to try to carry on with in the next 30 years, or do we see that outside the 30-year window, and maybe do we want to stick with what is existing today? Some of the pros about constructing to the truck route standard is it's going to totally alleviate all of the design issues that we have today, the speed issues, the sightline issues. We know that all of the intersections require geometric improvements, even to facilitate combination units turning as it is today. That's onto 542, that's at Township Road 19-2, and that's at Highway 1. Again, it falls in line with our future plans, and it shows that we are going to build towards something that we're planning for the future, and in that truck bypass route around the city of Brooks. Again, AltaLink confirming that they would relocate their transmission main at their expense. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. It is huge. So securing the land along the east side of the road is imperative to make that happen. Attached to your package as well, I guess I didn't mention this, and maybe I should have earlier, is we did submit an application for a STIP grant under the Resource Road program to help offset some of the costs of upgrading this road. And that Resource Road program, while it doesn't include asphalt surfacing, it does include all the work that we'd be doing to widen this road, to facilitate better industrial traffic movements up and down and back and forth. So that grant application was just submitted last week. I think Stephanie and I submitted it, and that's asking for $2.6 million for this road. Whether we get that or not, I'm not sure. The biggest cons about this constructing to the truck route are cost. It's obviously going to cost more, but I guess you get what you pay for, and you will be left with a more desirable product and piece of infrastructure at the end of it. The second con is that, we do need land acquisition. We can't build a 10-meter wide paved surface in a 20-meter road allowance. We need that 30-meter road allowance. So it will require probably some extensive land acquisition up and down the 4.8 kilometers on either side of the road. There are, industry being MCF in their office building, being very close to the road. There's an industrial development up and down 15-0 south of Joanne Trucking, Township Road 19-2. There's is ample farmland, but there's also residential, acreage residential development along there. So the goal this year and what's being recommended is that, yes, council does decide we should move forward with the construction to the standard of the future proposed truck route. And our goal, if that is approved within the 2025 budget, would be firstly to come up with a detailed design. We know that we're going to be able to fit the grade line and the detailed design in a 30-meter road allowance. So the majority, again, like the Lake Noah Resort project, would start with the public consultation and engaging landowners for the sale of their land to facilitate the construction. There's obviously, when I say that this is the biggest con and the biggest risk, is there is the risk that people are going to say no when we go and offer to purchase their land from them. So that might be another discussion on how council would like to proceed once we engage the community and garner interest in land acquisition.
Are there buildings to buy that you can tell?
I don't think we need to buy any buildings, no. It's just 5 meters adjacent to the road, and I think for the most part it's going to be, fairly unobtrusive for people. Probably the biggest hiccup that we'll have, and it's not really a hiccup. We already know past the MCF office between Joanne Trucking and Highway 1, there are some proximity issues with their office building to the road, and there's already a speed reduction zone through there. It's only 50 kilometers an hour from Highway 1 until you get south of the old chicken barns there at Springbrook Poultry. So we do know there might have to be some design exceptions through that area based on the operation, the proximity, but we don't see a lot of conflict with structures otherwise, but again, it'll depend on individuals and their thoughts on what's a nuisance to their lands.
Right. Okay, Dina.
Okay, since we're talking about the truck route, you say if we were to bring this up to truck route grade, it would be good for 30 years. What is according to the old council's ideas, what is the timeline for the truck route bypass? And is the city of Brooks on board with us?
Well, timelines are laid out in your current paving plan and priorities, which is always presented to council, and the 10-year forecast is included in your current budget. Beyond that, the 20 or 30-year horizon based on when funding comes available in order of those priorities has yet to be determined, because it extends way beyond what we're capable of doing right now. The previous direction of council, I guess I turn it back to yourselves as to when it needs to be prioritized. Is it all of it? Is it the north-south? Is it the east-west? Right now, if memory serves me, because I don't have that part in front of me, the east-west is prioritized before the north-south. So we're just looking for council's direction on how we do this properly. Do we go full out now with future council's consideration of how to reprioritize? If the priorities stay the same, there's still going to be a net benefit to doing this right the first time, so that, there's always public perspective and opinion on this, that when we go back and do things twice, we didn't do it right the first time. So that's kind of where we're presenting to you for direction on how we look at this. And if there's a discussion to open up about reprioritization of the plan, that I leave to council's decision making.
Neil, please, and then Adina.
Yeah, I got a couple points here. I think 10-meter road tops with the size of equipment and trucks that are on the road right now, I think they should be 12 meters, but 10 would be nice. And on the truck route out there, that's a long-range plan, like we've heard anywhere from 2 decades, give or take. The school, a little bit of talk about the school, they wanted to spruce it up, but that's not going to happen tomorrow or within 5 years. That's a big one. I'm just going to throw this out there. Why don't we go back and finish up what the last council, the next 2 ones on their priority list were the Bow Slope Road and the road from Laketon Resort over to Kinbrook Highway. I'm not sure what you call it. And tidy them. Well, that's what the last council wanted to do. They didn't get it done. But it's 2 nice little projects. We could tidy up, get those all done, and worry about this. I think this other one's just too big and doesn't really fit into what's coming down the pipe. And I could be dead wrong on that.
Is there, do we understand, thanks, Neil. Do we understand traffic flow on that 4.8 kilometer section? Like, is it the same all the way? There's got to be more traffic coming off Highway 1 up to the Joanne Trucking Road than there is on the south half of that, or not, or is...
The only traffic count information we have is at the north end through Alberta Transportation Traffic Monitoring. I would assume that you're absolutely correct. It would probably funnel more traffic south of Township Road 19-2 if the truck route north-south was built out. But currently, I'd say you're absolutely correct. The more of the traffic would be north of 19-2 to Highway 1.
From Joanne Trucking Road to Castles Road would be probably less used in the north part of that.
Yes.
Well, it is paved. It's all paved.
It's all paved.
Yeah, it's all
yes.
paved. I think I'm just tying onto what Neil was saying. Is there a possibility of doing the north part from the highway to Joanne Trucking Road, go over to the Auction Market Road and go past there so you've you're also spreading traffic out and go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, anything's possible pending council direction. I do want to make the note that this is a maintenance activity on, this was spurred by the requirement for maintenance along Range Road 15-0. This isn't a new paving job. So I think it is imperative that we don't lose sight that something needs to be done with the stretch of that road because it has expended its useful life, and we do need to rehab it before we get too far down the road.
Which is the worst part of it? And sorry, I've got Adina then.
I would say the section between Joanne Trucking and Highway 542 is likely in the worst shape compared to the area north to Highway 1.
Which is Castles Road.
Yes, Castles Road to Joanne Trucking.
Adina, please.
Okay, so because there's been lots of talk about safety and with the truck route, and the east-west is more of for a safety thing, has there been any kind of study to see if and when we do that bypass, what that would do with, say, Sutherland Drive and the traffic that's on it?
Looking back at the functional truck route planning study that happened 15, 16 years ago, right here, don't even see the date on it, but I'm guessing I'm very, very close. There wasn't a whole lot of look at the exact, numbers on how that would alleviate it. It didn't get that into depth, but the goal of the project was to alleviate the heavy industrial and the heavy traffic through the city of Brooks. It was meant to connect the city's South Industrial Park with the county's Joanne Trucking area, West Industrial Park, out to the JBS, and then out east just to access Highway 1 without getting back in on 7th Street East and taking old Highway 1 out to Tillybrook access or the Rolling Hills Highway. So while there have been no specific numbers thrown out what that would look like in alleviating congestion or traffic flow, that was the end goal, was to tie it all in. And I think the partnership with the city ties into getting their industrial traffic from the south out of town.
Okay, thank you. Greg, and then
a couple of questions. Now, as far as increasing the width of the road to truck route grade, will that increase the amount of trucks that will actually use that road without us continuing it on all the way to the Silver Sage Road? If we just do that length, will that affect the truck? Will trucks actually use it more? Because right now I see them using that Joanne Trucking Road, and would it be better for us to run it to the Bow Slope, do the north of the Bow Slope there? Would that be a better choice for us, or how do you feel the traffic is going to actually flow?
That's a multifaceted question. Do I think that it is going to increase truck traffic by widening the road? First off, probably not. People, without building a new place for them to go, it will probably not increase truck traffic down that stretch of road. Will it make it safer? Yes. Will it make turning movements better? Yes. But I doubt that it will have a major impact on increase of truck traffic. In talking about diverting the truck traffic over to Range Road 14.5 and the Bow Slope Road, I do not think that's a great idea to try to funnel heavy traffic down that road. Do I think that road is an important road and probably is deserved to be paved? I do. I think that road sees a ton of traffic. I don't think it sees a bunch of heavy traffic coming out of the south of Bow Slope. I think, when we pave that 600 or 800 meters down south to the auction mart there, that does facilitate a lot of the trucks coming in and out of the north end. But there is a lot of, non-heavy traffic that does use that north-south 15 or 14.5 road between Westland Acres and Bow Slope 100%. It is very busy, and working on the gravel road improvement plan and hoping to get that in front of council again. That is a road that is right at the top of our list to make improvements on based on A, its traffic, and B, the current state of the road. So while I do think that is a very important road that will someday hopefully be paved and should be paved, I don't think that pushing trucks that direction, because when you get to the south end, they're in a really bad spot there at Castles Road or Highway 542. You don't want heavy traffic accessing there right at the city boundary and making turning movements to get back over to 15-0 to hit the future truck route bypass.
Greg, go ahead.
And with that, in saying that, would this help spur on industrial type of maybe subdivisions along that road? I don't know what the future is, but I can see this particular, because of the better access to the #1 highway truck route, I could see this becoming a future industrial hub. I don't know, what's your thoughts on that?
If you build it, they will come. That is always the goal. I think making it attractive for transportation logistically should spur development opportunity for people along that area. I'm not sure that the thought of that is one of the driving factors or the key features. Again, I believe it was the transportation and the realignment of that heavy traffic and getting it somewhere where it's safer to be.
Okay, thank you. Holly.
So I know this has been designated the potential truck route, but someone said to me yesterday, they said, why would you build up that road? Because truck traffic right now is taking the 36 onto the Silver Sage, and that is working just fine. Why are you not concentrating on the part that goes through Brookshire, the east side? They thought this was a waste of money. So what do you guys think of that?
Well, I'll go back to this because I was involved in the study, and council's vision, if you're looking at Range Road 15-0 as it is today and getting it connected to Silver Sage Road, it is connecting the north industrial subdivisions to the south industrial subdivisions without having to direct traffic all the way out to 36, coming in on the 542 or further south and coming in on Silver Sage Road. That is the whole thing and getting more of that value add service speaking to one another to get those commodities bounced back and forth between one another. If you get that east-west truck route built, that affords another opportunity to get commodities out onto the main transportation route, being the Trans-Canada Highway, and pulling it out of potential school zone, playground zones, and everything that has to do with the city, which is kind of what spurred the study to begin with from past council's perspectives. So the way it's laid out in your paving plan and priorities, that was the idea and goal of councils of that day. They had a reserve of some $35 million or something when I started in 2008, and it made a lot of pavement go down very quickly because they told me from day one, we're spending it, get it built. So we got it built. You're now contending with what we're building in infrastructure fund right now and prioritizing how you want. It's really up to council as to how you want to prioritize that plan and how you want to direct funding for the future growth of this community. Does that open up opportunities? I think we all know we're subject to land owners and land developers and what they see as a benefit where they can make some money. So doing this, will it? There's always opportunity for everything. You've put in a water system, you've built other paved roads to get people connected to destinations, communities and commodities to markets. I think this is one of those that goes around the hub of the city of Brooks, if you want to look at it, that brings a benefit to multiple areas that tick boxes for council all over, but it's a matter of whether the funding is there or not for yourselves.
Lynette and then Holly, please.
I think we need to keep sight of this road needs something done with it. It's just deciding what we should be doing with it.
Thanks. Go ahead.
So as it stands now, without the rest of the truck route being built, the greatest benefit is from Joanne Trucking Road to Castles, not from the #1 necessarily. And if that's the case, would you consider doing it differently, different places? I'm looking at MCF and thinking, wow, if you widen that road, they're going to be like on their doorstep. Does it actually work?
Well, I'll take that one. I think that's up to engineers to design in the safety systems that need to be with whatever you construct, because how else would Calgary continue to develop out? That's 16th Avenue was rehabbed in Calgary probably about a decade now. You're on the front doorstep of the Earls, of the Sates, of all of those down those main corridors, right? So it's not to say it's impossible, and because you're already down to a 50-kilometer-hour speed zone, it's likely it's probably going to be the same. You're going to have to slow down as you're approaching the Trans-Canada Highway when you're northbound, and even when you've come off of the Trans-Canada, you can't be doing 100 kilometers an hour by the time you hit MCF anyway, unless you're driving a small sports car. And that's not a challenge for anybody to go out and test. But really, as it's been pointed out by Councillor Kopp, what's in front of you today is the current state of your existing infrastructure. It's in your asset management plan, and it's due for renewal.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Adina. Go ahead.
So I'm going to give my opinion about this, and I'm interested to hear what the rest of you think. I feel if we need to resurface this anyway, and we're going to have all the equipment out there, I would just as soon redo it, get it up to standards, and then it's done. And we don't have to come back in 10 years or 15 years and do it all over again. I want to do it right now.
I would agree with you. I think let's get it done and get it done right. I mean, and it's up to partly our staff to make sure that it all fits together and it's sustainable, as our narratives started with. So I think we take your advice on it and away we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And also, the word ring road has been thrown out at joint services, and in answer to a question that came out about half an hour ago, the city of Brooks is willing to work with us. So I have that recorded. I said willing to work with us. That was the comment. But yeah, so what is the distance from Castles from 542 south to Silver Sage Road? Is that 2 miles?
Yeah, a little bit more than that, just because there's the diversion in the road. You can see the bend there up on your screen. So if it was as the crow flies, that would be a 2 mile stretch, but it's a little bit further.
I'm talking the gravel road from 542 south to Silver Sage.
Currently,
yeah,
is 2 miles.
Okay, thanks.
For clarity, that's not the route. The route is an undeveloped across private land. We do not have road allowance secured for everything south of the 542 yet. We're working on it, but as properties become available, which was past council's direction to administration.
Okay. Are we good to go, or what do you need from us, Matt?
If what we've got is council's direction to proceed, we're good to carry on.
Yeah, I think so, unless I hear otherwise. Okay.
Tilly West End Development, and I'll defer to the person on my left again, Jeff.
Hamlet of Tilly. Okay, August 30th, 2013, the village of Tilly dissolved and became the Hamlet of Tilly and fell under the control of the county of Newell. With this, obviously, most or all of council is aware, came a lot on the west end of town that is shown in the diagram in your package. And it was at the time ready and had thoughts of being future development for residential. It was acquired from the EID historically by the village, and the intent at that time was for future residential development. So following the dissolution of the Hamlet of Tilly, we've already heard a couple of times today, we implemented a local improvement tax and went in and did major upgrades to their water distribution and sewer collection systems and treatment systems. And we paved and did the whole works of the surface infrastructure in Tilly. During that work, we also eliminated a second lift station in Tilly by deepening the sanitary collection main, and we also stubbed that deep sanitary service out into this at 3rd Avenue. This was done in an effort to facilitate the fullest extent of development of that West End parcel as possible without putting a whole bunch of work into it.
How many lots are we looking at?
We don't know how many lots we're looking at right now. That would come through a more in-depth design of a plan of subdivision, concept plan, something like that, and it would take some more extensive engineering. What we did at the time is we took the invert of that sewer, and if we ran the line as the crow flies, we figured we could develop the vast majority of that west end parcel, except for possibly the furthest southwest end. There may be an area there that might not be able to make it into the sewer without the sewage being lifted.
So what we're looking at is whether we develop this further now, and I think the context that's pretty significant too is what PEP has going on potentially, and I think that's part of the presentation that you've got. So basically, it's a matter of, do we want this to be further developed, or do we want to? My own personal feeling is absolutely. We've looked for places that we want to potentially have opportunity for residential lots. This is the natural, and I think there's also potential from PEP potentially to access some funding if the thing goes ahead. So I think, I'm open to what the rest of council thinks, but I think it's it's well presented. You've got good background, you planned for it, you got the rest of the hamlet in shape to support it. So unless I hear otherwise, I think, let's discuss this. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I also think it's a great idea. I do. What I was going to ask you is what's available out in Tilly right now as far as vacant lots? Is there anything? And if not,
none.
I think this is a must.
None. There aren't any. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to comment on that. There was a mobile home, modular home come up for sale a month ago, and it was gone within the week. There's nothing for sale out there.
Okay, Neil.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea, but I'm not so sure that the county should be involved in any kind of development. Like, what would be wrong with supplying the land, like the industrial park over here with the ID in the town? Partner with a developer, take your money in the end, and all you're really after is a land sale. Like, we're not going to make any money on the development. And if we could make the land available, tidy the lot up, see if a real developer will come in here and bite on it, charge them for the land after it sells, it'll save us one heck of a pile of development and a pile of business that I don't think county councils or town councils are very good at. Let the Smith boys do it.
Thank you for that, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about us becoming developers. But we're pretty good at planning. Do we have the capacity to do up the area structure plan? But that would be a pretty big step for a developer to come in and say, hey, we've got an ASP for you. Please come develop. Would that be something that makes sense?
Matt, you can speak to that maybe.
I'll just share some of the insights that have fallen out of some of the housing alliance work that Mitch and Lisa have been involved with, and feedback they've received from home builders, right? They're looking for lots that are serviced to come in and build multiple homes at a time, kind of a thing. One of the barriers for the builders is if they have to come in and take bare land and get the deep services there, get the sidewalks and the pavement in, it's not as attractive. The potential opportunity that may be available through PEP in the Canada Infrastructure Bank is developing the deep infrastructure, the pavement, the sidewalks with 50-cent dollars. So if we can secure that, that's a good news story. I think it's always a good idea to have a couple of plans on the shelf regardless. We're behind in terms of timing. Barb Kulik has asked for, what do you guys have in inventory that's ready to develop? And we don't have anything meaningful to send to Canada Infrastructure Bank to review. I imagine those dollars will be available for a while. If the county would like to potentially tap into that, there's some engineering work that needs to be done in advance. That will be useful regardless of whether you get Canada Infrastructure Bank funding or if you choose to put it up for sale to a home builder. But I do think there is value in putting the deep utilities, the pavement, the sidewalks, getting it set up, and now you're just courting a home builder.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Kelly?
Well, and having it explained that way, that diffuses or eliminates the problem of taking on the developer's plan when he walks away in 10, 15, 20 years, like we are dealing with at LNR now. We'll be the ones that will be developing it and preparing the underground services, and we know exactly what we have. So is that correct, Matt?
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Councillor Johnson when it comes to, do you want to be, as a municipality, in the development game? No, not if private industry is doing it. Where's private industry? They're not showing up in Tilly. So you could just put the for sale sign up and layer on a number of conditions to sell that and have it developed, but then you're at the mercy of that developer, and they might just be a speculator. And you'll be in a situation like Rosemary, who turns their residential lots over for $1,000 and never sees a house built.
Okay, Lynette, and then Neil, and then Holly.
Are there lots at Lake Newell Resort right now that have all of the services and are totally ready to go? Okay.
Neil?
Yeah, that was kind of what I was going to bring up too. Like, you already have them at Lake Newell Resort. The town has 300 rental units being built right now for next year. This, like, I'm not trying to scare anybody off of this, but I've done a little bit of development. It's not all that easy. I got my ass kicked really good the first one. Just ended up dumping the lots just because I ran out of money. What's that? Yeah, but I don't even know how to put this. I don't think that community councils are capable of running a development business. It takes, not that I am either, but this is a risky deal. Like, we've got the land out there. If you could do, like Dan said, the area structure plan, facilitate it, get somebody to come in. We're not going to walk out of, if we're going to walk out of this making $3, $4, $5 million, fine, but there's not a hope.
But we don't even know how many lots there are out there right now. I think I'd like to know some answers there so we can start to plan, and then somebody might show up that wants to take it all, and we could get it done that way. Holly, and then Adina.
It was just a clarification. So if you're doing the deep infrastructure and sidewalks and that, do you have to plan in advance, like what kind of housing in terms of putting that stuff in? If it's, like an apartment building, say to a duplex, you have to have some things in place before you do the infrastructure. So an area structure plan is first. Am I following you here? And then is deep infrastructure? Can you give me some understanding?
Well, yeah, I think the first thing that needs to be done is a little bit more engineering work just to verify the developable area. Once you know how far the services can reach and what can be developed, I mean, the water supply and distribution is not of concern, because I think we can do that. It's the sanitary collection, and because it's by gravity, it's all about elevation. So I don't think it's too extensive of a project to get the engineering work and define the developable area. But that being said, once you get the developable area, then you can start into looking at concept planning and what the street layouts look like and what the servicing layouts look like. And not until you get to that point are you going to get into how many lots can we fit in this envelope.
Thanks, Matt. An answer, and then
Yeah, and just to be clear for council, what is included in budget is an allocation towards the engineering effort. There are no dollars committed in budget to actually do deep utility work. That would be a conversation to come after we learn what the engineers have to say about it.
And yeah, Adina, and then I've got a comment.
And I was just going to say, I feel like building a house at Lake Newell Resort and building a house in the hamlet of Tilly is different. I think my 1,600 square foot house is going to be a little cheaper to afford in the hamlet of Tilly than it is going to be at Lake Newell Resort. And so maybe not everybody feels comfortable with living at the lake or want to live at the lake. So I don't think the comparison is viable.
I think Matt's explanation speaks to Neil's concern. I don't disagree with that we're not going to build houses here right now, nor are we going to dig anything deep, but we're going to find out what we can do there and see where to go from there, right? I think that That's almost a no-brainer in my opinion, because we got the land there, we've got the services in the community. We're looking for a place to do some of that sort of thing. And maybe by the time we get the work done, somebody else will show up and want to do a bunch of it. So did you guys have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, like, once you get through that and you do the engineering, you're building a business case for what your return on investment will be. So what is it? Is it narrow lot residential? Is it a larger typical lot, or is it more intense or less intense is what's going to drive the return on that. And when you're down to 50 cent dollars, there isn't a single developer out there that generally qualifies for that. So you should be ahead of the game to be able to lower that total cost, because it's only at 50 cent dollar for local investment, and what can you get on the return on that? If you're competing with $180,000 a lot down at Lake Newell Resort, you're probably out of the game in Tilly. Who's going to buy a lot for $180,000 and in today's dollars probably spend $400,000 to build an average size house? That's pushing it, but that is what this would derive and allow council to make some decisions on.
Mm-hmm. Right, I think it needs to be clear, we're not going down the road you're concerned about, because I share that concern too, but I think the layout is to figure out what we have here and see where to go from there. Go ahead, Neil.
Well, this is back in the Jim Weber days, so I'm actually just echoing what he set up. The Marshall drain straight down here by the tracks, that was all EID property. Industrial Park out here, they partnered with the town, EID property. Lake Newell Resort, they did what we're talking about doing right now, but they never had to pick up a shovel, and it worked out very well for them. They got tremendous land sales. What's that?
I said it worked out great for the EID, but maybe not so great for the county now.
Well, I think ask Greg, 250 people living out there that love the lake and think it's a pretty cool spot to live. I'm just warning a little wee bit about, there are developers out there, if you have a project, it's better to let them have it. And if we get a cool land sale for 100,000 acre or something out there in the end, we've scored a total home run. We're not going to win on putting services in, building houses. You're going to lose on one of the three. It's what comes out in the end. And we have to, I agree with you, like there's a heck of a difference between Tilly and Lake Newell Resort. There's disadvantages and advantages to both. But when we get into this, it'd be a learning experience for us. It'd be nice for us to do the area structure, set it all up, help with some PEP financing if we can get it. 50 cent dollars are cool. And then I think we should just turn it over and let somebody else build the houses, sell them.
Yeah, well, we're not even to the point of digging the ground up at all. All we're doing is engineering what might.
No, I get that.
So I think at 50 cent dollars, unless we're not interested in expanding the community, I think it's a pretty easy decision to, at this point. I mean, there's bigger decisions ahead of us, I'm sure, but for our budget consideration, it's about whether we want to consider the engineering, right? Yeah.
It's going to cost $50,000, or what is our budget consideration?
I think we've got 75,000 in there, and I just wanted to say that this engineering and this preliminary groundwork is going to probably answer a lot of these questions. It's going to give us this cost benefit analysis, because there are outside factors other than the services we provide to the lots as well. And one that I know Dinosaur Gas Co-op worked on in 2016 while we were there doing the improvements in Tilly was the amount of gas they were able to supply to the hamlet, and they had to twin some lines and add some booster stations there for that. So these are the other organizations and outfits, that are going to be able to see if the development is even a feasible ask out there that we need to dive into and figure out, because if the gas co-op comes in and says we need to twin a line from Highway 1 down to the hamlet of Tilly, well, that really makes our benefit analysis of what the cost of development compared to the return on investment is going to look like.
Yeah.
So basically what we're doing right now, we're choosing to spend $75,000, which I'm okay with that, to see if this is a good project.
And hopefully come up with
a
plan that could be implemented.
Yep. So there's $75,000 we've already spent, haven't made just keep good tabs of how that tally goes up as we go along.
Okay, good.
Let's do it. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to remind Neil that we're investing in a hamlet that we have listed as growth hamlet. So we do need to do something for the hamlet of Tilly.
I want to do something for the Hamlet. All I'm saying is we've just very casually said, here's $75,000. There's a pasture out there. Go have a look at it. Bring us back a report. I hope it works. I think it might, but let's see.
Okay. Good to go. Oh,
Just one more quick comment about it. One difference between us and a developer is we collect property taxes every year on every one of those properties, whereas the developer has to make all their money and walk away.
okay. What's the next one?
Next one's myself with Canadian Pacific Kansas City Railway. So this unfortunately is...
That one's easy too.
Yeah?
I think so.
Good.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, this unfortunately is not built into your interim budget figures because of their timelines on preparing things. This has been known to us for a couple of years now, so this is why we are bringing it so it can be built in for final. So your consideration, we've got 4 railway crossings that they've presented to us through the years, having the discussion, getting a concrete crossing with paved aprons leading up to it. That's improved safety for our operators with the graders working in and around railway tracks. That is in response, as you've heard before, to several train versus grader collisions several years back. We're just trying to look at the safety. The timber crossings, most of these are in the Bazzano area, so Councillor Crispin, you please take note of that that is where the majority of our complaints have been coming from our motorists, is the condition of those wood timbers out there. And we're just trying to continue to execute this plan as we proceeded several years ago. This is great to see from Canadian Pacific Kansas City to come forward with 4. This current year we did 2 crossing improvements in the Castles area, immediately east and west. Previous year we did 2 crossings in Latham. They're trying to push west and take care of everything to the west, and then we're going to start looking to the east. So I'm looking for council's blessing. Again, similar situation, 50% of the estimated cost to construct, one-time funding from the County of Newell to do this that doesn't obligate us for that future concrete rehab and everything else moving forward, just what's in the board orders, and whether there is support for council to build this into the interim budget in time for final.
I read the presentation. It's very well presented and it looks like an opportunity to me. So my opinion is, yeah, let's work it into the budget. And if we get to the end of the budget cycle and we need to pare something back, we'll figure out what it's going to be. But I think this is a good one to have in there. Go ahead, Holly.
Just future. So this would make 8. How many more are there? Like 4 before and 4 now, roughly?
Well, there's more crossings out there, but there are some crossings that I'm not recommending move to concrete. Township Road 210, I believe it is, east of Bazzano is a dead-end road that accesses just pasture lands, and then it accesses the EID canal. That's not going to be going to concrete. I want to say probably another 8. That's just ballparking out top of my head, so please don't hold me to that.
Go ahead.
This is mostly just for my information. This does not include the west crossing at the landfill. Is that correct?
In Tilly, no, because that is within town, it is within the town of Bazzano municipal bounds, so it does not. I am aware that they are having their own conversations with the town of Bazzano, and they are currently having conversations with the city of Brooks for Range Road 15-0 as well, but I can't control those outcomes and expectations.
Thanks for that clarity.
I think this is well presented and it's core to what we do. Like, that's what we're here for, I think. Any other comments? Dan, go ahead.
I feel the same way, and I've changed my mind now knowing that there's only 8 more, but I was going to suggest maybe have a policy where we just automatically approve the 50% thing, 50% funding if they're proposing that. But we still could, but there's 8 more, or ish. We're going to hold you to it.
Okay. Good to go? Okay, good. What's the next one?
Okay, well, if we're moving out of function 32, because we've beat down the RFCs and RFD, thank you very much, council. We will move into function 33, which I'll just remind council, the airports, we have a 50-50 operating agreement with the town of Bazzano. We have a 50-50 ownership agreement with the city of Brooks. I believe Matt already highlighted, I think it's the airport runway lighting that City of Brooks is applying to a grant for. That is the only capital thing that may surface from them that we're in 50-50. So if you support that, I don't have anything else in 33 to carry on with.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Next one.
Going to water, function 41. It's really status quo. NRSC puts forward increases to water rates and stuff that typically get transferred across to the end user with us. And, you know, we're carrying forward and continuing on with CNWP till we wrap that up. Otherwise, status quo, typical repairs, maintenance, and preventative maintenance activities on that stuff. So,
Matt, please.
Just for council's information, on the utility rate side of things, we've proposed the 3% rate increase, which we advertised back at budget planning. What does that mean for a household on a monthly basis? Well, if you're in the hamlets and you're actually drawing water and have the benefit of sewer, you're looking at an additional $3.26 a month if you use 15 cubes of water. That's kind of average ballpark. And then on the rural water system, you're looking at an extra $1.94 a month. So annually for the hamlets, another $39.09, and for the rural, an additional $23.31 for the year.
Good information. Thanks, Matt.
okay, nothing more in function 41. We'll move to 42. Same kind of thing. Contracted repairs, maintenance, preventative maintenance activities. We've got some sewer line flushing in there that's proactive maintenance. We're making sure our main lines are clear and people are capable of flushing their toilets. We don't end up with sewer backups. It is also the time that we look at the current condition of pipes, and that is what facilitates asset management plan and what kind of maintenance and repairs strategies we need to implement and seek from council in the future. Sludge assessment. So this is at the lagoons. We've currently gone through the sludge assessment with the village or the hamlet of Tilly. We've ran into some challenges there that I've spoke about in monthly reports and updates. We want to do this for the rest of them to have the long-term strategy of how we deal with the biosolids that we need to get out and what we do, whether it's land spreading or centrifugal treatment or whatever, and hauling to proper disposal grounds. Tilly manhole adjustments. That actually took place this year. We just wrapped that up. So hopefully everybody over there is satisfied with what's been done. We know that one manhole wasn't quite done right, so they went back and did it properly. So I believe we're out of that game now, and those are settlements from when we originally constructed. So really that no increase to anything, status quo, other than, again, rates as per the schedule of fees bylaw that's being proposed, and that's to cover the operating costs.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Okay. Waste management. This is your Newell Regional Solid Waste Management Authority budget. They present the figures over to us. You have members around you that are part of that committee, I guess. And the presented costs are there. The other thing that we're dealing with this is we finally got environment's approval to proceed with the Tilly landfill closure. It's only been like a solid 3-4 year battle with that, as you've heard in my monthly updates. So we will be carrying that one forward and dealing with that and getting the post-closure certificates. And that's really where we're at with that. If there's any questions, if it's to do with SEWA or anything like that, that's out of my realm. Sorry.
Thanks, Mark.
Just
Ollie.
how many years is it on this Tilly thing now that you've been working on it?
Well, since 2013 when we took over Tilly, but to seriously get after it, it's been about a 4 to 5 year haul.
In a bad way.
Yeah. yeah, it's been an administration time suck, so it'll be a great one to get off the list.
Good.
The last one that I have, I don't think that there should be any questions on this, but maybe planning and development, function 61. You can see the highlights there, building permit revenue just going up, or cost, yeah, revenue going up, LGFF operating. You've got IDP reviews and stuff going on with that, with your municipal stuff. Salaries, wages, benefits, contracted general services, because we have the inspection company working for us, permitting side, we're just trying to offset their costs with those sorts of things. So otherwise it's status quo in that department.
I think we're good. Information, are we up to information technology?
You are. I'm out of here.
Thank you,
Till
Mark.
the next meeting.
Thank you, Mark.
Today.
No, I appreciate the extensive information that we have in front of us, and also the fact that, I mean, your crew is working to put it all together so that it works for us, and it's good information. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Welcome, Roberta.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. You warmed everybody up. Good morning, or afternoon, I guess.
Feels like morning. Yeah.
Stephanie's teaching me some IT tricks. Good afternoon, everyone. So hopefully I won't take too much of your time. I know it's been a long day already. Matt has presented the summary slide that I think will, if you have any questions, we can talk about. But I'm going to go to some success stories and kind of look at it. I know I'm a spender, but I'm hoping to show you that I'm also a little bit of a guardian too. And I respect the taxpayers' dollars, because I'm one too. So this one we talked about before. I hope everybody kind of remembers. So it's electronic document and records management system. We have an opportunity to move away from Laserfiche and look at using licensing that we already have. It's expensive for us to initially get that done. There's a company that can help us get to where we need to go fairly quickly. But as you can see, our return on investment would be delivered. So we're going to do a pilot project to make sure. One of the important parts is that we do a gap analysis and make sure we maintain our service levels. And if we're satisfied by that, and if council approves, then we can look at making a move and hopefully recapture some of those dollars. Anytime you have questions, just hop in. Yeah. Our buffaloes this year, they were due to be replaced. We took a look at how they ran and other options we had for backups. And we felt that it was more advantageous for us to, rather than replacing those two buffaloes, we would actually increase our cloud backups. That would save us $7,000 a year of capital cost amortization, and our maintenance cost of $3,685 per year, for a total of $10,685. Although moving to the cloud would increase the cost by $511, it does free up 57 hours of tech time to be applied for other things. So it frees up our service capacity.
Dan.
What's a buffalo? Sorry, I just don't remember it.
I just Googled it. It's a longhorned, four-legged bulldog.
It can be damaging. Ask Jordan. It's been a thorn in his side for a while, but it is our backup appliance. So it's actually the piece of hardware that has software that does the backup of our data.
Is it an acronym?
No,
Or
they're
is it an actual
actually
word?
called Buffalo.
Okay.
The equipment is called Buffalo. Yeah, but thank you for that.
Without them, you go over a cliff.
I hope I don't have too many of those in there. We'll see. You guys might catch me a few times. And you're going to hear this every year from me until I'm no longer here to tell you. And next year's a magic number that I'm kind of excited about. But in 2015, this council, or council, county council, approved us to make a significant change to our GIS program. That investment has paid off every year. We used to have 2 GIS analysts. We were able, after we redid our program, we were able to just move forward with 1 GIS analyst, but we have improved and increased the services delivered by that single GIS analyst. I'm sure he gets some credit for it too. He's a great employee and does a great job for us. Every year, it's estimated about $100,000 per year that we save, and this is our 9th year, so we're at $900,000. Next year's big 1 million. I'm pretty excited about that. Everybody's aware cyber security is pretty important for everybody, not just the County of Newell. We had purchased what's called KnowBe4, and it is a software program that allowed us to do cybersecurity training across the organization, minimizing the amount of effort and time staff had to do that. We were also able, with it, to do an automated phishing campaign on a monthly basis. All of those things are required now for us to even get cyber liability insurance. There is still more requirements. It becomes harder and harder every year. Through the Canadian through RMA insurance, sorry, Stephanie will keep me on the right track there. Through RMA insurance, they offer a similar program for no charge to anyone who has their insurance through RMA. We are in an agreement with KnowBe4, but that gives us a year of overlap to transition from KnowBe4 into CIRA, and then we can reduce the cost by $3,795 annually. The plotter and large format scanner. So this was, thanks to IT staff. What they did is they were tasked with the responsibility of finding a plotter to replace the one that we had. We also had on the list the replacement of a large format scanner. Both of those had a budget of $20,000. IT staff were able to find a plotter that actually also did the functionality of the large format scanner, and they negotiated the contract to fit our budget to include 5 years of maintenance. So I thought that was pretty good.
Holly's got a question.
Well, let's actually go back to the last screen about the KnowBe4 training, the ones you send out that phishing thing. I'd like to know when I do it right, because I go, I don't think I should open that one, but I'm not sure if it's actually a fish. I don't know. I'm like, is it suspicious or not? So I'm really paranoid. So if there is a way to let us know, like, yes, you're right, a check mark or something, because I did get one that's like, you shouldn't have opened this. I'm like, oh yeah, I fell for that. But it just makes me paranoid. I don't know if I'm learning or just getting paranoid.
Maybe you are learning if you're paranoid. I think that's a good thing if you're paranoid. Yes, unfortunately, it's like everything else. You only hear when you do the bad thing. You don't very often hear when you're doing a good thing. And the system runs like that too. So if you do click on it and you weren't supposed to, it will come up and tell you. And there's a little toggle that you hit and it'll show you what you should be looking for. So if you get it wrong, it's meant to educate and help you to understand the things that you should look for. I know when you got it right and I know when you got it wrong because it's in the system. So we can certainly provide that feedback if people would like to know that. Yeah, for sure we can. And we do a report and then that is presented internally, but we can share that with, whoever too that Matt, thinks it's important to share it with.
Yeah, just because there was one that I did open and I couldn't find, I didn't know it was a toggle because I didn't know what it was. It should have clicked because I thought it looked good enough. So I couldn't pick out my mistake, and then it worries me, right, if I can't see what I've done wrong because I thought it checked the boxes. And then, as I said, that more learning would be appreciated to make sure that we're doing our best.
That sounds good. And I got to tell you, there are times, and please don't let it be me, because there's a possibility and there's a range of complexity. So some of them are really easy. They're easy to spot. If you get that one, good for you. Some of them are much more challenging, and it can be difficult, but that's the whole purpose. But if you don't know, you're right. That's part of the learning process. You need to know, right? Yeah. So certainly I'll see what I can do about that. Last slide, and then if you guys have questions, I just want to say Lean Tools and Techniques. It's a wonderful program that Matt has brought to us, the staff here at the County of Newell. Just want to reiterate our commitment in the IT department, to council, and to our ratepayers that we are looking at things through the lens of Lean. We're trying to understand where we can improve, and we're always looking for opportunities to improve the way we do things, and if there's a better way for us to do it. We take the ego out of it. It's just a process, and how can we make it better? That's all I had.
Good. Thank you, Roberta. Are there questions? Looks like you've answered them all. Good to go. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. Corporate services, and then let's take 5. Corporate services take us long? Just a few minutes.
Do you want a break? It's all right to take 5 now.
What's that? Let's take 5, and we'll 5 to 3. We'll. Just about all here. Go for it. Some of us might be standing just to. Some of us might be standing just to. Some of us might be standing just to. Some of us might be standing. Oh, there. Now we're on. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me in this afternoon to give a little bit of a oversight on my my requests for 2025. I know that in my function 23, I do have some significant increases in there. I'd like to highlight just a few things that have created this increase. The one is we found during our pump testing this year that some of our fire trucks had water in their fuel. And so we had Public Works go out and look at our filling stations that are remote out in the county, and we found that there's a bit of an issue there. So we need to start implementing fuel conditioning within our tanks there within the county of Newell every year. So that constituted for some of it. And then that's not a huge price number, and neither is this next one. But our tires that we have in there was a budget of $600. And we had to have on that Bow City fire truck that had the extended pump test done on it and stuff, it was discovered that we needed 2 new front tires at a cost of $1,200 a piece, not $600 a piece. So that increased that budget just to 1,200 for one tire, just in case we get it damaged. We do get our tires checked every year for our annual CVIPs, and I've been informed by our people that do that for us that they would give me ample notice that I could put more requests into the budget for the following year without having to worry about replacing the tire immediately. So hopefully this was a one-time thing and we'll be able to get that corrected. And then as we go down through our things, small tools and equipment, there's a little bit here, and our biggest one is it's a tool for the firefighting toolbox that I'd like to implement on all the fire departments, and it's a oscillating ground monitor is what it is. And what this monitor does is it helps with things like bale fires, compressed gas cylinder fires, as well as setting down wet lines in front of wildland fires and things like that. And the best part about this device is it can be unmanned, so we don't have to have a firefighter sitting there while this machine is operating. And for things in particular like bale fires that take hours and hours and hours to extinguish, this is a nice handy tool for it, but unfortunately it's at the cost of about $3,800 roughly. So that constitutes for quite a bit of the budget throughout, and then other than some specific stuff through Rolling Hills as they build their extrication area up within that fire protection area, stabilizers are needed, and the stabilizer is a key component to actually make that vehicle stable to mitigate the mechanism of injury of that patient that we're trying to extricate out of the vehicle. So there's a little bit of cost to that. And then we have our two new fire engines. Rosemary is very thankful for the new fire engine they have. They love it. They love the simplicity of the operation of it. But unfortunately, when they move tools across from one truck to the other, that's when we find out that tools that have been sitting there for 15, 20 years are in need of replacement and things like that. So there's a little bit of an extra cost in the Rosemary budget, as well as the Tilly. Tilly gets their new pumper tender coming spring of this year. With that pumper tender, the old one that they have has no storage. So now this new pumper tender is actually going to be the pumper tender as well as a second line fire engine for that community. So we need to outfit the compartments within that pumper tender. So there's a little bit of cost that really made their budget lines that much more. So and then other than that, there was just a small one under other goods and supplies, where with the new hierarchy that I've created within the fire departments and having officers, throughout the fire departments, we need to identify them. So it's important to put the proper epaulets on their shoulder, put the stickers on their helmets, so that when we go to scenes, everybody knows who's who in the zoo. So there's a little bit of a cost under that of about roughly $800, $1,200 per each fire department, depending on how big they are. So that constitutes most of the increase that I'm asking for under the 23. And when it comes to capital expenditures, it's just the Bazzano extrication equipment. So back in 2019 when I started, I think it was in year 2020, they were actually supposed to have their extrication equipment, or it was in their budget line to do. In a meeting with Corey and Amanda at the time, they decided that equipment was actually still pretty efficient, was still working A-OK, and they could hold off on getting that extrication equipment because, as you can see by that price tag that's on there, it's a little bit pricey. We move ahead 4 or 5 years here now. It's the equipment's older. It's getting a little more antiquated. It's really heavy. Maintenance is starting to creep up on it a little bit more. The annual maintenance that needs to be performed on it, so it's getting a little more expensive. So it's time to replace that equipment. So the request for capital for that $78,000 for extrication equipment. It's a little different than the extrication equipment that I've requested in the past on the smaller rural fire departments. With those departments, I simply ask for a combination tool is what it's called. So it cuts and it spreads, and it does everything all in one tool. because Pisano is on the #1 highway and we deal with transportations, transports and those bigger vehicles, we need bigger equipment for that, which is obviously more cost. Plus, they're individual. It's an individual cutter, it's an individual spreader, and then the rams that we would need to use for that. So that's why, when we typically buy our extrication equipment, for instance, the last one was Rolling Hills, and it came to about $35,000–$40,000 with the ram. That's why it's so much more. It's just because they're individual tools rather than a combination tool, and they're a lot more robust of a tool to be able to cut through the heavier, dutier metals that are on transportation trucks or RVs or Cataliners and things like that.
Holly,
so
good
with that,
question. And Kelly,
if there's any questions for that.
Yeah, just wondering, so when you're talking about moving tools between trucks, so what kinds of tools is it that haven't been used and they've somehow worn out? Or can you explain that?
Yeah, so with the positive pressure fan in Rosemary as well as in Tilly, both were requested there because they're just old and they just don't work quite as well as they used to. So and then there's hand tools of brooms and axes and hoses. In particular, we don't really ever transfer hoses from an old truck to a new truck. When we get a new truck, we want to put that hose on there to know that it's going to be good and it works well. So that's where, hose in itself is almost $300 for a 50-foot roll, and that's one. And we have minimum about 15 on a fire truck. So the cost exponentially gets high really, really quick when that happens. So.
And where do the old hoses go? They must still have purpose.
Well, sometimes they have purpose. Sometimes farmers like to use them to water their fields and use them for things like that. We do repurpose some of the 65 mil or the 2.5-inch hose for extrication. So when we cut our cars, we have sharp, jagged edges. So we cut those hoses up and then we throw it over top of those sharp, jagged edges and tape it off. And then that protects EMS while they're working with the victim, as well as the fire department guys as they're pulling the people out. So we do try and repurpose them the best we can. I do have some in my Patricia storage building there, the old Patricia Fire Hall right now that is just sitting there that we can use. And then if some stuff sits there too long, we send it off to Mexico, but there's no guarantee that it'll work all that long there because of the age of it.
okay, thank you. Kelly?
I just want to talk about this equipment that did it not come to the fire committee's table?
The extrication equipment?
Yes.
No, back in 2020, typically every year, myself, Amanda, and Corey sit down and we talk about budgets and we talk about what we're going to put in, what we're not going to put in, what we're going to present to the committee. And right at that level, it was decided that the equipment was A-OK and it didn't need to even be brought to the committee for consideration because he was quite happy with the way it was working at that time.
Okay, thank you for that, because that is news to me.
Yep.
I don't know if Arno remembers it, but so how old is the present equipment?
Almost 30 years old,
30.
25, 30 years old. It's somewhere in that range. It's been well loved.
Thank you.
So.
Okay.
All right, perfect. The function 24. So with the function 24, and that's the clarification. Am I doing clarification right now with that? So with function 24, I'm looking for a little bit of clarification on a position for a deputy fire chief within our service here. The reason, a lot like I brought to you in July for a training position, was it's a position that it was outlined by BEAR during their needs assessment. And with the increasing amount of work that I have to do, and just to put it in perspective a little bit, day-to-day operations of 9 fire halls, 132 volunteers, 27 apparatus that I take care of, to the best of my ability, ensuring compliance through 80 inspections of facilities within the County of Newell, as well as serving as the Director of Emergency Management. My workload is huge, and I'd love to share that workload a little bit and hopefully make myself a little bit more efficient. The other aspects are the fact that I'm on call 24/7. So if a major incident happens within the County of Newell, I'm the person that needs to run to it. If I'm away on vacation, there is nobody that can fill that spot. And you know, Brooks Fire has been gracious enough to assist me with that up to this point, but who knows how long that could last and will last. The other aspect of that is fire investigations. Any fire that happens where there's a loss of property or life, I have to investigate that to find origin and cause of that. So that's another aspect that just takes a little bit more time out of my day for it. So if we had a deputy chief, you know, we would use that position for training initiatives and, you know, safety code compliance, a lot like I presented earlier this year. But it'll help me focus on strategic leadership, disaster services, and community safety, of course. And by having this, you know, this position, you know, it increases the leadership within our fire service. It improves oversight. This role ensures better adherence to safety code protocols, training leadership to heightening the accountability among persons. Enhances emergency response as well, because I have that person to lean on now so that I don't have to be on call 24/7, or if I go away on vacation, I've got that fill position sitting there. And then, of course, it optimizes our service, right? Gives us better community engagement because we can utilize that deputy to do a little bit more, you know, community education and stuff like that. And hopefully it streamlines the administration end of things and allows me to be a little bit more efficient in the position that I'm in.
Thank you, Stuart. I think, Matt, you had a comment.
Yeah, Stuart, if you could, for council, just provide some insight into our quality management plan and the inspections which are required under that plan, and how many times have we completed a full inspection of public facilities in the county?
Sure. Yeah. So within our quality management plan, we've taken on annually 5 basic areas. So apartment blocks, restaurants, assemblies, churches, and the 5th one escapes me, but there's 5 total. Schools is another one that we do. So we're supposed to annually inspect every single one of them in the County of Newell. That is roughly 80 facilities or a little bit more. Along with that, we also have the petroleum tanks within the County of Newell, because safety codes pawn that off on myself, and I got accreditation to be able to do that. So within the County of Newell, we have, I think it's 9 fuel stations. Is that what it is in the County of Newell? I think somewhere in that range. But then I've got yearly, we have to do annual renewals on petroleum tanks that are over 2,500 liters. So that's, there's about 30 of them that are kicking out there. And then as I drive in particular to Rolling Hills, I see 2 new ones that are along the road there that I know have never been inspected or been told, or I was told that they were in place, and they're actually quite big petroleum tanks at the 2 different facilities along that road, to which I need to make time to go and introduce myself and get that done. So at the end of the day, it just gives you a bit of an overview of the breadth of what I have to do. And within the quality management plan, we say that we'll do it. We haven't been audited by safety codes, but I can tell you that if we do get audited, I'm only doing roughly a dozen to maybe 15, you know, of those 5. And then the petroleum tanks, I think I've been to 4 in the last 2 years. So it's not, I'm not being efficient at all in the end of the quality management plan and safety codes.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. Lynette, you got a question?
Couple of questions. Excuse me, a couple of questions. Under your unintended outcomes, the introduction of this role might create resistance among current volunteer fire chiefs who might feel their authority or responsibilities are being undermined. My question is, would your deputy in the hierarchy be above those chiefs? That would be the idea?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And then my other question was, will the deputy, is there plans for that deputy to also be trained to do all of these facility checks and everything as well?
That is the plan, that the deputy would take on the major role of the inspections within the County of Newell. And that will get rid of a lot of weight that's on my shoulders that I'm not able to do all the time. I should clarify that, you know, we talk about being over top of the fire chiefs within the 9 rural departments. In 5 years sitting in this position, I don't work myself as being over top of my fire chiefs. I work myself as working alongside my fire chiefs, and I would certainly work that with my deputy chief as well, is that we're not any better than any other firefighter that's out there, any other fire chief or deputy chief. We work alongside to mentor, to make them better, to make their departments better. And that is my feeling on the way we should operate business, because I think it makes everybody better. And there was apprehension when I first came, even though Keith was here before me. And I'm sure there'll be apprehension when the new deputy chief comes in place, because they're worried about, you know, the things that we're actually really implementing now, 5 years after I took over this position of training and, you know, creating hierarchy within the fire departments and just creating better structure out there, hopefully to the minimum so it doesn't overwhelm the volunteer chiefs.
Okay, thank you. Holly, please.
A couple questions. So we're doubling our fire staff because you're asking for half FTE for admin as well, right? Plus the new chief.
That's right.
So I'm just wondering, in terms of that, I know you're doing, you can't cover everything in your position. I know you need help. But do we have enough work to have doubling the fire department? And will that take, like we give some money to ICF for Brooks to cover some of the fire? So is that going to save some money on that end, or how are you going to see this all work out?
I don't have a good answer for that 100%. I think there's enough out there right now, especially because you know, the administrative assistant is a little bit redefined right now as it is, because she helps me out with a little bit of the safety code inspections right now, and she's a basic safety code. So to me, I think it's going to create efficiencies and make us better, and in the long run, it's actually going to, I think, save the County of Newell. So even though it costs quite a bit to get that position in place.
Thanks, Stuart. I think Matt wants to speak to that, and then Holly, or Kelly has a question or a comment. Yeah, the other Holly.
Yeah, so just so council knows where my head's at, I'm a big supporter of the deputy regional fire chief position. I think it's a typical position you see in the fire service. Our rural municipal neighbors have a deputy chief. Our current chief will be away on vacation, and we're at risk. I don't think Stuart answered the question where how many times have we completed the full 80 inspections?
Never.
We have never done that. We've said we're going to do that. So my job is to identify to council where we need capacity, and we need capacity there. I think we figured, 600 hours to get through the inspections? And then the follow-up, because these haven't been inspected, you're going to have a laundry list of to-dos. I think that's what the Village of Rosemary, the Ag Society, found out as well, which isn't always happy news to receive of what you need to do to get your buildings to code, but that is the benefit of having the regional fire chief. One of the other things I'll point out, not to throw our fire service under the bus, but there are fire underwriter surveys which are due, and I know maybe just this year for Lake Newell Resort, that does have an impact on folks' insurance rates when those aren't completed on a timely basis. Yep. It does become a real challenge for fellas who get called out whenever the phone rings to push the paper on the desk. So I think what we've got proposed in this budget with a restructure of your administrative assistant giving full-time support to Stuart, and the addition of a deputy fire chief will make a big difference for our community, and it will help us discharge the responsibilities we've taken on through that quality management plan. And if we don't want to add the capacity, we should seriously revisit the quality management plan and see what our options are for sloughing off that responsibility.
Thanks, Matt. Kelly, please.
Just to be clear, I've always been in favor of this FTE, and that's saying a lot because I'm not a big proponent to adding FTE. My question is about the vehicle. Is there a way that, oh, Matt's ear is taken, so I'll just wait a minute because it might need his answer. Is there a way that we can fit this truck into our fleet, and is a half-ton truck the right vehicle? Because I'm thinking maybe a car might be handy for all your travel. No.
Oh, Matt, go ahead, please.
So, you know, and I'm not sure because it's sometimes a disadvantage to my staff when they give me the budget. We do press on staff to get tighter with things and to right size. So the truck that is in budget is not the truck that the fire service would prefer to have. It's a heavy half. So it's not just a lightweight half ton. It's not the 3/4 ton that they would prefer. When we do our analysis with the enterprise fleet guys, they say, well, a heavy half should get you there. 3/4 tons aren't as fuel efficient. So, you know, Stuart's wish would be that we throw a 3/4 ton in the budget. That's going to be a little more expensive, which if council supports, that's fair. We'll do that. But we do try and push our staff to be conservative before the numbers get to council.
Okay, thank you. Answers your question, Neil?
Can I make
No Trans Am.
Could I make a comment to the
Go ahead.
car?
Okay.
Just,
Yeah.
just with the car, if that's all they were doing with safety codes and things like that, probably wouldn't be a big issue. But when he's my deputy that's going to fend me off when I'm away and be on call for a week at a time, he needs a truck to go to multi-agency stuff. So, you know, if we could make a car work, we would. But I think it's not practical because the deputy chief is going to do almost mirror exactly what I do, right? So we need that vehicle.
And if I could just add, it's great succession planning, I think, if I was on the hiring committee.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Neil, and then Adina.
Just a off-the-wall question. Could you contract out all those inspections? There's got to be ex-fire chiefs and guys around that could just take that right off your hands as a contractor and forget the full-time employee business?
So I did reach out because we had that discussion back earlier this year about contracting out. So I did reach out, and we're looking at the one quote that I got back is over $60,000 for that person to do the inspections, and that's just to start because they're unsure of how often they'd have to come back and all that kind of stuff. That's their lowest common denominator there. So to me, it seems pricey for contracting that service out, and I did only get one price because I knew it's a group out of Red Deer that does that kind of things. So,
okay, but even 60,000 is a lot cheaper than bringing a full-time employee in, giving them a car, benefits, all that. Food for thought.
Get what you pay for. Okay, Adina, right? I mean, that's just one aspect of what we've been talking about, and it's a big thing that has to get caught up, but it wouldn't address the other things that we were talking about, right? Like, and it's probably.
Well, it addressed 80 times, it was about 180 days, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's substantial. If somebody was to take 180 of Stuart's days away from him.
Yeah, but that's just a catch up. That's just a catch up to get back to where we need to be. And I think if it, you know, we could try to do it, but it still doesn't get us coverage when Stuart's away or a number of those other things. Matt, you had a comment?
I was just going to say, Stuart doesn't have those 80 days currently, right? Like we have we have not delivered the service level ever yet. And we've had that QMP in place for how many years? Yeah, 2020. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Adina.
So, because I'm really not in favor of a FTE, I'm looking for ways that we could cut somewhere. When you're gone, Stuart, why couldn't the deputy fire chief drive your truck if you're on vacation? And then he could drive a car the rest of the time.
And what if there were multiple calls within the county and I had to go one way and he had to go the other, or that person would go the other way? Right?
Lane?
Yeah, if we're looking at one vehicle that's split between two positions, you can imagine the logistics of having to hand over the vehicle every time there's a shift change. And it would be a real challenge, to say the least. And there are times when there's both of them going to be required on scene. And it's the nature of the business.
Yeah. Okay, where are we at? Neil?
We tried that vehicle sharing, and I'll guarantee you it does not work. No way.
Okay, I think we have, Holly?
I know one of the issues, I'm just wondering about training, because your wording was facilitate essential training. So they're not going to be teaching it or be hiring somebody else to train?
No, we wouldn't be hiring someone to train. I think what it is to help build up the fire practice. Well, I know that this is what it is. It's to build up our fire practices within the County of Newell on a yearly basis. So, according to our new document that we have out, one practice per month, every fire department should be doing that, to which some are doing better than that, some are doing worse than that. So it's to help create and make that, as well as currently and it's starting this weekend, I teach with the Brooks Fire Department, the County of Newell firefighters, 1001s, a whole plethora of stuff. So if the deputy was in position of that, I could share that or give that all over to that deputy, and that would lighten my load that much more as well.
Okay, thank you. I think we know what the ask is. I think we've gone around this over the period of time prior to today and including today. So that's going to be in here, and at the end of the process, we have another opportunity to review. But as with the other things that are in here, this is a staff recommendation that's coming at us from the people that we have put in place to manage this organization for us. Thanks, Stuart. We are going to back to corporate services.
So function 14, corporate safety.
Right.
What you have before you is a reflection of the change that has taken place in the department's scope during the last year and what we anticipated being going forward for 2025 and years beyond. Really what we're doing is we've decreased the administrative assistant support that was split between the two functions, and have also reflected the fact that they are now picking up responsibility for personnel, which was previously a dedicated HR function or position within the organization. We no longer, of course, have the revenue coming in that was associated with the contract that was being provided with the City of Brooks, or to the City of Brooks. Any questions on the safety function?
Thanks, Lane. Are there any questions? Seeing none, that's good.
Legislative, pretty much business as usual. We recognize that there's an election next year. There is going to be the cost of the election that we're needing to budget for, but otherwise expect that the council role or function will carry on under the new divisional arrangement with 9 councillors.
Okay, any questions? Move on to administration.
So administration, one of the things that has already been discussed here earlier today, we've included $150,000 for the proposed raw water supply for the irrigation system. And again, it's just a reflection of the other changes that have already been discussed when it comes to staffing, things that have already been put into place. Any questions on?
Anybody have any questions? Pretty straightforward, I think, right?
FCSS, again, business as usual. The city is looking after that arrangement, and we don't anticipate that there's going to be any significant change in the way FCS services have been provided in the past.
Okay.
Community services, this deals primarily with our minibus service, proposing a small increase in the rider fee. Otherwise, business as usual for that function.
Okay.
Last one is economic development. This is contracted, that function is primarily contracted to the city of Brooks. We're contributing there. Don't anticipate that there'd be too much change in that program either.
Matt, you got a comment?
Yeah, so we do put this budget in front of council just so you're familiar with what joint services, economic development is doing. We had received an email earlier this week from Lisa Tiffin. Apparently the province has opened up a grant program for community clinics. It's along that one clinic model line of thinking. Matching dollars are required. I believe the grant is provided over 2 years, up to $200,000 towards this community clinic or one clinic model idea. The window for that application closes rather quickly. So this is just high-level conversation. I had kicked it out to Lisa, and I said, well, you know, if we repurpose that new grow $40,000 and the city and county each chipped in $25K, you might be able to get some of the answers you were looking for out of that one clinic model. I'm really not a big fan of grant programs with short windows motivating you to action, but because there was such a big investment in the work that went into exploring the one clinic model, and for members who weren't around the joint services table, where that conversation ended is where resources needed to be committed to the effort to keep it going. So this is an opportunity potentially to get those final answers and see if there's a model out there for running a community clinic that takes the management of a doctor's office off the new doctors. So just kicking that out there as an idea, and interested if there's any appetite in pursuing that any further and potentially bumping up your economic development contribution by $25K for 2 years to get that effort completed.
And a reasonable transition away from new grow, right?
Yeah, and I don't think it's been any secret. I'm not a huge fan of the cash reward for showing up and presenting a PowerPoint. I know there's been, I shouldn't be so sour or negative on it, but I've never been a big fan of New Grow. And if you look at the list of recipients, which is the third page there, it does begin to look like we're getting the same kind of crew back year after year. Maybe New Grow has done its bit, and you could repurpose those resources to get answers to your community clinic questions.
Good idea, I think. Who had, Neil?
Yeah, that one clinic model, 3 years I was on joint services. has been around and around and around and around. We have support of a couple of doctors in Brooks. Like that thing crashed and burned a long time ago. There's absolutely no way that's going to come back. Grant or no grant.
Okay, Kelly? Matt?
Oh, I was just going to say, the doctors are asking where it's at, and where I remember it being left off with joint services is there were 6 different models on a spectrum from private to public, and it was given to the doctors to say, well, what model do you prefer? There was a consultant lined up to do the work, begin engaging the doctors in the community to get an answer to that, and the funds weren't there in the joint service budget, so it died there. The question to council is, are you interested in getting those answers? And if so, are you willing to commit another $25K to the economic development budget over a couple of years to get that done?
Kelly and then Holly.
And just so you know, this has not gone to joint services yet, so it's not even I mean, like Matt said, as far as we knew, it was in the doctor's court. So this is coming out of left field for us as joint services members.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
Just from my perspective, I really don't feel I know enough about it. It's been talked about, but I don't have any real sense. Does this, if we pursue this, is it going to help maintain doctors? Will it make doctors happier? Is it worth our time and effort? I don't have enough information, I feel, to answer that question and decide.
Okay, thank you. Who has an answer to that, or does someone? Or is that just, yeah. Adina.
So I also have had doctors talk to me about this one clinic model, and I hear Neil, I hear you say that there's doctors against it. I'm curious, those doctors that are against it, are they the ones who actually own their buildings in Brooks? Because I have heard opposition from ones that own their own building, and I've heard nothing but good stuff from people who don't. So I'm just wondering if that's the issue.
I think the issue right now from the doctor that was talking to me was initially totally for this. But doctors are pretty independent thinking people, and you have to get 15 of them together. And we're not anywhere near there right now. You do have several that own buildings around town that are dead set against this. So there's a lot of politics that needs to be done to make this thing come together. Whether we can do it or not, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Greg.
Yeah, just with respect to the one clinic model, I think it's, we've gone around the bend a lot. It was put into the doctor's court to figure out what kind of model they see it happening, because they're the people that are in the clinics every day. They're the ones that are the experts with respect to delivering healthcare, and we need advice from the doctors as far as what would be the best model setup, whether it's an investment firm or whether it's them owning it or us owning it. We need to know where they're at, and it was put in their court, and we hadn't heard anything from them until now that this grant has come out to analyze it more. So, and very short time frame. So we're talking end of the month, like we're talking end of November. So that wasn't enough time to even bring it to joint services. So that's kind of where it's at. And the other question is, would a walk-in clinic fulfill, an independent walk-in clinic fulfill the needs of a one clinic model? Would that help rather than a full-fledged one clinic model? That's where my questions are. So it's
okay. Thanks, Kelly.
So I'm going to say let's leave the 25,000 out. But I think this is the right place to talk about the maternity clinic. Okay. So every year we've been giving close to, it's 48 cents per capita towards the Brooks maternity clinic. And this is the only municipality in Alberta that runs a maternity clinic. It's an old model that Brooks Doctors would like to see continue from what we've been told. It's $3,600. It's not a lot of money, but it is, I can tell you that all 5 municipalities in the past have come together and shared this expense at 48 cents per capita. So that's pretty good involvement within the community. Every year it takes a little bit of convincing from the outlying areas, but I just want to let you know that Brooks and that's the only one that I've heard that is a go again. So as long as you're okay with that.
I mean, those funds could come out of New Grow too.
They sure could. Yeah.
I kind of like, you got some runway if you take that out. And I look, I mean, I don't know. I mean, good point. I mean, and I don't disagree with you. I agree that that's probably a priority thing for families, you know, if it helps. But even when you, I don't know, I don't want to spend any more time looking at that because we've all had it and we can look at it when we need to. But the contributions that have been, the cash contributions that have been made there that's just fine. But those are all now thriving businesses. They're not thriving because of the little sweetener that was put in one day. I don't think. Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
So maybe on the one clinic model, we'll let it lie. The grant application deadline's November 30th. It really doesn't provide meaningful space to unpack what would even make it onto the grant application. Am I hearing there's maybe somebody who's willing to make a motion on the economic development budget minus new grow? I think if you're happy with the economic development budget the way it looks, you don't need to do anything. We'll just roll that into the budget. But if we want to take it back to joint services and say, we approve the typical contribution of $180,000 from the county towards economic development, we're not wild about the new grow initiative. I think we need a actual council motion to direct administration to take that back.
But you might want to say we are wild about it. Okay, go ahead.
Well, mine was just to make comment that the Scandi Museum is getting $5,000 for more than 20 years. It's never been raised. And if you compare, we give $5,000 to both the city and the museum and the EID, which covers all of the county. And the city gives $22,000 to the museum. So I think the EID part could use a few more dollars, but you know, I'm just sharing.
Okay, Neil?
I don't think you'd have too much resistance from most of the joint services people if we put that motion in there anyway.
About new grow?
Yeah.
So you're making the motion? Oh. Yeah.
Well, I think what we need, as far as joint services, we need to know how council feels so that we can direct our voting on the budget at joint services. So I need to know what you guys think about new grow so that I can vote accordingly.
Someone prepared to make a motion about that? Sorry, what was that? Dan.
Just a thought out loud, a little too out loud, apparently.
I didn't hear it.
I said I'd never really given it any thought. I don't really actually know how I feel about it, so I'm currently thinking.
Okay. Well, this isn't necessarily our last thought about it either. We can hold that off, but I think, although probably the next Joint Services Committee will start to take a direction for next year, correct? Go ahead, Kelly.
Well, I was trying to gather my thoughts. So we've had reports on the new grow, and it's becoming more and more difficult to get rid of the 40,000, so they open it up for a second go. It's time consuming, like they go to a lot of work preparing, both on the business side of things and the staff side of things, to get the judges in place. It's a real event, isn't it? Yeah. It's not something they take lightly. It is $40,000, and it is time consuming. I don't know that it's well spent time.
Okay, I think that's a good comment. Dan, and then Holly?
Yeah, never been involved with it, never seen it, never gone to one of the events. But if there's anybody here that's been there, do you think we actually get value out of it? Is there any kind of return for that investment, or is it just a gift?
It's currently being held twice a year, is it not? So maybe a shift would be to go once a year and just see how that works out.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
I just get some clarification as to, is that money comes out of what we already give joint services? It's not an extra 40. It comes from that 180, is that right? Okay.
No, that's right. It's part of our overall budget, and the people that represent us there can pull it out if we give them direction to do that. I just look at this list of businesses, and we're given $10,000, $3,000. You know, I just, that it's just cash to a business for what amounts to nothing much more than a competition to see who can pitch their pitch the best, which put that into getting some business done, and you probably, I don't think we're keeping anybody alive or knocking anybody out of the game. Go ahead.
I don't know if New Grow requires them to prove that they use the money towards their business. Like, do they get confirmation that this money was spent through that? It would be nice to know which ones of these actually did that, not just if they're in.
Yeah, okay, Greg?
Yeah, there's pretty extensive vehicles in place to make sure the money is used how it's supposed to be used. That is gone through by the economic development staff to make sure that's where the money is going to and is used for those reasons. As far as New Grow goes, it's pretty well, pretty well equal between the city and the county as to where the money is going to. There's not a lot of variance there. Where my issue is when there's businesses that are in some of the smaller municipalities that don't put any money towards New Grow or joint services, that the businesses within those towns are reaping the advantage of economic development and New Grow, such as businesses in Bizano, Dutchess, Rosemary, those type of things. So that's where my issue is. New Grow, it does help some of these small businesses, and it encourages outside thinking, where small businesses, being a small business owner in the past, yeah, sometimes you need that little help. But is it a cash cow? No. Are they relying on this money to keep their business afloat? No. It's to bring try and bring new business into the community. So it's a 50-50 for me. It's still $40,000 that the smaller municipalities are not putting a dime to.
So that sounds like discouraging word on it, like I mean, it doesn't sound in favor of it. And you've been around the table there for 3 years. I think, anyway, I don't want to spend much more time on this if nobody's willing to to take a stand on it or even put it on the floor? Like, someone make it, Kelly?
I'll make a motion that we approve the $180,000 and express our discontent with New Grow at $40,000.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, I think that's good direction to the committee. I appreciate that. Okay? Ready to move on? Okay. Yes.
Sorry, last one for me is recreation. We've had some requests that council has already considered. One was from the Division 5 and 10 Rec Board to increase their funding allocation. We've had the request from EID Historical Park, and then again today from the Division 3 Ag Society. So that's the extent of what we're requesting for allocations under the recreation budget.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Kelly, please.
Sorry, are we just talking expenses or are we into capital?
This is the division.
Well, the contributions for recreation facilities come under your budget, under the recreation budget.
Okay.
So this would be the EID Historical Park allocation. This would include your Division 5 and 10 increase for their Recreation Board funding allocations, and then, of course, the Division 3 Ag Society request this morning, or today.
And the Village of Rosemary washrooms.
Yes.
So I would like to speak in opposition towards the washroom facility. That's why I'm asking. Am I jumping the gun here?
My apology.
Okay, no, that's good.
I just feel like we can put out public washrooms or mobile washrooms. They can fundraise for this building. I feel like there's other ways to use $80,000. They only want 15?
From us.
From us, yes. Maybe we'll charge our ratepayers and to use the water.
It's going to be more than a dime, isn't it? Yeah. Matt.
Yeah, I was going to wrap up. You know, I've got notes here of what we need to come back to. Maybe it's as easy as just calling a question about Rosemary being in or out of the 2025 budget.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably good. I think, Adina?
Well, excuse me, I just feel like the whole sport court cost us so much more than we expected it to, and, you know, this is $15,000 now, but then what's gonna happen? And it's been reported to me that counselors from the Village of Rosemary tell people they built that sport court with grants. And most of that money came from us, not grants. So I feel like it's kind of misrepresented. So I also am not in favor of putting any money towards the washroom.
Okay. Lynette?
I feel like $15,000 would pay for a porta potty for a couple years.
Anyone else? Comments? Holly?
I was actually pleasantly surprised to know that they have washrooms that are potentially able to be walked towards. I did not know they had that at the campgrounds. That's good to know there is an option for people there if you want to go for a walk while you're exercising.
I'm not sure about that. Ellen?
Yeah, good, good observation. However, that is too long of a walk. Like, yeah, if there's children playing ball and the sport court and there is beach volleyball, no, that would be way too far to walk.
Okay, Neil?
Just a plug for the thing. Penny's niece lives out in Acreage by Rosemary there with her boyfriend. They go in there and play the pickleball all the time. They say the facility is absolutely fantastic. People are even coming down from Strathmore to use it. So it did, I know we spent a little bit of money out there, but it's not like we threw it away. It is extremely well used. I think 15,000, they met our criteria. If they're going to fundraise 45 and we throw in 15, I don't see that as being too out of line for a facility that's used well. I don't know.
Yeah, they also have I believe, the only facility in the county which is called disc golf, and that's used quite well, and it's all over the town as well. So there's quite a few sports going on, and apparently the need is quite, especially with the new sport court, it's quite prevalent, really.
I can imagine. Go ahead.
I've shared this before, and it's wonderful Rosemary has the disc golf and the sport court. I would like to see them attempt to even have donation box or something to maybe recover or work towards some of this. Maybe people are coming from Strathmore would like to help out a bit, right? Instead of coming to ratepayers to cover costs. I'd appreciate some attempt, I guess, from my way of thinking.
Dan, please.
The way I see it, there's a fund in place for this kind of stuff. They checked off all the boxes. They're doing it the right way. Whether we think there should be a bathroom or not, I don't know. I think this is right. I think this is something we should probably put the $15,000 towards. I don't see a problem with it, especially if it is getting used. Yeah.
I have a question, and if we can't get the answer right away, we can wait with this decision, I would think. But are we contributing a disproportionate amount to Rosemary Recreation Services on a per capita basis compared to other villages and communities, hamlets? Go ahead.
I would have to think we should look at how many people are asking for money. That's how many are we turning down? Yeah, maybe Rosemary gets a lot of money, but they're the only ones asking, so of course they're getting a lot of money. So let's look at.
Are they? I don't know they are. We haven't given them a I don't know that. I'm asking the question. That's stat. Like, is that hard to find? Is it a big number on a per capita basis?
In terms of percent support from the county, Rosemary gets the highest percent support.
Percent of what?
Of total.
Like on a per capita basis?
No, not per capita. So just total all in. So the county puts in, where are we at? Call it 70 or 80%. I should have this off the top of my head. And what we've got in other places is a 50-50 arrangement for the most part, 20% going to City of Brooks. So yeah, Rosemary gets a higher percent share just based on their fiscal capacity at the village.
Okay. Adina.
Well, and I think the other thing you need to, when you can't compare the village of Rosemary to the hamlet of, say, Rolling Hills, Scandia, because they're hamlets. They don't have their own council. They aren't collecting taxes from anybody, right? So it's not, you can't compare what they're asking for to what Tilly, Bizano, Tilly, Scandia, what they're asking for, because they're different.
Okay, that's good. Amanda.
I understand they're asking for washroom facilities and storage. What are they using for storage right now?
Go ahead, Matt.
Space in the Ag Society building in the community, the Recplex, they call it, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on unless someone makes a motion one way or another on this matter. I mean, we can revisit it later in the. Go ahead, Holly.
The washrooms may not be walkable, but they are drivable, and you can't ask for more than that. You're in a community. You can, if you drove to get there, you can drive to the washroom. So I would make a motion that we don't support this. I think it's not the most needy of options we have before us.
Okay, it's a negative motion. Neil had a comment, or you?
Well, just back to what you mentioned, per capita. I used to ask that question all the time. Apparently per capita doesn't work, but those would be useful statistics, or?
No, I mean, I think there's a comparative that's different, but the fact of the matter is we don't have much of a pattern, or we might have a pattern, but we don't, we are inconsistent in how we deal with recreation services. It's a one-off situation, and until we change that, that's how it'll be. So we've got a motion on the floor. Neil, you got a comment?
Well, I kind of agree with what Dan said. Say you have one community that really gets aggressive. They say they want to build whatever, brand new arena. They get it run out and make $1 million. Our policy is we'll fund 50% of it or 20%. They come in here with their $1 million. We've said the grants are there, the money's there. How can we stop it? Rosemary just done exactly the same thing with $60,000. They want $15,000. They checked all the boxes, and we decide we don't want to do it when we do the same thing all over the other places.
Okay. Go ahead, Holly.
We didn't fund the Bazzano, I forget what we call that thing, the outdoor thing you do music in. They wanted a thingamajig. We didn't fund that. There was another request. We don't fund everything that comes before us. We didn't fund the Castles Hall parking lot. So not everything. We have to do it critically. Is this, we have to make a decision. The money is limited. So where is the best bang for the buck? So I think I wouldn't say everything. We still have the capacity to decide if this is really where we think the best use of the dollars is. So it's not, there's that piece as well. It's not simply they've asked. So I come from a different point than you are, I think.
I think it's good to get the money out there. We've got lots of reserves. We've got recreation funds. This isn't a bad request. It's well used. I would do the same thing in your area.
I'll take Kelly, and then we're going to have a vote. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to, I know it's attached to in the recreation area, but the bathroom should not be considered a recreational building or whatever. I'm just holding fast on the use, and I just think that we've done our bit there, and wish them luck with the build, whatever direction they decide to go in. That's where I'm going to vote.
Okay, the motion is that we deny the Rosemary request for $15,000 to assist in the washroom build. All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, that's good. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, so if we're circling around to decisions to be made, Patricia Ag Society was in with their presentation. Would council like to see that project included in the 2025 budget?
Dan?
Yeah, to make the motion that we include that money in the 2025 budget.
Okay, any further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Matt.
Still confirming. All right, so we have baked in Div 5 and 10 rec boards ask for that $30,000 increase for the rec board. So that's bumped from $70,000 previous to $100,000. Now is your chance to shake no or, yeah, that's good. Leave it in the draft.
Go ahead, Neil.
I think most of the increase, what we do, the lion's share of that 5 and 10 money goes to Silver Sage, is what we did with it last year with the odd little one, kick it around. But
Silver Sage Ag Society?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Greg and then Kelly.
Yeah, and the reason for the $30,000 bump was that there was ongoing expenses with respect to porta potties out at the beach, and sand and on the main beach area. Now these are and sprinkler heads that we take care of, or that the Hamlet Association takes care of. The other choice is to add this into the regular budget for funding. It's been decided to just add it to the 5 and 10, and then it has to be requested each year so that we can kind of monitor it. But it's either goes into the regular budget or it goes into 5 and 10 rec board. This is ongoing expenses we approve every year. So it takes away from special projects, I guess, that we give out to the different associations like Castles, like the Silver Sage, and to Lake No Resort. Those are the 3 different areas. So this is to help fund those ongoing expenses that we occur each year.
We is whatever anything in it.
That the Lake No Resort Hamlet Board, that's the ongoing expenses that they incur for porta potties, for sand, for upkeep of the playgrounds, those type of things.
Oh, so you're saying the majority goes to Lake Newell Resort, not Silver Sage?
No, this is, not, we approve, it depends on where the applications come from each year, but there's always, from Lake Newell Resort, there's always an ongoing amount of money that is required for ongoing expenses.
Okay.
Okay?
Neil?
That's about the way we did it. There was only 3 apps. Castles Hall's always in for something. We took care of them. Lake No Resort, about $30,000. There was 50 left over. We put it in Silver Sage,
Okay.
which was half the ask. All the money you want to give them, they'll take.
Okay.
And
Thanks.
that's about all we have in our area to fund. The rest is all funded by Brooks.
Okay, Kelly?
So my question about Silver Sage is, are you just shoveling it over there and saying, oh, we have
No,
30,000 left, so go?
They wanted new bleachers and they wanted a whole bunch of
Yeah.
things. We funded about half of it, is the money we had left over. But Silver Sage it's a combination of every one of your areas. It's not really a 5 and 10 thing. But we support it with county money, so.
I agree, and I love Silver Sage, don't get me wrong. What I take exception to is taxpayer money going into Silver Sage and then Silver Sage donating it out where they want to donate it
Well, they
to.
probably shouldn't have done that. That's a different topic.
And it happens year over year. It's not a one-time thing. They seem to think that, they flip the script and they become funders.
Well, turn it back to the other question now, like Greg and I can represent this council. I agree with you on that. We've never brought it up to their council, but if they're going to donate it out, maybe we shouldn't be donating it in.
What's the amount of, what are the details of that?
We gave them 60,000 last year, didn't we? About.
And what are they donating to?
Okay, for example, in the past, it was for the outdoor corral, or for the corrals, cover on the
Not what we
corrals.
gave them their money for, but if they're donating to some other organizations with money that, ultimately it's with money we gave them, because if they're not gonna give away money that they don't have.
They just gave, it was in the paper that they funded, they gave money to one of the service groups in town. The other one was they buy turkeys each year, 100 turkeys. There's all kinds of things that Silver Sage does as far as giving out to user groups in town, whereas should the county of Newell be funding those type of things in their budget. We'll be able to see what they gave out in charities when they come to us for money for 5 and 10 rec board. Neil and I are on top of that. So
Okay, then I think if that's the case, I'd be in favor of there's no reason to increase the 510 if that's where the money's going. So go ahead, Lane, please.
For these Silver Sage projects, they are always project specific in their request, and they submit receipts for what their approved expenses were. It's possible that by collecting money from the county for those capital projects that it frees up some money in their budget for other uses. We don't know, but there is financial statements that they do submit each year with their funding application. And I can assure council that the money that is approved by the Division 5 and 10 Rec Board goes towards uses that were included in their application, and they always submit the receipts for those to confirm that the project expense has been incurred.
Right, okay, no, and I'm not suggesting that they're being devious, other than if it sounds like a for-profit organization to me. If they're gifting money away from what they're doing, that's not what they're intending to do, I don't think. But unless they're raising money as part of a project for a secondary project, I think let's hold off on the 5 and 10 decision at this point till we meet with Matt, I might not have this right.
Yeah, no, just to confirm. So currently there's 100,000 baked into the interim budget for Div 5 and 10, which includes that 30,000 top up.
Yeah.
Administration will knock that back down to 70,000 for the interim budget, which you see December 5th for approval. Am I hearing this proper?
I'm probably the only one who's spoken up on it. I don't want to drive this if we don't agree. I mean, either way, we have another shot at this, right? I mean, I'm suggesting maybe let's wait till for a few weeks, and the people that are closest to it can maybe get some more information that'll guide our decision if we're good with that, because time is going here too. Dan.
I'm on board with that too. I'm looking at $100,000 for what you've said 5 and 10 uses it on, and for 125 Rolling Hills runs an arena, a hall, golf course, a campground. There's a lot of expenditure, and we don't have events where I don't want to pick on it and sound like I'm flippant, but Rolling Hills doesn't give turkeys away to people. We're scrounged and we're broke every year. So, I'm not in favor of raising it just yet.
Okay, Greg?
Difference is we don't have an ag society. We have no opportunity to have an ag society. We have no other way of raising money other than through tapping out the people that live there. So we do not have an ag society at Lake Newell Resort.
I'm not talking
No,
of
no.
Lake Newell Resort either. I'm talking about Silver Sedge Ag Society is an ag society, and anyway, I think we should hold off and see what applications come in again, and we can revisit this, can we not? It's only 30,000.
Yeah, I think so too. Leave it in, and we're going to have another shot at this on December 5th, right? So I think that's reasonable. There's no
Okay,
point
leave it
in stressing ourselves at this late hour today on this, I don't think, because but if you have a chance, let's get some more information on it, and we can make a better decision. Go ahead, Holly.
I was just going to share, Greg, that Division 4 doesn't have any ag societies, right? We just have events. So, it might be a really good team or community builder to have some fundraisers for fun out in Lake Newell Resort. Might help you build some community maybe. It might be a way to actually, as an option, right? Bring people in, have something. I don't know. They can be really great to build community.
Yeah. Okay, can we move on?
Well, the last recreation item, because we're big funders of recreation, is EID Historical Park. That request has been baked in to the interim budget, so there's $52,905 for the grain elevator project, if you recall when the delegation came. So if you want that removed, now's your chance to make a motion and get it punted. Otherwise, you'll see it again December 5th.
Dan and then Kelly.
Definitely in favor of seeing that stay there. And eventually like to take it a step further and add some recurring funds going into our historical park. I mean, anybody that wants to have some historical parks or museums or whatever, I think that's a worthwhile event. Currently, I think Div 4 and the EID Historical Park is the only stuff in County Newell, but I think it'd be nice to have a fund set aside. It doesn't have to be a big amount of funds, but it'd be nice to have something there for that.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Kelly?
I just wanted to ask, Holly, maybe you can help. I wasn't here for the last presentation in person. In the financials, there's only $200 worth of hall rental. Does nobody pay for the hall in the financial statement? Hall rental, does,
The EID Park and Hall have no connection.
okay. Oh, I thought
The
they were
park
up
is
the
by
same-
itself and the
okay.
hall is by itself. So
separate.
that could be rental for the train station. I'm not sure which it was on there.
Okay.
I think they might have rented the hall from us.
Okay.
I don't remember.
We can take this conversation later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And the park, Joe was kind when he was here and said they didn't need the money, but I know they're waiting to pay some bills until they get the money from us. So I happen to know that.
I'm going to suggest we leave the money in, and we've got another opportunity to revisit it. Okay. Culture and library, what's next?
So culture library, just a continuation.
Yeah, that's right. As it was, general government.
This is just how everything tumbles out at the end.
Yeah.
As Matt indicated at the beginning, we're looking at a 2.5% overall increase.
Okay, thank you. And as we have also discussed, unless we've taken action on something, it comes back in and stays in for, we'll revisit this on December 5th. We'll get another consideration of this at that time, and then another one later yet too, right? So we should be good with that. Are you comfortable with that, Matt? Okay, thank you. Does that complete our budget consideration for today? No?
You did it.
Yeah.
Are we starting our cow meeting now?
No, you've got administrative business to go into.
Yeah, we've got some other business to take care of.
Let's not do this again. Just, should we write a note to ourselves up there?
Yeah. Okay, what are we on? Item number 12, administrative business, joint municipal meeting. Call for agenda items. Ariana, what do we have there?
Yeah. So we discussed this at the last meeting in October. There was a few topics brought up then. This is your opportunity to provide more. They're in the RFD. They were FCSS and social support needs or concerns, overview of minibus services, water and wastewater, and an update on the Southern Alberta Energy from Waste Association.
Okay, I think that, go ahead, Kelly.
I was just going to share that this conversation did take place at Joint Services 2 weeks ago. And the idea was pitched to get it down to 3 or 4 conversations only, topics only. And so it's coming back to the Joint Services meeting in December 6th or whatever it is, to narrow it down. So what we pitch here today will then go forward to Joint Services. And our host, who is Duchess, Yvonne, will then bake that into the agenda. Okay?
Okay, that's okay.
Just Kelly, was that well received? I'm just curious because last time was, so it'll be a shorter meeting this time and.
It really was, and it was kind
good.
of unanimously agreed that it went too long and it was not focused and no time for networking. So a lot of reasons.
Oh, the format wasn't the way we should do it at a function like that. It's basically partly a Christmas celebration too, and that detracted from that significantly. So I think it should be tightened up.
So just a correction, it's June 10th or December 10th that our Joint Services
Meeting is.
We'll
Oh,
discuss
okay.
this, okay?
Okay, we're good with that? Ellen, you got a question?
Oh, so we have to reduce one then, right? You said only 3?
Well, I think the matter is that Joint Services, all of the groups that are going to be at that meeting mostly are represented there, so that we'll just shorten that agenda down. Because the way it went last year is every municipality got time to carry on and on about what they thought their issues were. It got repetitious, and it also got way too long to be useful. So I think they'll pare down the issues. I think from our perspective, we'll have other opportunities to pitch our concerns to our MLA, and probably more effective than that, actually. Go ahead.
Kelly, just one small thing. If FCSS is going to be talked about, if we could just focus on service needs and not get sidetracked in discussions that won't go away.
Yeah. So I'm not sure who put FCS. Was that you that put it on here? I couldn't remember that anybody putting that on either. So let's take, it sounds like we can take that one off. Okay. I didn't remember us putting it on, but we must have. And I would have to pitch that to joint services, and I don't know that I could, so. Right.
Okay. We on to councillor payment sheets. We need a motion to accept the councillor payment sheets. Holly, go ahead.
So I'm just confused about the compensation piece. So 3 years ago, we had our first road tour. We weren't going to put down the road tour because it was said it fit within our regular duties. But then we were told no to put it on. So we did and put it on last year. And then this year, it's again, we weren't supposed to. So I'm just confused what we're supposed to do.
I can't remember what we did do. Lynette?
It is in the policy that the road tour is included in our regular
Functions of
compensation.
council, yeah.
Yeah, well, or we just didn't look at the policy good enough last year, and
Oh, okay, there's policy around that matter?
yes, it
And we
actually
just-
is
we
listed
were-
on
We were not used to
policy.
that, okay.
Yes.
But was it not the road tour for your own area? The road, it speaks more specifically about road tours in your own area as opposed to touring somebody else's area. That's where the confusion came in.
So historically, we used to have individual road tours where administration would pick me up and I would get to ride along shotgun, front seat, and we would travel every Div 6 road. That was an FOC, or that was a function of my division. I did not get paid for that. But this new system is outside of our jurisdiction, so I think it's a different thing. And I did see the corrections in our thing, and so I kind of question that and go, really? I don't know.
The policy, it just says road tour, so, not knowing that was a thing. I never had a road tour like that.
It's up to this council to decide. Do you want to make that day part of our Div 6, Div 3, Div 9 functions? Or do you want to include that as a paid day? Because it is outside of our functions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm a guest when I go over to Div 3 or whatever, right? So.
Go ahead, Lynette.
I do think it should be a function of council because it is learning other areas. It's not something that you should be doing on a monthly basis or anything like that, so.
Yeah, and I think there's a concentrated effort to make it educational and informative for everyone who may or may not know about each other's districts. So Neil and then Greg.
I think it's a full day. It's educational. We get out like we did GEM last year. I put it down every year, and we got paid 2 of them. I'm not trying to get an extra $8 or 8 hours, but there's a pretty good chance I'd never see those roads in Rolling Hills if it wasn't for this county tour.
Okay, Greg?
I think the intention of the policy was for individual road tours within our own divisions, and I have gone with Mark through my division a bit when issues come arise, speak of the devil. And yeah, no, I don't put those down as it's part of my function of my area. But the policy was intended for those, the way it used to happen, where it wasn't all of us getting in a bus and going for a day.
Okay, thanks. Dan?
So the other two members didn't do it. I'm the one that caught it and said, nope, this is not right because policy says road tours. And we just updated the policy last year. So my thought was, and I can't remember the discussion around road tours, but my thought was whatever was old doesn't matter because it was updated last year. We're going with this. If we indeed want to say that that is, if that's my interpretation is wrong, I am perfectly okay saying I'm wrong. So let's include it. And yeah, I think it's fair to have it included for sure, but I'm just going on the literal interpretation. It says road tours, part of it, so that's why I made that correction.
Okay, Matt?
Well, I'm going to get super literal on you. You didn't take a road tour. We called it the 2024 Field Day.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's perfect. The rescue. Okay, we need a motion to approve the counselor payment sheets. Holly? Thank you. All in favor? Sorry.
You might want to change them before you approve them.
Yeah. I motion we approve the counter payment sheets with corrections.
As corrected by our discussion today, okay. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to the committee that works through that because that's important work for all of us, I think, to, functions of council. Requests for functions of council. Are there any? Thought I had some, but I forgot. Holly?
So Arno, you and I were invited to meet with the Chamber of Commerce. They put our names and Matt on there. If it's anybody, if we're going to set that up, if we're not going to. Email came for, you look blank, place. December 11th, Lisa Dressler sent it to us?
I'm sure she did. Okay.
Oh, did? Okay, mine just said my name on it, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they individualized them.
Okay.
Well, first, if we're going to do that, and then if it is, I don't know if this council sees that as value. I mean, I do have to say I've seen Lisa 4 times in the last bit over a month at the WestJet thing. She's at the trade show. She's around. It's nice to see that. But is it necessary to meet with her? I don't know.
Kelly and then Neil.
So why can Lisa not come to one of our council meetings? That is typical how newcomers come to us, and so you'll talk to her, Matt, and invite her to a council meeting.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, that's certainly what I would prefer. I think they reached out because their board will be in the city of Brooks holding their board meeting that day. So they're, 2 birds, 1 stone kind of idea.
So which would you prefer?
I'd prefer the delegation during a regular scheduled council time. December is busy. You guys have been full out in November. Adding another meeting's not high priority for me right now.
Okay. Holly.
There is that land conservation Zoom workshop on the 26th. Arno, I'm guessing you're taking part in that, and that should be a function of council? Or not?
Sorry,
I'm getting deer in the headlights look from you. I went through and made a list of all the many emails saying, do you want to come here? Do you want to come there?
I'm not familiar with exactly what that is.
I'd have to find the email, but it was a government of Alberta looking for, they want 1 person per area or invitation, looking for some thoughts about land use, conservation. That's what I recall. The date was November 26th, and it was a Zoom workshop, is what I understood.
We should be represented there, I think, if that's the case. And they're wanting 1 person. I don't think I can make it that day. If they've,
It would actually be good we participated because we're the ones who put forward the conservation easement. So I do think it's important and someone speaks up for what we were looking for in our motion.
Do we have CDC at 9?
no,
This was an evening one, I recall, Kelly.
canceled, yeah.
I am available. Can you forward me the email? Oh, you just did, okay. And then while I've got the microphone, we were also invited to, from the Honorable Adriana LaGrange, Minister of Health, for a series of live and interactive town halls on Tuesday, the 19th, Wednesday, the 27th, or Thursday, the 28th. And they are an hour and a half in length, if you choose. We all, I'm not sure. It's a blind copy, so I don't know if everybody got it. I'm sure you did. Yep, good.
Where is it at?
It's online. It's like a town hall. And I'm wondering if that would be a function of council.
Neil?
I think those are all good, but I don't think we need more than like 2 people at them, because we all get all that stuff. Invitations here, invitations there.
Well, and if it's an hour and a half on a computer, it's not like you're driving anywhere either. Whether it's a function of council or not, I'm not.
I don't mind it being a function of council, but
No, I don't
we
either.
should get it coordinated so,
Yeah.
you know, all of us pick out the ones we're interested in, but we really only do need 1 or 2 people at any of these things, not the whole council.
No.
So I don't know how we divvy that up.
Who is interested in sitting in on one of those? That one's gone. It's the 21st today.
27th and 28th. The 27th is 6:30 to 8.
I'm not available on either of those.
The 28th is 7:30 to 9 a.m. That's pretty early, Nate. Okay. We can skip that. I'm sure there'll be a Coles Notes version.
I can try to the 28th in the morning. That's the only one I could make work. I can try to fit that one in.
The 27th was in the evening?
Yes, 6:30 to 8.
I would be able to do that one.
I can do this morning.
Greg?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that that is a function of council.
Okay, that's good. Okay, all in favor? That's carried for whoever is able to fit that in. Yes, yes.
Minister of Health.
Yeah.
Do you want me to
Greg?
forward it?
Yeah, I don't see.
Yeah, there's on the 9th, Minister of Environment Zoom meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I believe it deals with the water licenses. I'd like to make that.
What day again?
On the 9th. 9th
December.
of December.
Right.
Yeah.
2 to 2:30.
Yeah, and I think that one does deal with water, so it does involve us all, but
If we all
it's a
wanted-
Zoom meeting.
If we all wanted to come to that one, that is an
Yeah.
important piece of legislature that everybody should know about.
Okay, you make a motion that it's a function of council?
I would like to make that a motion.
All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. Go ahead.
Question for Ariana, did you say she didn't want that many people, the way the email was worded? What did she mean by that?
What did she exactly say? She said it would be best to keep the group small because you only have half an hour, but it's a Zoom meeting, so I'll just send everybody's name and say you all want to go. You all get
said that?
invitations.
Yeah. Okay,
I was just going to check with you. MP Shields has a town hall coming up in early December. December 5th?
November 25th I
Oh,
have,
25th.
which is on Monday, Arno, if you can make that or not?
no, I think I'm gonna be tough for that.
9 a.m.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Who can take
I
that?
can make
Can you
that.
take that? Okay.
I can. I don't.
I think the one person who speaks on behalf of us, it should be a function of council for that person, whomever is delegated to be the person to speak for us, but not if you just want to listen in. So I guess I motion's a function of council for Kelly to attend.
Okay, all in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Alberta Irrigation Districts Association Conference, or is
Arno.
there other?
Yeah,
Yeah.
one more, Arno.
So go ahead, yeah.
Is the water engagement. So I believe you all got, Neil sent it out yesterday, I got it from Tracy as well, the water engagement. So there are 3 sessions. There is the virtual on November 26th, and then in person on November 28th and December 3rd. So the Margot's feeling was that the one in Lethbridge is going to be well attended because there's so many irrigators in the south. There was encouragement that people could go to Red Deer to attend that one on the 3rd, December 3rd. They would maybe need more voices up there. But in any case, they would love any and all of us to attend to speak in favor of keeping the water the EID has, because it's critical for us. Neil, do you want to add anything? And I guess as well, since people might watch this online, if we can get this somehow out to more people, Matt, is engagement, if that's something that Catherine could post, or we could put a link in or somehow to, it's so critical for us. You know, what can we do to encourage?
It's totally critical for us, and what they're after is just masses. If there's 10 faces on the page, it looks a heck of a lot better than one, and it is a very important piece of legislation that, yeah, we don't want them to mess it up, so let's get on to that one place or the other.
Okay, are you going to make that a function of council for anyone who attends one or more?
They want volume, like Tracy said in that thing. Tell all your councils, all your irrigation, all your irrigators, show up, make your voices heard. So, yeah, I think it's a function of council, definitely.
Okay, all in favor of that, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Someone else? Ellen, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's an online survey as well for the engagement. It's on alberta.ca, the Government of Alberta website, and I think it's till January sometime.
Yeah, there's some time to do that.
But don't be like me, go, oh, I have time, and then all of a sudden I've missed the date.
Neil?
What about, oh, sorry, it's the next topic, AIDA conference. I think we should attend that too.
But I think we should have delegates to that, and probably people who are irrigating or not, or connected quite a bit. I don't know, because I don't think it's not to inform ourselves, really.
No, I'd like to go basically just to start making inroads with the EID down the street.
I would go too, actually. I know.
It's always been
I mean, I'm not saying it should be limited to how many people, but what are your thoughts? Who's interested in going? 4 of us?
4 isn't bad out of 10.
No, that's okay.
That's good.
Someone make a motion that become a function of council?
Adina,
Adina,
Neil, Arno, and myself. Because Neil didn't get to go last year. He planned on it, but that hip replacement came up.
Kelly? Oh, you're interested? Oh, you make the motion, okay. The 4 of us are, it's a function of council. Okay, all in favor, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. State of the Region breakfast, January 3rd. Ariana. That's just there for information and to get tickets?
Yeah, I suggested that tickets are limited after what we heard at Joint Services, that tickets are limited, so if you want to go, we should get tickets early. Okay.
Who's interested in going? It's January 3rd. You might as well get a ticket. I think it's good. Brooks.
Here, the Heritage.
I think should get tickets for, is anyone out? It's January 3rd, so.
So far away.
Pardon me?
That's so far away. It's next year. I got my new day timer. It's next year.
But I think that that will likely sell out because it will have more take than it had. This year it was pretty good, but there could have been more people. I expect this year there will be more people probably. The speakers were so good. No. No. One of them in particular, and it wasn't me, so yeah. All in favor that be a function of council, please indicate. And Ariana, you can get tickets if we need them.
Maybe I'll send an email and then you can reply
We
to
can
the
get her.
email and tell me how to go. 'Cause
That's a good idea. Thank you. Okay. Water engagement, we've dealt with that, correct? Okay, Newbrook Lodge visit, I had that put on because I was in a conversation with Heather from the Premier's office. The Premier is coming to Newbrook Lodge that morning of December 14th. That's the same day as our function in the evening. And I know they've had they were just interested in getting a few more people. Well, I suggested they get a few more people there so that it's not just in and out, because I think the Premier has 45 minutes there. And we don't all have to go, but are there a few of us that could go help go a little ahead of time and stay a little late, so when they come in and out, it's not, apparently there was some concerns there around that last year, and I will go because I like going to Newbrook Lodge. There's lots of people there who appreciate hearing from or seeing us and visiting with us. So would you go? Okay. And again, I don't, now that we're past functions of council, but I don't know what you're thinking about that. We'll have some more information on that before our next meeting too, or at our next meeting, we can get some details on that. I don't know if there's anything to do about it.
Is that's function of council? I mean, you wouldn't be there if you weren't the.
No, I think it should be.
I'll make that motion, even though we're past.
Okay, all in favor that be a function of council? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's probably 11 o'clock. Or 10:30 maybe, 10:30 to 11:30. We'll find out though. Okay.
So just accept as information, you don't have to get him up. He's here for in camera.
Okay, we need a motion to accept the Director of Municipal Services report. Neil, all in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Okay, committee reports. Okay, committee reports. Brooks Rec Board, we've discussed that, haven't we? Or do you need Greg?
That's a different.
Okay, go ahead.
Speak to that. Okay, so we had the Brooks Rec Board and Parks Board a meeting last night, and we went through the RUG. That's the recreational use agreement or recreational grant. Sorry, it's getting late. And we just went through the matrix to approve those and who's in line for those. Also, this will be coming down the pipe to council later on, but they found a site for the Grassland Soccer Association south of the Quad Diamonds. Site has approval from Grassland Soccer Association, and last night we recommended that to City Council for the use of that land. The good thing is that the Brooks City does own that land, so hopefully we can get this behind us by 2026. So that may be coming down the pipe for some funding from council here, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Veterans Memorial Highway. Greg, do you have a
Yeah, that's me too. We met in Lac La Biche, so I was able to drive Highway 36 all the way down from there. So it was pretty quite a highlight of my November for sure. So there is a pamphlet or a book that that they've completed. I did not bring it because I forgot, and we can put those in truck stops and those type of things. So I'm gonna kind of drive around and do that as we go, and it highlights the different communities along the highway. And the big thing that that I was highlighting and requesting for was passing lanes on Highway 36 between Tabor and Brooks and going north. Plus the overpass at Highway 36 and Highway 1. So that there's a number of different asks that this group is lobbying for with the Premier and the Minister of Transport. But yeah, so I think it's a good thing that we're on that board and moving forward.
Thank you. Sewa on the landfill, Neil. Say.
That's what I was doing this afternoon, was doing the final tally for choosing a vendor for Sewa. I think they have one for sure, which they'll announce next week. That's about as far as I can go with it. I can't tell you who it is, but you can all figure it out. Sewa has a really good chance of actually surviving. It's been really refreshing to be on the board the last while. Good things happening. So yeah, keep in touch. This board will have some heavy decisions to make after we choose our vendor.
Okay.
So that's the Sewa report. Can I do the landfill?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
The landfill is making money by the truckloads. All good that way. I still have not resolved our few issues with some twine and other things. And the rate increase that they're anticipating, I have to watch what I say because we're on TV. So we'll work towards that. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure too how to solve it, to tell you the truth. It's kind of an impasse, but we'll get it done. But anyway, other than that, the landfill is it's a good money maker and everything's going good. So yeah, that's my report. I wish I could make that run a little bit smoother, but I can't. So.
Okay. Are we ready to go in camera? What else do we have? I'm ready. A motion to go in camera?
No more committee reports?
Not on this list. Not on this list.
The library?
What's that?
Did Lynette check something?
Dual recycling. Sorry.
So Newell Recycling would like to say to the landfill, can we please get our checks on time to keep our head above the water? Okay, and then on to the library. Shortgrass, if you follow Facebook, you should follow Shortgrass, because then they will be unveiling the new van with all of the art and the children who drew the art. It'll be very cool. I think that's all I have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Neil?
I will take that message back. Will you text me next week to make sure I do? I have to beg for that money for you, you know?
Okay. Oh, joint services is on there, yeah. Who's reporting?
So just to let you know that we do have quite an agenda, and I won't go through it all line by line, but at the last meeting, I was nominated and I did get chair for the ensuing year, so we can do some things there, I think, with the support of everybody around the table. We had a presentation on physician recruitment and retention, and nurse recruitment from outside Brooks. Housing is the biggest issue. We've heard all of that. There is a program that is offering nursing support, with a 5-year return of service in a rural area. So if you know of somebody interested in going into nursing, there is a program. We talked about the maternity funding. We talked about state of the region. And we also had a presentation by Jamie with Brooks Region Tourism. And I have a pamphlet here if anybody would like to read more about it. Who they funded, $75,000 from Travel Alberta this year, and what they did with that, and also the EF, or the SCOT money, and where that program is for open farm days, and there was half a dozen, about 8 farms that participated in that. And just so you know, they do get grant money to host us out at their farms of approximately $500 per farm. So there is an a little incentive there to bring rural out to, urban out to rural. Yeah, that's about it for joint services.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?